Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 523, Dangers in the Wood Realm. Lan Yunzhu became quiet after hearing this. It was just like what Wuxia had said, she had never been in a minor sect. She entered the river sect at a young age under Venerable Yang's lead, and her master was the sect master. A genius like her didn't know the struggles of a weak sect. Although this place was full of spirit medicines, Wuxia didn't slow down his pace. He brought Lan Yunzhu deeper into the realm. And he was not the only one who didn't stop. Any cultivator that was a bit stronger or was from a bigger sect wouldn't pause. Although this place had a lot of medicines, they were very ordinary. Anyone with a bit of strength would not waste their time here. This was especially true for the great powers who came here for the king medicines and sacred trees. How could they allow time to be wasted on these ordinary grasses? As Wuxia went further inside, the grasses became rarer and more precious. At a certain depth, the truly rare spirit medicines began to appear. That is a crimson blood fruit. Lan Yunzhu happily uttered after seeing a red fruit growing on a lush and verdant tree by a creek. She wanted to go closer, but this creek suddenly turned into a whirlpool. Splash! White skeletons emerged from this whirlpool, warning Lan Yunzhu to not come any closer. Wuxia pulled her away and said, "Don't waste time here, there are too many spirit medicines of this level." Lan Yunzhu wryly laughed and wondered, are there a lot of these here? In the outside world, the crimson blood fruit was very rare. Even the river sect's treasury only had a few of them. However, it was just like what Wuxia had said. After they crossed several mountains, they saw crimson blood fruits everywhere in the creeks. Lan Yunzhu, who was following right behind him, was dazzled after seeing how many spirit medicines there were in this part of the woods: white phoenix tree, raging flame vine, 5 transformations dragon rouge, 800,000-year-old pure dan grass. The spirit medicines here were all extraordinary and precious. However, wanting to pick these medicines was not easy. They either had insect kings and cruel beasts protecting them, or they would be growing in deadly locations. Why don't we pick some of them? She was very tempted when she saw so many spirit medicines. She had absolute confidence that she would be able to easily pick a bunch of them. Wait a bit longer, then you will truly see what is called an alchemy garden. Wuxia replied and smiled, there are even more precious things, so why waste time here? Sure enough, as they continued forward, they saw even more spirit medicines that couldn't be described with just the word precious. These were all priceless medicines. That is a 1,000,000-year-old scarlet soaring dragon tree. Lan Yunzhu looked at a treasure tree and exclaimed in shock. The entire tree was scarlet and it emitted waves of fluttering lights. She was someone who knew her stuff, so she spoke, if one trains here, they will be reinforced by a dragon essence. However, as she came closer, she heard the sounds of bones clanking together as many skeletons crawled up from below the tree. Looking at the color of these bones, one wouldn't be able to tell how long ago they had died. Don't compete with the dead. Even after death, they will forever want to seize this treasure tree. Wuxia cheerfully said before dragging her away. The value of these herbs only rose as they went deeper inside. Many experts and great powers present wanted these medicines. Where are you running to? On top of a mountain, a formidable heavenly king with surging blood energy and an emperor's aura was chasing a king medicine root. That heavenly king comes from the Zhan clan. Legend states that after producing an immortal emperor, the clan then lived in seclusion for a very long time. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but say after seeing this chase. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. This heavenly king had clearly brought an emperor's weapon. Although many lusted after this king medicine root, after seeing this heavenly king take action, all the other heavenly sovereigns could only watch on the sidelines no matter how heaven-defying they might be. A heavenly king was terrifying enough, not to mention the fact that he brought along an emperor's weapon. Nobody wanted to offend such an expert. The king medicine being chased after by the heavenly king was a 3 million-year-old violet blood king ginseng. This ginseng root ran for its life at a scary speed while the heavenly king panted as he gave chase. This king ginseng knew that the enemy had an emperor's weapon, a weapon that it couldn't mess with, so it fled at an extreme speed deeper into the wood realm. Buzz! On a different hill, a demonic sacred tree exuded a terrifying divine radiance. Under the demonic sacred tree were several hundred experts that all came from the same sect. They gathered together and tried their best to uproot this sacred tree. Clank! Countless divine lights from this tree combined together to form a monstrous sword formation to cut into the experts of this sect. Seeing that this sacred tree knew how to form a sword array, the sect master exclaimed in horror, "Retreat!" But it was all too late as a rain of blood poured down from the sky. Terrible screams resounded as these several hundred experts were minced by this powerful sword formation. So strong! Lan Yunju became shocked after witnessing the strength of the sacred tree's sword array. She had a keen eyesight capable of seeing through this heaven-defying sword array. Don't be fooled by the wood realm's appearance. Li Qiye smiled and explained, outsiders say that this place is safe, and indeed it is safer than the other places, but the king medicines and sacred trees in this realm should not be easily provoked. Although there are no poisonous creatures or insect kings guarding them, they are plenty powerful by themselves. Lan Yunju also recognized this. The king medicines and sacred trees in the wood realm were different from the divine stones and treasure metals back in the metal realm. The metals and stones didn't have the power to fight back, but these medicine existences were different. They were very powerful, even more so than a heavenly king. At this place, there are king medicines and sacred trees even more powerful than virtuous paragons. One requires luck to be able to see them. Li Qiye reminded Lan Yunju. As they trod deeper inside, even more king medicines and sacred trees showed up as well as holy springs and wells. Later on, there were trees who knew how to fly and walking grasses as well as herbs that knew how to transform. The more she saw, the more speechless Lan Yunju became. Eventually, the two arrived under a cliff with an old well next to it. Li Qiye looked at it and found that there was a moon floating inside. Is this the legendary immortal moon well? Lan Yunju only watched from the distance because there was a person sitting cross-legged above the well, an old man. This old man wore armor with a sword box on his thighs. Although the box was closed, the terrifying sword energy shooting out of it made it clear just how horrifying the sword inside must be. Lan Yunju looked at the old man and felt a chill before asking, "Is he dead?" "Yes. He is this generation's well keeper." Li Qiye happily explained, "It is not difficult to obtain this well, one just has to defeat him." But sometimes, after defeating its keeper, they would no longer be able to leave because they would turn into a corpse and become the next generation's keeper. Seeing this scene made Lan Yunju shudder. A virtuous paragon had inexplicably died here to become its keeper. This place was too bizarre. As they continued to explore deeper and deeper, the thick forests and mountains became more dangerous. The sacred medicines now had fierce beasts and insects guarding them, and even the mountain paths became more arduous. The insects and beasts wouldn't attack someone for no reason, but the dangerous high peaks and hills were unpredictable. One wouldn't be able to discern safe spots from dangerous spots. Ah! Screams sounded out. Lan Yunju noticed a large clan with more than 1,000 experts falling into a deep ravine. However, what took their lives was not the fall but a group of black clouds that descended from the sky like a bunch of devils returning to their ravine nest. In just a moment, more screams resounded from within the ravine. After the black clouds disappeared, Lan Yunju only saw skeletal remains. More than 1,000 experts had all become mere bones. The White River tribe is a great clan from the ghost race. They have more than 10 heavenly sovereigns. She exclaimed after seeing this scene. More than 1,000 experts and 10 heavenly sovereigns had turned into skeletons in just a minute without being able to put up a fight. This matter was way too creepy. However, thanks to Wuxia, he brought her along and dodged all the dangers as if there was a god protecting them. It was as if Wuxia knew this place very well. He knew all of its dangerous locations along with the methods to evade them. Lan Yunzhu followed him and noticed that, at times, he would take the longer path instead of a straight incline towards the deeper parts of the wood realm. Because of his meticulous path, they managed to cleverly avoid many dangers. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask with doubt after seeing this, "Have you been to the prime ominous grave before?" He seemed to have come here before, and his familiarity with the place indicated it hadn't just been once. Wuxia smirked and remarked, "Did your patriarch not leave behind a map? For example, the dangerous spots inside the wood realm?" Lan Yunzhu became quiet after hearing this. It was just like what Wuxia had said. She had never been in a minor sect. She entered the river sect at a young age under Venerable Yang's lead, and her master was the sect master. A genius like her didn't know the struggles of a weak sect. Although this place was full of spirit medicines, Wuxia didn't slow down his pace. He brought Lan Yunzhu deeper into the realm. And he was not the only one who didn't stop. Any cultivator that was a bit stronger or was from a bigger sect wouldn't pause. Although this place had a lot of medicines, they were very ordinary. Anyone with a bit of strength would not waste their time here. Chapter 524, Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals. No. Lan Yunzhu glanced at him and said, "Is there such a thing? I'm afraid it doesn't exist in this world. Even if our patriarch had come to the prime ominous grave, it most likely would have only been once. The patriarch wouldn't have been able to find out the safe and dangerous spots. I'm sorry to say that I came across an old map that had the safe and dangerous spots marked on it." Wuxia smiled and added, "I'll also tell you an exclusive secret." "What is it?" Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask. Wuxia smirked and said, "Gather a lot of antiques, such as old books or maps. Then, your harvest will be completely unexpected. All of my knowledge came from these items." "Bah!" Lan Yunzhu looked at him with one eye and said, "Uncle, I'm not stupid. It is fine if you don't want to say it, but don't try to trick me. The prime ominous grave is one of the 12 burial grounds, so how could the secrets of this place be contained in old books and maps? If that was the case, then there wouldn't be any secrets about the 12 burial grounds." Wuxia only laughed and didn't deny this notion while Lan Yunzhu angrily glared at him. He took her to a grassy field. It was not large, only around 10 acres. There was absolutely nothing here, let alone king medicines and sacred trees. Not even the most ordinary spirit medicines could be found. In the middle of the field was an old stone tablet that had nothing special about its appearance. "Uncle, you took me all this way just for this stone tablet?" Lan Yunzhu looked at him and said, "Don't tell me that there is no secret about this tablet. I won't accept such an answer." Wuxia took her across numerous streams and hills while ignoring many king medicines and sacred trees. This was definitely not because he had too much time on his hands. Wuxia replied with a smile, "You are right, this place is the secret." Wuxia took out the prime ominous key. The key was like the unveiling of a decree as Dao runes began to move with ancient words emerging on its surface. Thunk, thunk, thunk. These old characters carved themselves into the ancient tablet, causing it to become shiny. Lan Yunzhu had seen this before back when Wuxia opened the grave, so after seeing these ancient characters on the tablet, she held her breath in anticipation. Clang! The old tablet shifted itself, revealing a door where it used to be. Wuxia reached out with his hand and said with a smile, "Please enter. You can now see what true king medicines are." Lan Yunzhu didn't know what was beyond the door. She took a deep breath and was ready to accept a pleasant surprise. She entered first while Wuxia followed right behind her. Roll. After they entered, the tablet shifted back to its initial position, and the door disappeared as well. No one else knew that there had been a door here. After going inside, Lan Yunju's jaw dropped as she became astonished at the scene before her eyes. It was too shocking. This place seemed to be a world of its own with plenty of waterfalls and hills. The gentle breeze gave the sensation that it was a paradise. However, this was not the important part. The crux of the matter was that the vegetation here were not ordinary grasses or trees, they were all incredible king medicines and sacred trees. Immortal phoenix grass, galaxy tree, spatial flower, bewildering bamboo, all of these items were written down in the records, but very few people had seen them since the start of time. These immortal grasses and sacred trees were beyond the scope of alchemy. Using these things to refine pills would be wasting the heavens' creations. The immortal phoenix grass was like a phoenix gently flying on a branch as it emitted the cries of a phoenix. Lan Yunju looked at it and murmured, "Legend has it that this grass only shows up where an immortal phoenix made its nest." The galaxy tree gently swayed with the wind and had the appearance of stars descending to this world. The body of the tree was not large, but stars kept descending from it as if it was the sky itself. As for the spatial flower, one of its tiny buds began to bloom. The moment it finished blooming, it was as if 10,000 years had passed, the endless time was flowing inside its petals. Lan Yunju wanted to watch the flower bloom, but Wuxia quickly stopped her. "Don't watch when it is blooming or else you will grow old along with it. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to stop its withering properties." The sacred trees and other immortal grasses here were not simply ingredients, they were extremely terrifying existences. They had the power to cause even virtuous paragons to feel dread. Although all of these kinds of vegetation were before her, even a genius like Lan Yunju wouldn't find picking any of them an easy task. Despite the fact that they had no insect kings or other poisonous creatures protecting them, they themselves had horrifying power no weaker than a virtuous paragon. "Where is this place?" Lan Yunju asked with an emotional tone. Seeing any one of these great treasures outside would already be more difficult than reaching the heavens, but from where Lan Yunju was standing, immortal grasses and sacred trees could be seen as far as her eyes could see. This shocking matter definitely couldn't occur in the outside world. Wuxia smiled and replied, "It is anyone's guess as to where this place really is, but you can call it the Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals." "The Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals," Lan Yunju repeated. This was the only appropriate name for it. How could any other place have so many rare and precious herbs located in one place? This could only happen in the lands of the legendary immortals. This garden before her was probably the alchemy garden of the immortals that fell to the mortal world. Lan Yunju calmed down, then looked at Wuxia to say, "The king medicines growing outside were not the most precious things in the wood realm." "Correct." Wuxia cheerfully smiled, "There is no better place in the wood realm than the Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals." Lan Yunju suddenly recalled something, then she looked at Wuxia and asked, "There are 5 great realms in the prime ominous grave. The wood realm is not the only one with a secret grave. This Lost Alchemy Garden is equivalent to the heavenly cemetery of the earth realm. They are both secret graves, right?" Wuxia smiled and said, "You are not stupid. To be more precise, all 5 realms have their own secret grave." Lan Yunju then murmured in response, "Legends state that immortal Emperor Du once entered the heavenly cemetery and obtained the method for eternal life. This was how future generations got to know about the heavenly cemetery." Wuxia shook his head and said, "The truth is not like that. The key point is that the future generations didn't know about the cemetery because of immortal Emperor Du. You will understand later." Lan Yunju then asked, "The heavenly cemetery is at the earth realm, then we have the alchemy garden at the wood realm. What about the metal realm and the water realm? If all 5 realms have them, then so should these too." Li Qie gestured with his hand and said, "This I do not know. It is not like I know everything. If you keep asking me, then who do I have to ask for an answer? Is that so?" Lan Yunju skeptically looked at Li Qie because she was sure that it was not so simple. In her opinion, Li Qie definitely knew a thing or two. She then had to say, "I got it now. Each secret grave of these realms has to be opened with the prime ominous key. The world does not know that the key doesn't just simply open the grave." Li Qie flicked her forehead and said, "Smart. You are right, only with the prime ominous key would one be able to enter these secret graves. If you have the key, then how come you didn't go to the other ones? Like the ones back in the water and metal realms?" Lan Yunju inquired. People would go absolutely crazy if they knew this secret. These secret graves were unbelievable. This lost alchemy garden was a prime example. Anyone who entered would surely come out as a rich man. Li Qie shook his head with a smile and replied, I don't know where the other secret graves are located." Lan Yunju fiercely glared at him and retorted, "Do you think I'm stupid? You even know about the secret realm, so how do you not know about the secret graves? These secret graves are surely easier to find than the secret realm." Okay. Little girl, you really are not stupid at all." Li Qie smiled, then continued, "There are a lot of rules for these secret graves, and it is not as simple as just going and taking the treasures. The secret graves in the metal and water realms do not necessarily have the things I need. My first rule for this trip is to find the things that I need, the other stuff will be for when I have enough time. Of course, unless a secret among secrets of the graves appears, I wouldn't be able to go to all the secret graves." "What is a secret among secrets of the graves?" Lan Yunju curiously asked. She had never heard of this before, but since it came out from Li Qie's mouth, it would surely not be simple. Lost Alchemy Garden of the Gods. Chapter 525, Ultimate Alchemy Location. Li Qie nonchalantly responded, "You don't need to know this. However, if the secret among secrets appears, then I'll take you to experience it." Having heard that, Lan Yunju didn't ask anything more. She only knew that this secret must be really amazing. "Let us go." Li Qie brought her into the garden. They didn't get too far before a soulgrass jumped out. This soulgrass was like a little coiling dragon. If it wasn't for the dragon's tail being linked to the mud, making it seem like a type of grass, then people would actually think that it was a dragon. Lan Yunju knew her stuff, so she exclaimed, "A silkworm dragon soulgrass. This is already an 8 transformation soulgrass, it's only one step away from becoming a dragon grass." Soulgrass was the essential primary leading ingredient for refining fate pills. Without soulgrass, one wouldn't be able to refine fate pills at all. There were many types of soulgrass, but the silkworm dragon soulgrass was one of the best. It had a very potent medicinal effect, so it was sought after far more than the others. Soulgrass could have 9 transformations and the 9th transformation would be the limit. It was the same for the silkworm dragon soulgrass that had 9 different stages. In the 3 initial stages, it would take on the form of an insect flower, the middle 3 stages were ones where it would be in the form of a soulgrass, the last 3 stages was when it would take on the shape of a dragon grass. Legend states that after reaching the 9th transformation, it would completely metamorphose into a real little dragon. Li Qie reached down and plucked the soulgrass. It was unwilling, but Li Qie's hand covered everything so it had no chance to escape. Outside of the grave, this soulgrass was considered priceless as it only grew in the most dangerous of locations and was protected by poisonous creatures. However, in this lost garden, this type of soulgrass was only a common spirit medicine. Li Qie put it away and told Lan Yunju, "Remember, there are 3 rules in this lost garden. First, one can only pick ordinary spirit medicines." "What does ordinary spirit medicines entail?" Lan Yunju asked. Li Qie replied with a smile, ordinary means little king medicines, basically ones that are 3 million years old or younger, or ones that have 9 or fewer transformations. Could there be a soul grass with 10 transformations? Lan Yunzhu found the answer puzzling. This was impossible since the world knew that 9 transformations was the limit for soul grass. To this, Li Qie only smiled and continued on. Second, emperor medicines, immortal medicines, and true immortal medicines as well as divine trees that are at least 5 million years old can only be plucked if they are willing. If they agree to go with you, then you can take them. However, if you forcefully do so, then prepare to face the punishment. How are the emperor medicines, immortal medicines, and true immortal medicines classified? Lan Yunzhu asked in confusion. Li Qie shook his head and grinned. The truth is that there is no real standard. Some people consider king medicines with 3 million years of age as emperor medicines, but this is the classification used by the weaker alchemists. Once an alchemist reaches a certain level, they will be able to interact with king medicines that belong in the legends, so the majority of these alchemists consider the ones that are at least 5 million years old as emperor medicine. As for rarer spirit medicines, such as the immortal phoenix grass, they call them immortal medicines. What about true immortal medicines then? Lan Yunzhu asked, how could medicine be fake and real? Li Qie responded, true immortal medicines are divided into several levels. A spirit medicine like the immortal phoenix grass is indeed very rare, but it is not a real immortal grass. Real immortal grasses come from a very ancient era and were cultivated by immortals. Some people even say that true immortal medicines hide the true secret to immortality. Do they really exist in this world? Lan Yunzhu asked, a true immortal medicine capable of granting eternal life. Li Qie didn't answer her question since he was digging up a 2-million-year-old silver maple grass. It was a type of supporting ingredient for longevity medicines. A 2-million-year-old spirit medicine like this was very rare and absolutely priceless. The third rule is that one cannot be too greedy. At this place, you can pick any ordinary spirit medicines without any danger. However, if you are too greedy and pluck too many, then the alchemy garden will sanction you. If there are 3, then take 2 and leave 1 behind. You should consider this as the maximum. This is already pushing it to the limit. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but smile at this point. In this place, little king medicines and king medicines were only called ordinary spirit medicines. These were priceless items that could start countless conflicts. However, she then remembered that Li Qie was cautious about this threat from the garden, so she curiously asked, what will happen if you are sanctioned by the garden? Very simple. Li Qie answered with a grin, if you are not an immortal emperor, then don't even think about leaving alive. Lan Yunzhu immediately lost her colors. Immortal grasses were already so heaven-defying that even heavenly kings wouldn't mess with them. And yet, being sanctioned by the alchemy garden was even worse, according to Li Qie. One that wasn't at the emperor level wouldn't be able to dream about these immortal grasses unless they were willing to go with you. Don't stand there in a daze. First come first serve, I'm not going to give you any. Li Qie casually dug up another 9 transformations jade blood bamboo. Lan Yunzhu regained her wits and yelled, Uncle, you are bullying this girl. You already started digging before me without saying anything. She let go of all her feminine manners and screamed while rushing to dig out medicines with Li Qie. Li Qie only smiled and let her have a king medicine root. She had quite a great harvest while digging with Li Qie. The more she dug, the more speechless she became. Here, king medicines were not any different from radishes, one could easily pluck them since they were everywhere. She was not an alchemist, so her digging skills were much worse than Li Qie's. If it wasn't for him taking it easy on purpose, she wouldn't be able to win anything in front of him. Although the amount she gathered was far less than that of Li Qie, she was already very satisfied. Think about it, a heavenly king from the Zhan clan chased with an emperor's weapon while panting and sweating for 10,000 miles just for 1 king medicine. In the end, no one even knew if he caught it or not. However, Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu were digging up king medicines as if they were radishes in such a simple manner. This was such a joyous occasion. After digging and moving for a long time, Li Qie finally looked ahead and said with a smile, "We are finally here." Lan Yunzhu was taken aback. She now understood that digging up king medicines wasn't Li Qie's goal, it was just a convenient venture. If this wasn't his goal, then what was attracting his attention? She stood up after digging out another king medicine, but she was startled after she saw the scene before her. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Before them was a medicine field with a blue radiance like a jade with blue smoke. However, a more careful look would show that it was not smoke and instead was an extremely refined and precious worldly energy. Immortal medicines and divine trees were growing in this medicine field. Each of them spewed out mists while absorbing worldly energy just like a real living being. The two of them were about to step inside, but they had to stop due to a dragon's roar as a dragon landed in front of them. It was not huge, but it emitted a draconic aura and roared before Li Qie as if it was warning them not to step into this place. "Hold on, hold on." Despite being roared at by the dragon, Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, "This is not how you treat a guest. This is not a place for you to visit. It's not a place meant for little existences like you." A voice appeared from an old tree. This tree had the face of an old man. Any coward would have a heart attack after seeing this existence. "Of course I have my reasons for coming here," Li Qie replied in a laid-back manner. "What are these things?" Lan Yunzhu whispered and asked Li Qie after seeing how this dragon seemed as if it was about to attack them. Li Qie smiled and gently touched the dragon flying before him and replied, "This is a 10-transformation silkworm dragon soulgrass. That tree over there is an 8-million-year-old soldier tree. That over there is a reincarnation heavenly soul vine." Li Qie continued to call out the names of these immortal vegetation that sucked in the mists with a leisurely expression. A few needed no introduction from Li Qie since Lan Yunzhu could tell what they were with a more careful glance. "Is that a 7-million-year-old violet blood king ginseng?" "No, my name is Ginseng Ancestor." The ginseng that was emitting a violet light faintly spoke. A ginseng that knew how to talk was quite scary. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but take a calming breath. An ancestor ginseng such as this was the finest ingredient to prolong one's lifespan. Even an immortal emperor would need this. If an immortal emperor came here, he would forcefully take it away even if he had to suffer the sanctioning of the garden. "This is our territory." The soldier tree warned Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu, "Leave now. We don't care what you do in the other parts of the garden, but you can't enter here. Whether I can come or not, you guys do not have the final say." Li Qie narrowed his eyes and said, "The truth is that you guys are not the real masters of this place, correct? I am a peace-loving person and I don't want to fight. I do have this thing, so maybe I can borrow a medicine field?" Chapter 526, Cultivating in the Alchemy Garden. After saying this, Li Qie took out the prime ominous key and slowly unfurled it. At this time, the key was just like the royal decree of an emperor. Both the soldier tree and the silkworm dragon soulgrass and even the ginseng ancestor became silent. They all looked at the key in Li Qie's hand. Eventually, the soldier tree scowled and didn't give his opinion. Without a doubt, these trees allowed for Li Qie to use the medicine field in front of them. Li Qie then smiled and said, "My thanks. I will only cultivate here, so you guys don't need to worry about me. Do as you please." With that, he sat down in a meditative pose and took out his myriad heavenly cauldron. Buzz! After it was taken out, the cauldron turned into a giant frog and spewed out powerful flames like a wolf staring at lambs. It looked at the ginseng ancestor, then at the dragon soulgrass, and it didn't leave out the reincarnation vine. It looked as if it wanted to eat all of these immortal vegetations. The myriad heavenly cauldron. These grasses and trees all exuded sky-pillaring auras. They were ready for battle. They had no love for the myriad heavenly cauldron. The reason was very simple: the cauldron had eaten many immortal grasses and spirit medicines. There was even a time when it devoured king medicines like veggies. Of course, an existence who had eaten so many spirit medicines like the cauldron would be hated by the group. Wuxia stopped the cauldron from provoking the immortal vegetations and said, "Hey now, stop, we all need to live together peacefully." He added with a smile, "We are only here for cultivation, not to eat immortal medicines." He stroked the cauldron and persuaded, "You have eaten too many spirit medicines, so there is no need for more. The thing you need to do now is to refine all the essence in your body so that they can harmonize to turn your medicinal trove into the best trove possible. Otherwise, it would only be a waste if you eat even more." Since an archaic age, the myriad heavenly cauldron had devoured countless mixes of herbs. Although it had an amazing medicinal trove, the essence of these different herbs couldn't completely fuse together, and its power did not reach the level of an immortal medicine or true immortal medicine. Wuxia continued to stroke and speak to the cauldron. "This medicinal field has been blessed by the heavens, so this is a very rare opportunity. Cultivate here to refine and melt all of the different kinds of essence within you." Eventually, the myriad heavenly cauldron obediently turned into a regular cauldron next to Wuxia and obeyed his command. The group of immortal vegetations angrily scowled, then left the field. To them, the cauldron was an unforgivable enemy. Because of its presence, they didn't want to linger around any longer, so they temporarily gave way for Wuxia. Wuxia then sat down and told Lan Yunzhu, "You should also sit down and cultivate. This field is unique in this world and it is hard to see it again. Use this chance to strengthen your true fate and Tao foundation. It will definitely be beneficial for you. However, if you don't want to, you can go take a look around." With that, Wuxia closed his eyes and opened his fate palaces. With a deafening blast, all of his palaces opened with his true fate along with a Tao foundation that looked like a galaxy. After a long roar, the foundation then turned into a primordial kunpeng that shrouded the sky. Boom! His palaces then turned into a kingdom as the Terra's root instantly dug into the medicinal field. It quickly sucked up the extremely refined worldly essence from the field, so the kingdom inside the Fate Palaces was quickly filled with this new source of energy. Boom! Another explosion occurred. The Kunpeng turned back into a galaxy and surrounded the true fate that went on top of the Tao Foundation. At this time, the 10-Palace Kingdom gave all of its energy to the true fate and Tao Foundation. More rumbling blasts resounded. His life will took action. Its rolling blood energy flowed into the Tao Foundation like a long river flowing into the sea. The revolving crescent sun law crazily sucked in worldly energy. Like a devil, it crushed Wuxia's blood energy, then the worldly energy, and fused the two of them together before sending the newly formed energy back into his foundation and true fate. In just a minute, Wuxia's true fate emitted a blinding brilliance. Wuxia had been refined by the worldly prime liquid, so his body, Tao Foundation, and true fate could be said to be perfect. This time, Wuxia wanted to use this medicinal field to temper them once more. Because he had opened 10 palaces, he needed an even better condition to refine his Tao Foundation and true fate. Only this type of training would allow his potential to become limitless and gain the opportunity to open the 11th, 12th, and even the 13th palace from the legends. Rumble. Meanwhile, the cauldron sucked in an endless amount of refined essence while its treasure trove appeared. It was as vast as a sea with dense medicinal essences. Lan Yunzhu was shocked to see such a scene and wondered just how many immortal herbs this cauldron had devoured to have such a treasure medicinal trove. Wuxia then roared again as his foundation turned into the primordial Kunpeng. The creature flew into the sea of medicinal essence and immediately turned into a gigantic incubator, allowing Wuxia's Tao Foundation to wildly refine the myriad heavenly cauldron's medicinal trove. The true fate channeled the worldly energy and blood energy to harmonize the essences. In just a second, newly refined sources of energy filled the cauldron and strengthened it repeatedly. Universal laws smoothly poured down onto Li Qiya's body like a waterfall, tempering both his body and the myriad heavenly cauldron. At this point, the cauldron and himself reached a new level of synchronization as Li Qiya borrowed the cauldron's medicinal trove to strengthen both of them in a complementary manner. Lan Yunzhu also followed suit after seeing Li Qiya meditate. She opened her fate palaces and borrowed the worldly essence in this medicine field to refine her true fate and Tao foundation. A green smoke filled the garden as pure energy drifted everywhere. This place was not a simple medicine field, it was also a supreme land. This was why amazing existences like the silkworm dragon soulgrass and the ginseng ancestor were absorbing energy at this place. The worldly energy continuously moved as Lan Yunzhu's Tao foundation turned into an eternal river with non-stop changes. She had dual saint talents with her saint fate and saint wheel. It could be said that her talents were excellent, so her worldly energy absorption speed was very fast. Her true fate became blindingly radiant with universal chains hovering around it. At this minute, it was as if the heavenly Tao had become closer to her. A long time later, she withdrew her law and slowly opened her eyes. She felt her true fate had reached a new level after being refined by the worldly energy. Due to her saint talents, both her true fate and Tao foundation were already extremely perfect, but now, they had reached a new sublime level. As she looked around, she felt an endless power as if this was the right path of the Tao. As this force pervaded the area, it was as if all of the energy in all the 9 worlds was being gathered at this place. She turned around and noticed that this endless power was coming from Li Qiya's body. He was no longer using the pure worldly energy to refine his Tao foundation since the process had already been completed. The tempering of the cauldron was also finished, so he had put it away as well. He then sat in the medicine field with a solemn expression. The palaces floated above his head and turned into both the Tao and a kingdom. 11 Fate Palaces. Lan Yunzhu exclaimed in shock after seeing the palaces above his head. Before this, Li Qiya had 9 stars and 10 palaces, this was already shocking enough. 9 deserves utmost veneration, 10 embodies extreme perfection. A person with 10 palaces was already considered a heaven-defying genius with the fate of becoming a supreme existence. However, Li Qiya had 11 palaces at this moment. During the refinement of his Tao foundation and true fate, he had opened a new palace. 11 palaces. A miracle across the eons. Although 11 was only one more than 10, this was not an insignificant number. Even the most brilliant genius that was meant for greatness would find it nearly impossible to open another after having 10 palaces. This was why 11 palaces was also called a miracle across the eons. Those who had opened 11 palaces could be counted on one's fingers, and some speculated that there were no more than 3 in total. Crack. However, while Lan Yunzhu was astonished at the sight of 11 palaces, the meridian in Li Qiya's forehead suddenly made a sound. It was as if something else was digging inside and was about to burst out. Lan Yunzhu immediately knew what was going on and uttered in horror, the opening of the 12th palace. She lost herself in fear. 12 palaces. How terrifying was this? There existed a phrase in the cultivation world, 11 is a miracle across the eons, 12 decides the position of the immortal emperor. In other words, one with 11 palaces would be a timeless miracle, but one with 12 meant that, who could be the immortal emperor during that generation if not they? Since time immemorial, no one had heard of someone successfully opening 12 palaces. Chapter 527. Cultivation. The formation of 12 palaces meant that the person would arrogantly sweep over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dizwa, who was this? Tian Luanhui, so what? Even if Tian Luanhui was actually a reincarnation of an immortal emperor, he still wouldn't be able to stop Li Qiya's ascension to the imperial throne. The absent-minded Lan Yunzhu could only force a wry laugh. A genius like her was nothing compared to someone like Wuxia. In someone else's eyes, having dual saint talents was an unreachable apex, a reason for pride, but she had no choice but to be convinced before Wuxia's aptitude. It was no exaggeration that even someone with tri-saint talents would not be comparable to Wuxia. Once Wuxia has 12 palaces, his talents, body, and bones would just be fleeting clouds in the sky, no longer relevant. There was no need to mention other prodigies. The 12 palaces alone would render anyone breathless. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom, and 12 palaces to form the heavens. Once he has 12 palaces, he will be the heavens itself, which existence was greater than the heavens? Perhaps only the high heavens beyond the 9 firmaments. The 1,000-carp river had managed to chase the diamond carp all the way to its nest. Its elders were the first to seize the nest, and they obtained many divine items and immortal treasures, including numerous amazing metals and aquas. Such a great harvest further reinforced the sect's strength. By the time many other great powers ran to the water realm after hearing this news, the digging operation at the diamond carp's nest had already come to an end. The river sect obtained the majority of the treasures there. Such a rich harvest left many reddened with greed. A few great powers and experts wanted to sneak an attack for the treasures, but an emperor's lineage could not so easily be provoked. The high elders of the river sect killed 3 heavenly kings and beat all the robbers into submission. Afterward, no one else dared to try again. The 1,000-carp river's power was not just in name. Many great powers realized that, in order to fight the river sect, at least 2 emperors' lineages must cooperate or else there would be no chance. Multiple great powers working together would still be slaughtered. The luck of the river sect caused many people to drool in both greed and envy. A bunch of cultivators in the water realm were full of regrets, and one of them said, "A's, should have just followed the river sect to the end. I gave up halfway, so I lost this great opportunity." In the beginning, many cultivators chased the diamond carp for a very long time just like the river sect. However, after a while, group after group began to give up because they felt that wasting time chasing the diamond carp was not worth it. Who would expect that the river sect actually reached its nest and obtained such an envious fortune? However, fortunately for the ghost race, the river sect was not the only group with good fortune. Otherwise, they would have been beating their chests in anger. Another piece of news of someone having great luck began to spread. Tian Luanhui, the descendant of the Aulira's ancient kingdom, had entered the fire god's palace. The ghost race was the most excited after hearing this. They quickly went around asking for more information. What is the fire god's palace? This was a reason for celebration since Tian Luanhui, one of the 3 heroes, had obtained a great fortune. Before this, the river sect's great harvest had left the ghost race dejected and envious, but now, someone in the ghost race had also obtained a great fortune and gained the ghost race some pride. The fire god's palace, after hearing this, an undying from an emperor's lineage emotionally exclaimed, "Legend states that this is the biggest and most desired fortune in the fire realm." Some say that a grand completion immortal physique from the myriad bones throne wanted to enter this palace when he was here at the fire realm at a young age, but alas, he was unsuccessful. Who would have thought that Tian Luanhui would get such a great opportunity like this? Chapter 528, 12 Fate Palaces, Amazing. Entering the fire god's palace will surely grant him a great fortune. After hearing this, many people became very envious. Although the Aulira's ancient kingdom did not necessarily require a heaven-defying treasure, obtaining a great fortune inside the prime ominous grave was a matter of pride. Since the start of time, anyone who obtained great fortunes in this grave would eventually become an invincible existence capable of threatening the 9 worlds. Even if they couldn't become an immortal emperor, they would still become a paragon of a world. While everyone was still extremely jealous of Tian Luanhui's luck, a shocking piece of news also came out from the Earth realm. Dizhua is mounting an offensive on the heavenly cemetery. After hearing this, great characters from all the tribes greatly changed their expressions as they exclaimed, attacking the heavenly cemetery. How bold! Another whispered, legend states that the heavenly cemetery is the end point of the prime ominous grave, and very few have been able to enter since time immemorial. Dizwo indeed has the style of a young immortal emperor, now that he wants to attack the cemetery. Even an ancestor from a great power emotionally added, the myriad bones throne trained such an amazing descendant. This courage and decisiveness when deciding to attack the heavenly cemetery. It wouldn't be strange if he becomes the immortal emperor in the future. Many were saddened after hearing this, especially the younger generation. Dizwo was already famous enough, but today, many became shocked when he chose to attack the heavenly cemetery. Geniuses didn't dare to attack the cemetery, not even imperial descendants like the Titanic Crescent Saint Child or the ghost insect Evil Child who had Emperor's weapons. But now, Dizwo was intending to do so, highlighting his domineering temperament. Sir Dizwo will surely become the immortal emperor of this generation. A ghost excitedly uttered. This battle that Dizwo started caused the ghosts to become very lively. Recently, they had been oppressed, especially when Xiaofan fought evenly against Dizwo. Many of them couldn't accept this result. But now, Dizwo's actions meant that he was confident in himself, further rejuvenating the ghosts' hope that the future emperor would come from their race. Outside of the actions taken by the heaven's proud sons like Tian Luanhui and Dizwo, powerful lineages like the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom attracted attention very easily even with the slightest movement. Recently, news about the Immortal Kingdom began to spread. A cultivator in the Wood Realm sent out this message: the simple precious tree of the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom is going to the deepest parts of the Wood Realm. Many great powers became receptive to this news and, overnight, countless people paid attention to every action of the Immortal Kingdom. An ancestor from a great power tried to analyze the kingdom's goal. What are they trying to find? It seems that they don't care for treasures or divine stones or immortal medicines. However, this doesn't make sense. They even brought along their precious tree, so they had to come to the grave for something. Another sect master who had always paid attention to the Immortal Kingdom murmured, it seems like they are trying to find a certain something, and now they are off to the Wood Realm. Maybe they are trying to search every corner of the prime ominous grave. In fact, as a lineage with two emperors, it would make more sense if they kept to themselves in order to not attract attention. However, the Immortal Kingdom was different, they even brought their simple precious tree. Because of its fanfare, the other emperors' lineages secretly tailed the Immortal Kingdom. All of this could be traced back to Immortal Emperor Du. In a very ancient era, there was a rumor where the grave had the method for everlasting life, but no one had ever seen it before. It was not until Immortal Emperor Du's generation that there was a hint of such a thing. At a young age, he went into the grave, but no one at that time knew if he had obtained the method or not. However, many tales explained that his talents were quite terrible, but he still managed to survive through 5 generations and 5 immortal emperors. Even invincible emperors disappeared, but Immortal Emperor Du lived on just fine. What was even more suspicious was that Immortal Emperor Du didn't seal himself inside a Blood Era stone like the other Undyings. He had always lived normally throughout the generations. After many years and witnessing the change of 5 emperors, he finally embarked on the imperial journey to become an invincible emperor. Because of this, no matter the method, future generations suspected that he had gotten the method for everlasting life during his youth inside the prime ominous grave. Nevertheless, the Immortal Kingdom had always denied this claim, but they couldn't dispel all suspicions. This time, the Immortal Kingdom even brought along their precious tree and didn't care for all the treasures inside the 5 grand realms. Things that others lusted for were ignored by the Immortal Kingdom, making people think that they were searching for something. Their strange behavior resulted in many great powers spying on them. During the spying process, a person had a bold thought: maybe Immortal Emperor Du only got half of the method in the past. Maybe the other half is still inside the prime ominous grave. This is why the immortal kingdom carried along the precious tree this time, to find the other half. This speculation was quite outrageous, but many great powers couldn't stop themselves from thinking about this possibility. This was why even more eyes became fixated on the immortal kingdom. If there really was another half of the everlasting life method, then a terrifying war would erupt. Even monstrous existences like the Throne of Bones and the Allira's ancient kingdom would join in. Not to mention weaker cultivators, even immortal emperors would be tempted by true immortality. Wuxia sat for a very long time in the medicine field before slowly opening his eyes and issuing a roar. After this cry, the 11 fate palaces withdrew. At this time, Lan Yunju was next to him. She cheerfully said, "Congratulations, you have finally opened 11 palaces." Wuxia smiled and responded, "It is a thing of the past now. The 12th palace will be the next challenge." This sentence sounded very arrogant. Everyone assumed that having 12 palaces was an impossibility. Anyone who heard of someone talking about opening the 12th palace would laugh their teeth off and think that that person was either insane or incurably full of themselves. However, Lan Yunju knew that this would not be an issue for Wuxia. She trusted that he would be able to open the 12th. Lan Yunju emotionally spoke. Legend states that no more than 3 people had 11 palaces, this miracle across the eons. 11 opened palaces. Any type of genius would be trivial before this. Wuxia shook his head and smiled, "Here is where you are incorrect. The truth is that, since the start of time, there were at least 5 people who had 11 palaces. The most famous are Immortal Emperor Gu Chun and Immortal Emperor Fei." Lan Yunju was not surprised at all to hear these names, the first Immortal Emperor and the legendary Immortal Emperor Fei. Immortal Emperor Gu Chun came from the charming spirit race and was the first existence to be called Immortal Emperor in the 9 worlds. It could be said that Immortal Emperor Gu Chun created a new age during the Desolate Era and was considered the most powerful existence. Meanwhile, Immortal Emperor Fei created a legend, the Soaring Immortal Sect. Since time immemorial, this sect continued to shine its radiance over the 9 worlds. "Okay, uncle, your arrogance can reach even the sky. 11 palaces may be nothing new to you, but wait until you open the 12th. Then, you can enjoy being called number 1 across the ages." Lan Yunju continued with a smile, "If you open the 12th palace, then you will be the first since time immemorial to achieve 12 palaces." She was happy for him and his achievements. "You are mistaken again. The title of being the first across all ages has already been taken by someone." Wuxia shook his head and continued, "Even if I successfully accomplish this, I wouldn't be the first to have 12. Lan Yunju replied in disbelief, "Who was it?" "Impossible. Someone opening the 12th palace in this world is but a legend that had never been proven before. This is because everyone knows that whoever opens the 12th would become an immortal emperor. However, no one has heard of an immortal emperor with 12 fate palaces." Wuxia slowly uttered a name, Immortal Emperor Xiaofan. Lan Yunju had nothing to say after hearing this name. If there was someone in this world to be the first to obtain 12 palaces, then Lan Yunju wouldn't be able to think of a second person outside of Immortal Emperor Xiaofan. Immortal Emperor Xiaofan, the first emperor of the human race. This name was like a spell that echoed across eternity, illuminating the 9 worlds. Since time immemorial, only Immortal Emperor Xiaofan was fitting of the 2 words, Xiaofan. He was undefeated his whole life and swept through all of his enemies in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was the only emperor who remained unbeaten even till now. Although, after a cultivator becomes an immortal emperor, it would be very difficult for them to lose. Claiming that immortal emperors were invincible was not just mere words, but many immortal emperors did not have smooth sailings at a young age, and there were no emperors who were always victorious during their years of growth. However, throughout the eons, Immortal Emperor Xiaofan alone remained unbeaten throughout his life. When he was young, the emperor powerfully pushed through all of his foes no matter how powerful they were. No one had ever managed to stop his steps. I've decided to have a little fun with this teaser. There will be mid-chapter text in this teaser, so be aware. There will be a fun guessing game too, but please don't spoil if you have already read the raw. Lan Yunzhu spoke with emotion. Legend states that no more than 3 people had 11 palaces, this miracle across the eons. 11 opened palaces. Any type of genius would be trivial before this. Wuxia shook his head and smiled. This is where you are incorrect. The truth is that there were at least 5 people who had 11 palaces since the start of time. The most famous are Immortal Emperor XX and Immortal Emperor XX. Lan Yunzhu said with a smile, if you open the 12th palace, then you will be the first since time immemorial to achieve 12 palaces. She was happy for him with this achievement. You are mistaken again. The title of being the first across all ages has already been taken by someone. Wuxia shook his head and continued, even if I successfully do accomplish this, I wouldn't be the first to have 12. Lan Yunzhu replied in disbelief, who is it? Impossible. Someone opening the 12th palace in this world is but a legend that had never been proven before. This is because everyone knows that whoever opens the 12th would become an immortal emperor. However, no one had heard of an immortal emperor with 12 fate palaces. Wuxia slowly uttered a name, Immortal Emperor Bao. He then pondered for a bit while looking at the small hole. Boom! He opened his palace and a withered trunk that resembled a hand came out. With a whoosh, the dried trunk then took root inside the small hole. Whoosh! A black light suddenly flashed. The dried trunk was taken by Wuxia from the 1,000 Islands. It was dead before he poured in a liquid, and a seed began to bud shortly after. The trunk looked like a spread palm with the middle hollowed like a tree. A black portal then appeared on the tree as universal laws weaved together to form it. This black portal was shiver-inducing since it looked as if it was connected to hell. Is this what you called a secret among secrets of the graves? Lan Yunzhu looked at this scene and suddenly remembered something, prompting her inquiry. Lan Yunzhu was also present when Wuxia got this tree trunk from the 1,000 Islands. At that time, she felt that he was being quite wasteful for cooking a young leaf of the world tree into a liquid to pour on the tree. However, after entering the prime ominous grave and seeing Wuxia using this tree trunk to obtain the defining treasure in the secret realm, Lan Yunzhu realized that he had been planning for a very long time before he entered the prime ominous grave. He was now using it again. She then remembered that Wuxia said that each grave realm had a secret among secrets. She then speculated that this little hole could be the secret among secrets that Wuxia was talking about. You are right about that. Wuxia nodded and revealed, this is indeed a grave secret among secrets. You are very lucky to meet such a big fortune. It is a shame that you couldn't stop the phoenix before it went back, but it is really not your fault. This thing is extremely powerful and stopping it is exceedingly difficult, unless it agrees to give you something or you are powerful enough. That phoenix is the big fortune? Lan Yunzhu emotionally asked. She didn't think that she would meet one. Yes, for you or any other person. If you could have that phoenix, then it would be quite incredible. Wuxia nodded and said, but I am not satisfied with this phoenix since I want to enter the secret grave. This is a rare chance, I didn't expect for the entrance to actually appear. Lan Yunzhu seemed to have guessed a thing or two from Wuxia's words, so she looked at him and asked, has no one entered the secret grave before? Do only these fortunes come out from inside? Perhaps. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said, but if there were to be someone who had entered, then it could only be one person. She then curiously asked, who? Where was this grave secret among secrets? Who had been to one before? She also added, was it Immortal Emperor Du? She mentioned this emperor for a reason, he was the only person since the start of time to be rumored to have obtained the method for everlasting life. No. Li Qiye denied that claim, a person who had never existed or been heard of before. At least, this is what the future generations believe. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ponder this answer. A person who had never existed or had been heard of before? Then who was it? Lan Yunzhu looked at the dry trunk taking root in the hole and asked, "Is this trunk another key? Just like the prime ominous key, is it a key to open the top secret locations of the grave?" No. Li Qiye answered, "It is not a key, but it is 10,000 times more precious than one. It contains an immemorial secret that no one knows about." Lan Yunzhu looked at it and, at this time, no longer underestimated it. Perhaps it was not only the key to the secret graves, maybe it also had some other usages. Li Qiye hugged her waist and said in a serious tone, "Ready? We are about to go in and it might get rocky, be careful." Lan Yunzhu took a deep breath and nodded her head before speaking, "I am ready." She then grabbed his waist as well as Li Qiye shouted, "Open." The place that the dried trunk connected to suddenly created a vortex, and the black portal's black universal laws were all sucked up. Whoosh! In just a moment, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The black portal then sucked in Li Qiye along with Lan Yunzhu, who was hugging him tightly. Once sucked in by the black portal, Lan Yunzhu felt her entire body being torn apart. This portal was different from an ordinary one. Seriously. Another rumble appeared and she felt as if she was being pushed out. Fortunately, Li Qiye was tightly grabbing her so she didn't fall and roll on the ground. Once she opened her eyes, she noticed that they were standing on a high peak that arched through the high sky with circulating primordial energy. A spectator would have the sensation that this mountain was from a scene at the beginning of the world, that this mountain was there at the world's inception. Looking upward, one would find that there was nothing except another high cliff in the sky. There was a giant wooden nest on top of the peak and primordial energy poured down from it like a sea of clouds. Chapter 530, 5 Immortal Phoenix Ginseng. After looking at the nest, Lan Yunzhu suddenly realized that the primordial energy that surrounded the mountain did not originate from the peak itself, but rather the wooden nest. We are finally inside. Li Qiye looked at the gigantic nest and slowly spoke, "Allow me to uncover this mysterious veil." He took a deep breath as the two of them climbed the mountain. It took a while before the two finally made it up to the top. At this second, the two stood by a cliff with primordial air surrounding them. They looked up to see the nest still exuding this energy as dense as a sea of clouds. They found that this wooden nest was gigantic. When standing at the very top and looking down, one would feel that this nest was endless, as if it was its own world and all the mountains and rivers in existence could fit inside. It was built by many extremely tough, blackened, and dried tree branches. Lan Yunzhu felt as if she had seen this type of wood before. After searching her memories, she realized that she really had seen it before, back at the Thousand Islands. Back then, Li Qiye had taken out this type of wood. Of course, it was the ghost's origin ancestral key that Lan Yunzhu was thinking about. Lan Yunzhu struggled to get through the mass of primordial chaos. There, she saw something. "Look, what is that over there?" In the middle of the nest was a wooden pavilion. Because of the primordial energy, even Lan Yunzhu with her heavenly gaze couldn't see the pavilion in its entirety. It was huge and held a touch of majesty. Her gaze could faintly see that there was something inside the pavilion. The primordial chaos around the wooden nest was like powerful waves. If one considered the nest as a primal sea, then below it should be the vortex where this energy was pouring out of. One couldn't tell whether this energy was coming from the bottom of the nest or the wooden pavilion, but one thing was certain, the bottom of the nest must have something amazing or a heaven-shocking secret. See that? The phoenix you met earlier is over there. Li Qiye had his eyes fixated on the wooden nest. He then pointed at the outermost corner. Lan Yunju quickly turned around and saw a little phoenix right outside of the pavilion. It emitted 5 different divine colors that turned into its long tail feathers. It was picking up and dropping branches to fix what seemed to be its nest. "That's the one!" Lan Yunju exclaimed after seeing the phoenix. She had the luck to meet such a great fortune, but she had given it up, so she didn't expect to see it again right now. Lan Yunju asked after seeing the phoenix fixing the wooden nest, "Is this its nest?" "No, this isn't, it is only settling in this place right now. However, it was able to become something this amazing because of it being able to stay at this place." Li Qie looked at the phoenix and added, "Moreover, it isn't a phoenix." "It's not a phoenix?" Lan Yunju asked with surprise. "Then is it the transformation of an immortal medicine?" Li Qie was still gazing at the phoenix as he said, "No, it isn't an immortal medicine either." He shook his head then continued, "It is a true immortal medicine, a real one. Even an immortal emperor might not have the fortune to see one. Of course, they crave for it as well." "What? A true immortal medicine?" Lan Yunju exclaimed in shock. This name was so awe-inducing even an alchemy emperor would be dumbfounded. Any cultivator or alchemist in this world coveted immortal medicines. To them, they were priceless and unique treasures in this world. Immortal emperors needed immortal medicines as well. However, the immortal medicines referred to by these cultivators and alchemists were not real immortal medicines. To them, rare or 5-million-year-old king medicines would be called immortal medicines. Knowledgeable alchemists knew that these things were real immortal medicines, so they called real ones true immortal medicines to distinguish them from the ones more commonly talked about by the rest of the world. There are actually true immortal medicines in this world? Lan Yunju thought to herself. Was the phoenix before her actually one of them? Although ancient sages and remarkable alchemists believed in the existence of true immortal medicines, no one had seen them before. Later on, even alchemists with great achievements began to doubt this notion. They felt like true immortal medicines were only the fantasies of those who walked before them. If they were real, then even immortal emperors would crave for them. They were wonderful panaceas capable of prolonging the life of existences like immortal emperors. Many of the available medicines were useless for emperors, so they needed immortal medicines if they wanted to prolong their lifespan, and true immortal medicines were the best items to do so. Li Qie nodded while staring at the phoenix ahead, saying, "Yes, one of them is before you. Its name is the 5 Immortal Phoenix Ginseng, a very rare true immortal medicine." 5 Immortal Phoenix Ginseng. Lan Yunju looked at it and couldn't see how it resembled a ginseng at all. Li Qie understood what she was thinking and shook his head to say, "Your current cultivation cannot see its true form. Unless you are able to suppress it, it won't take on its true appearance. Is it possible for me to obtain this fortune? Can we catch it?" Lan Yunju asked while looking at the phoenix. She was quite tempted, and this was understandable. A true immortal medicine would cause even an immortal emperor to palpitate, let alone her. "No," Li Qie said with a smile, "unless you were fated for it, it won't follow you. If you have a heaven-defying method, then maybe you would be able to take 1 or 2 ginseng roots from its body, but even this is very difficult. I'll give it a shot." As a heaven's proud daughter, Lan Yunju, of course, had some arrogance in her. She took a deep breath and channeled her blood energy while stepping closer towards the wooden nest. Bang! She only took 1 step inside, but she was suddenly bounced back. The rolling primordial chaos protected the nest. "So strong!" Lan Yunju exclaimed. However, as the descendant of an emperor's lineage, her gaze became serious as she declared, "I don't believe that I can't get past this." She wanted to take out a heaven-defying treasure but was stopped by Li Qie. He shook his head and said, "Don't mess around, this place is not as simple as you think. Li Qie looked at the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng in the shape of a phoenix and shouted, "How about we make a deal?" The ginseng coldly glanced at him before ignoring him. It went on with its business of gathering wooden branches while carrying an extremely arrogant posture. It really is arrogant. Lan Yunzhu wanted to laugh after seeing the phoenix's attitude. The phoenix had looked at Li Qie as if it was a high above existence looking down at an ant. A true immortal medicine is indeed powerful. Li Qie smiled and said, "However, it shouldn't have provoked me." With that, he took out a treasure. Boom! The Tetrawar bronze chariot appeared before Li Qie, then he told Lan Yunzhu, "Get on. We will enter from the edge of the nest. If it doesn't agree to the transaction, then I will teach it a lesson so that it will know who it is dealing with." Lan Yunzhu sympathized with the phoenix. It had provoked someone it shouldn't have. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 divine beasts on the chariot activated. The true dragon, divine phoenix, Qilin, and white tiger stood by Li Qie's side as the chariot powerfully pushed away the primordial chaos. Li Qie quickly rode on this chaotic energy towards the edge of the nest and, in just a second, the chariot had reached the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng's place. At this point, the phoenix unleashed a roar capable of tearing apart the 9 heavens. This loud thunder-like roar was accompanied by an alarming force. However, Li Qie sat on the chariot with the 4 divine beasts accompanying him, so he was unperturbed. He looked at the phoenix and slowly uttered, "I will use 1 drop of myriad star water to trade for 5 of your old ginseng roots." He then carefully took out a drop of star water. At this moment, he had a very little amount remaining, so he greatly treasured them and wouldn't use this water unless he had no other choice. However, trading 1 drop of star water for 5 old ginseng roots from this phoenix was a great deal. The eyes of the ginseng in the form of a phoenix lit up after seeing the star water drop. It sent out its divine intent to speak, 1 bottle of myriad star water to trade for 5 old roots. Li Qie shook his head in response, "You know that is impossible. If I had a bottle of star water, then I could trade for a complete true immortal medicine. This encounter was guided by fate and is a big opportunity. 1 drop of star water is enough." However, the phoenix sat there without moving and didn't bother to look at Li Qie. This was also understandable since 1 drop of star water was not worth 5 of its old roots. In fact, 1 drop of star water for 1 old ginseng root was already a terrible deal. If Li Qie used 1 drop to trade for a young root, then the phoenix would definitely agree. 1 for 5 old roots? Forget it. The phoenix would not take part in such a horrible transaction. Chapter 531, Threat. Li Qie still didn't lose his temper even after seeing the phoenix's arrogant stance. He calmly smiled and said, "I already showed my goodwill by offering to exchange 1 star water drop with you. At the very least, I'm being a nice and peaceful person. I didn't wish to force this transaction, so refusing to trade with me is making it very difficult." The moment Li Qie finished his words, a deafening explosion resounded. Boom! The 5 immortal phoenix ginseng immediately got up and exuded its blinding 5 divine lights. At this time, it was no longer in the form of a phoenix, it revealed its true form, an extremely gigantic king ginseng. The giant leaves on its body took the form of a phoenix and its roots were big with little thin and long branches. The moment it revealed its true body, it no longer hid its amazing power. With its 5 divine lights, it was like a god standing before Li Qie. Thump thump. Lan Yunzhu, who was standing by the edge, took in a cold breath and was forced back by the invincible and divine aura of the ginseng. The ginseng stood there like a true god, instilling fear and awe into all spectators. Its strength could cause even ordinary virtuous paragons to be frightened. Meanwhile, the dragon roared and a phoenix cried out as they began to dance in the air. The 4 divine beasts with an incomparable posture began to circle around Li Qie. The 4 bronze stallions also neighed, then leaped up high, creating beams of lights like a rainbow. These unparalleled stallions had awakened at last. With its invincible momentum, the chariot blocked the invincible aura coming from the ginseng, so Wuxia was unaffected by this presence. Wuxia simply smiled at the ginseng that revealed its true form. Despite its formidable might, Wuxia was still standing leisurely on his chariot as if nothing was happening. What a pity, you have taken the wrong move and won't even get the drop of star water. Wuxia nonchalantly declared, "Are you aware of this? In an ancient era, a person once captured a true immortal medicine root and made tea out of it. You are very strong, but not strong to the point of being invincible. I'm standing here right now with at least 5 different methods to kill you in a single breath. However, I love peace and do not want to waste a heaven's creation." Snap! Wuxia suddenly had a small coffin in his hand. With a cracking sound, the coffin that was initially the size of a palm suddenly became a regular-sized coffin. Wuxia then held the coffin and slowly said, "Killing a true immortal medicine is indeed wasteful and an abhorrent act, right? Then we'll play a different type of game. Do you believe that I will open this coffin or not? I trust that you know a thing or two about its origin." The ginseng retreated after seeing Wuxia holding the coffin. It seemed that it was very wary of the coffin in Wuxia's hand. Lan Yunzhu was startled and didn't expect that this coffin would cause the ginseng to be afraid like this. This coffin was the little coffin Wuxia traded with Qin Guangwang, and now it had taken on a bigger form. "Are you threatening me?" The ginseng didn't open its mouth. Instead, it sent its divine intent forward. Wuxia smiled and said while carrying the coffin, "You are right, I am threatening you. Do you want to try me? I trust that I can open a little gap without any difficulty. Although once this coffin is opened, it might be a bit troublesome for me, you will become very pitiful. What do you think is your chance of escaping? I do think that if you can't get away, then your fate shall be quite miserable. Believe me, this won't be a pretty ending." The ginseng stared intensely at Wuxia. If it had a face, its expression would definitely be one of ugly anger. "I have 5 different ways to kill you, but they are quite complicated and I also don't want to do so, so let us be straight with each other. I am threatening you with 2 choices, you can refuse my request or agree with my demand." Wuxia cheerfully declared. Lan Yunzhu didn't know what to say while standing at the edge. Now she understood that Wuxia was a hoodlum with the blood of a robber. It was a tragedy for anyone who messed with him. "What do you want?" The ginseng asked with its divine intent. A true immortal medicine was a very powerful existence, but today, it was being blackmailed by an insignificant human cultivator. The worst part was that it had no choice but to acquiesce. Lan Yunzhu was astonished. She didn't think that the ginseng would actually accept Wuxia's demand. She was quite curious about just what was inside the coffin that could cause the ginseng to feel so apprehensive. Wuxia was not surprised with this result at all. He smirked and replied, "If I tell you to follow me, then you surely won't agree. I am not such an unreasonable person, I am quite humane. If you happily cooperate with me, then I won't make such an outrageous demand. The same as before, I want 5 old ginseng roots, but 5 from the main branch." Wuxia then pointed at the 5 thickest roots on the ginseng. These huge roots were not like ginseng at all, they were more like lone divine branches. They emitted a dazzling divine light where one sniff of their fragrance would be enough to cause people to flutter. "You!" The 5 immortal phoenix ginseng was furious. Surely it would have a reddened countenance from being crazily angered right now if it had a face. It felt that Wuxia's demand was too much. These were the 5 best and oldest ginseng roots it had. The ginseng wouldn't even accept a drop of myriad star water for just one. Think it over. Do you want me to open the coffin? Or do you want to trade the 5 old ginseng roots for safety? Wuxia deliberately added, of course, there is another option, and that is to try and attack me. However, I wonder if you have the confidence in breaking my defense in just one move or not. It is not that I'm looking down on you, but you alone will absolutely not break my defense. At this moment, the ginseng was gazing at the chariot. Just like Wuxia had said, it had intended to attack Wuxia. However, it wouldn't be able to break through the chariot in just one move, and if it failed to do so, then the result wouldn't be pretty. Wuxia slowly continued, I'm sorry to say that if you can't do it with one move, then I will open the coffin. Even a small gap wouldn't be a good thing for you, as you would then understand what a nightmare truly is. The ginseng was silent while full of regret. If it knew that it was going to be like this, then it should have just made the deal with Wuxia in the beginning. At the very least, it would have gotten a drop of star water. Take it. The ginseng plucked the 5 oldest ginseng roots and threw it over at Wuxia while expressing its endless rage with the tone of its divine intent. The 5 ginseng roots fell into Wuxia's hands like 5 divine branches. King ginsengs of 3 million years of age or even an ancestor ginseng couldn't compare to a single root of these 5. I very much enjoyed our transaction. Wuxia happily smiled and put away the 5 old ginseng roots. Although they were only little roots, they were the oldest from the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng. Their medicinal potency was even more frightening than an entire ancestor ginseng. As an item coveted by even immortal emperors, it was too heaven-defying. The other ginsengs were nothing compared to it. The 5 immortal phoenix ginseng ignored Wuxia. It was quite furious after being blackmailed out of its 5 oldest roots by Wuxia. It then turned back into a phoenix and sat in its nest. Wuxia then rode the chariot back to the edge and handed 1 root to Lan Yunzhu before speaking, For you. For me? Lan Yunzhu was taken by surprise and stood there dumbfounded. This was not an ordinary item, it was the oldest root of a true immortal medicine and an amazing fortune. Even undyings or legendary existences would go crazy for such an item. This 1 root alone would cause a war outside in the 9 worlds, since its worth was no less than an emperor's weapon. For those on the verge of death, it was even more valuable than an immortal emperor true treasure. Take it. Perhaps once you reach the top, you will have a use for it. Maybe it will even save your life one day. Wuxia smiled and said, Remember, do not tell anyone about it, not even your closest friends and family. She took a deep breath and couldn't contain her excited emotions even after having seen countless treasures. After a long time, she solemnly put away the old ginseng root and said, Don't worry, only you, me, and the heaven and earth will know about this. She understood the gravity of this matter. A true immortal medicine could cause all existences in the world to become crazy. For this thing, even parents and children would turn against each other and masters and disciples would massacre their own. Wuxia then shouted at the ginseng in the form of phoenix and said, Okay, because I am kind, I will remind you to leave this place for now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. What are you trying to do? The ginseng asked with its divine intent. I'm about to open the coffin. Wuxia smiled and pointed at the wooden pavilion hiding in the primordial chaos at the middle of the nest. I want to suppress the pavilion since I want the thing inside. Chapter 532, Opening the Coffin. You are insane. After hearing this, the ginseng was scared out of its mind as it jumped and exclaimed, Do you even know what it is? It is not important what it is. What matters is that I want it right now. Wuxia cheerfully said, Which is why I want to suppress the source of the primordial chaos. You won't be able to. The ginseng coldly uttered. What if I open half of the wooden coffin? I don't need to suppress it for too long, just 1 second is enough. Half of the coffin? Are you crazy? Do you think you can survive after that? The ginseng quickly replied. You are wrong. If I really wanted to risk it all, then I would still have a chance of living after opening the entire coffin, let alone half of it. Li Qiye said with a smile. The ginseng noticed that Li Qiye was not joking around, so it flew far away from the wooden nest and watched from the distance. Li Qiye told Lan Yunzhu in a serious tone, "Leave this place and go down the mountain. Don't come close or else nothing will be able to protect you. Be careful." Lan Yunzhu quietly said after seeing Li Qiye's solemn expression. Then, she left without saying anything else. After watching her get to a safe distance, Li Qiye took a deep breath. Boom! 11 fate palaces appeared. At this moment, they turned into a heavenly radiant kingdom full of spirit energy as if it was about to give birth to a deity. The kingdom of these 11 palaces was extremely powerful, just like an ancient country with an accumulated power great enough to suppress everything. He then opened the palace to take out the yin-yang refining immortal mirror. Li Qiye very rarely used this defining treasure of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom. The mirror poured down a yin-yang universal law and turned into 2 yin and yang fish. The 2 immortal fish swam by Li Qiye and used the grand Tao of yin and yang to protect him. This was far from enough. He also held the elusive heavenly vase. This was the treasure that immortal Emperor Qianli left behind for him, something he had been searching for a very long time. Thump, thump, thunk, thunk, thunk. At this point, the clanking sounds of bronze resounded. 5 bronze doors were taken out by Li Qiye. They surrounded him like 5 bronze walls. Heaven's sealing pentagate, another treasure Li Qiye obtained from Qin Guangwang. It is a shame that I am not strong enough, or else the pentagate alone would have sufficed. He said with regret. At this time, he had no choice but to use all of his hidden treasures. After preparing everything, Li Qiye also kept a drop of myriad star water in his mouth without swallowing it. Boom! In just a second, Li Qiye's state reached its extreme. It was as if both of his immortal physiques had reached grand completion. 2 physiques seemed like 2 true gods had attached themselves to Li Qiye's body. He took a deep breath with one hand holding the wooden coffin and the other preparing to open it at any time. Crack! After everything was ready, the middle of Li Qiye's forehead suddenly split apart. At this time, his sea of memories appeared. This was a gigantic galaxy without an end. Gigantic immortal emperors' universal laws began to lock the stars in the sky as if immortal emperors were on the defensive. This was Li Qiye's ultimate defense. After countless blessings from ancient existences and immortal emperors, this was his most fundamental possession. This was his first time using it since it could be said that he was about to risk it all in this venture. This is too unreal. The ginseng flying far away gasped at this scene. Li Qiye had many treasures, and they were all heaven-defying to the point where it completely exceeded the ginseng's imagination. The moment Li Qiye opened his sea of memories, the true immortal medicine in the form of a phoenix lost its mind since it suddenly understood something. At the same time, Lan Yunzhu walked down the mountain and went very far away to look at the giant wooden nest. She wasn't hovering in the sky to watch like the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng. She didn't want to see nor did she dare to watch. She didn't hope that something unfavorable would happen to Li Qiye. She had known him for a while, and this was the first time he had such a solemn expression. It must be a heaven-piercing event for Li Qiye to show such a stoic demeanor. Rumble. At this moment, the heaven and earth was eclipsed and the entire world trembled. It was as if, at this time, immortal emperors were visiting the wooden nest, and it wasn't just 1 or 2. Invincible imperial auras endlessly erupted as if all the emperors came back to life and had descended to this world. The invincible presence suppressed all existences in the world and forced them to prostrate before its might. At this moment, even the most powerful existence would feel the limit of their being, a realization of their own insignificance. This is insane. The phoenix ginseng's heart jumped as it quickly landed on the ground and turned back into its true form, rooting itself in place. Rumble. At this moment it was as if the earth was shattering into pieces. The primordial energy inside the nest shot up for countless miles like a billowing tidal wave ripping apart the firmament in the sky. It was as if this wave wanted to take down the stars. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions continuously rang out. The myriad worlds were in fear under this invincible divine aura. It was as if a battle between gods was taking place inside the wooden nest. True gods had come down to participate, and the immortal emperors had finally arrived. Boom! Finally, with a deafening blast, the endless primordial chaos was split apart like an ocean being torn asunder. This energy then drowned the celestials in the sky while even true gods appeared to be insignificant. Lan Yunzhu could only quiver under the imperial and immortal breath. She also felt that nothing else mattered in this world at this very moment. The phoenix ginseng's expression also greatly changed, if it had one of course. This guy is crazy. He actually dared to open the coffin. The phoenix was horrified. Luckily, it didn't risk it before. If Wuxia actually opened the coffin back then the consequences would have been disastrous. It knew that the guy opening the coffin could suppress the center of the wooden nest for a short moment, but he himself would be wounded. Opening even half of the wooden coffin would be extremely terrifying. Even true gods would retreat before this display. Despite using countless protective treasures and even his most fundamental backup, Wuxia was not so sure of his success. If his defensive methods were even a bit lacking, then he would absolutely die without a grave and turn into smithereens. Some time later, the tranquility returned. Lan Yunzhu stood up as her heart was about to leap out its cage. She shouted, "Uncle!" Then, she immediately rushed to the top of the mountain. She ran as fast as she could. She immediately rushed to Wuxia once she saw him lying next to the edge of the abyss. She was in dismay the moment she clearly saw his situation. He was like a broken vase on the ground as his body was cracked into numerous pieces, creating a miserable scene. He was not only cracked but was also roasted by a fire. His whole body was scorched and completely unrecognizable. It was already a miracle that he was still alive in this state. You. How are you? Lan Yunzhu didn't know where to start. She didn't dare to touch Wuxia lest he shattered into pieces. Her voice was trembling and on the verge of tears. "Don't touch me, I already swallowed some myriad star water," Wuxia weakly uttered with a tone as fragile as gossamer. She calmed down after hearing him speak. At the very least, he was still alive. She didn't dare to touch him, so she quietly stood there, waiting. After a long period of time, Wuxia's body lit up. The wounds fell down like scales, just like a snake shedding its skin. An unknown amount of time passed, and the cracks on his body slowly fused together until there were no more wounds. He eventually stood up but stumbled due to his current feeble state. "How are you now?" Lan Yunzhu quickly helped him up. She was both happy and scared since she had nearly been frightened to tears earlier. "Ha ha ha. I did it." Wuxia loudly laughed. Although he was weakened at this moment, it couldn't stop his excitement as he waved the thing in his hand. At this time, Lan Yunzhu saw the thing Wuxia was tightly gripping. It was a very ancient lamp full of rust, making it seem as if it had been thrown away a very long time ago. This lamp was not eye-catching at all. No one would bother picking it up if they saw it on the streets. However, Lan Yunzhu faintly recalled that when she opened her heavenly gaze to look inside the wooden pavilion, it seemed that there was something like a lamp. Wuxia coughed after his excited shout. Lan Yunzhu quickly rubbed his back and worriedly said, "Watch it, you have only just recovered." Chapter 533, Mysterious Lamp, I Can't Die Just Yet. Wuxia laughed and said, "Even the villainous old heavens wouldn't be able to kill me." Lan Yunzhu helped him sit down while saying, "You are too weak, so you need to rest." Otherwise, it will have a negative consequence. Li Qiye put away the lamp and assumed a meditative pose. He then swallowed another drop of star water to recover. The medicinal effect started to make Li Qiye's body emit a shining light. This light became brighter and brighter until it reached a blinding level as Li Qiye became one with it. Lan Yunzhu carefully watched over him without the slightest bit of inattention. Some time later, the light on his body dispersed. He opened a pair of eyes as bright as starlight. At this time, his usual spirit had returned. Seeing him standing up, Lan Yunzhu quickly came to help and asked with concern, "How are you feeling now?" Li Qiye took in a long breath and looked at Lan Yunzhu before he smilingly answered, "Very good, even the heavens couldn't take my life." Lan Yunzhu didn't know what to say. Just earlier, his entire body had countless cracks. It seemed as if the slightest touch could have shattered his entire being. But now, he was so high-spirited that it made him seem like an unkillable cockroach. Maniac. Even the phoenix ginseng was speechless after using its divine intent to see Li Qiye's spirited attitude. It also felt that Li Qiye's actions were too crazy and domineering. At this time, Li Qiye couldn't help but to take out the lamp from the wooden pavilion for a closer look. After rubbing it a bit, he then murmured, "What a big win this trip was. Even a grave secret among secrets couldn't compare to this thing." To outsiders, a secret among secrets was a true immortal medicine like the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng. This would be more than enough to drive them crazy. However, Li Qiye didn't think so. He understood and viewed the secrets of the prime ominous grave's 5 realms with a different perspective. He knew that there was something else inside these realms. They were not simply treasures, in his opinion. Lan Yunzhu couldn't see what was so amazing about this lamp, so she asked, "What is this thing? Was it worth risking your life for it?" This lamp looked so ordinary. Was it actually worth Li Qiye's risky venture and using everything that he had? "Yes, it's absolutely worth it." Li Qiye happily replied, This thing is beyond your imagination." The phoenix ginseng came back to its nest and looked at the lamp in Li Qiye's hand with its divine intent. It sat up and exclaimed, "Good stuff, good stuff." If it could show expressions, then it would be drooling at this moment. Lan Yunzhu had to take another look at the ginseng. This thing was a true immortal medicine, yet it was praising and sighing at this lamp non-stop. One could even say that it was lusting after it, so this lamp had to be absolutely wonderful. Li Qiye glanced at the phoenix ginseng and lazily raised the lamp before asking with a smirk, "So, it looks like you have always wanted this lamp?" The ginseng looked at it once more. Of course it wanted this lamp, but unfortunately, no matter how powerful it was not able to enter the wooden pavilion. It was not Li Qiye. Li Qiye moved the lamp back and forth and smiled with squinted eyes. "If you come with me as my follower, then I'll let you bask in the glory of this lamp as well." The ginseng angrily scowled after hearing this. It went back to its wooden nest, lying down and pretending to sleep. Li Qiye only shrugged after being rejected. "What a shame." He then added with a smile, "May we meet again later." The phoenix ginseng replied with its cold divine intent, "May we never meet again." The phoenix was especially annoyed with Li Qiye. It was robbed of its 5 oldest ginseng roots. Although they were not its life roots, they were still important. This was a huge loss, and the ginseng would have killed Li Qiye if it wasn't afraid of his treasures. It now felt that it was best to never see Li Qiye again, since seeing him only reminded it of the 5 old ginseng roots, causing its heart to bleed. Li Qiye shrugged again before leaving the wooden nest with Lan Yunzhu. They exited the grave secret among secrets and went back to the lost garden of the immortals. At this time, the soldier tree, the 10 transformation silkworm dragon soulgrass, the reincarnation heavenly soul vine, and a bunch of other immortal level medicines had come back to retake the medicine field. "Why haven't you left yet?" the soldier tree asked after seeing Li Qiye again. They didn't welcome Li Qiye. Until now, only a group of immortal medicines owned this medicine field, so it was understandable why they were all upset when Wuxia came for a share as well. Lan Yunzhu stared at all of these immortal medicines and wished that she could capture them all. They were real immortal medicines, any of them would be enough to drive the world crazy if they went outside. But of course, taking them out was impossible. Not to mention that they themselves were extremely powerful, there was also the sanction of the garden. The only way was for them to be willing to go with her. I came to say goodbye to you guys, and I hope that we may meet again in the future. Wuxia said with a smile. May that day never come. It is more likely that no one will ever be able to enter here for millions of years. Something is strange. The ancestor ginseng that was rooted in the medicine field spoke. This brat is strange, there is a ginseng smell on his body, a special one, a special ginseng smell? In what way? The reincarnation heavenly soul vine asked. Wait. The ancestor ginseng sniffed once more and startlingly exclaimed, this brat got a huge fortune. On his body, is the smell of a true immortal medicine, the smell of the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng in the grave secret. What? Are you serious? Is it really the smell of the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng? The silkworm dragon soulgrass uttered in shock. Even a grass nearing the form of a true dragon couldn't help but stare at Wuxia intensely. You really saw the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng? Did it give you something nice? The soldier tree looked at Wuxia and asked. It's nothing much. I only went in that place and conveniently plucked several old ginseng roots. It was just a little harvest. Wuxia replied with a smirk. He played it down with a nonchalant attitude as if it was no big deal. Brat! How could the phoenix ginseng give you its old roots? The ancestor ginseng was scared out of its mind. Brat, don't brag. Outside of the phoenix ginseng, no one else can enter that place. The soldier tree spoke with severity. Wuxia then took out the lamp and gently stroked it before speaking. What do you guys think about this thing? He put on an innocent and harmless appearance. Lan Yunzhu shivered while looking at Wuxia's expression. Her intuition told her that he was about to do something. All the immortal medicines lost their senses after seeing the lamp in Wuxia's hand. Even the soldier tree who was always the calmest became aghast. After a long time, the shocked soldier tree stuttered, How? How, is this possible? This can't be. How, can you have that thing? It is an item from the legends. Wuxia calmly responded, It's nothing, everything I desire is always within my grasp. The group of immortal medicines became dumbfounded. Others might not know, but they were very aware that the thing in Wuxia's possession was in existence from the legends. After a while, they regained their senses. The ancestor ginseng uprooted and jumped in front of Wuxia. It lifted its head to look at him and said, Take me out of this place, okay? I'll go with you. Lan Yunzhu was astonished at the ancestor ginseng's sudden proposal. An immortal medicine wanted Wuxia to bring it with him. This was too unbelievable. She wanted to tell Wuxia to agree right away. This was an ancestor ginseng root, an immortal medicine in the eyes of alchemy emperors, something that would drive others crazy. Back at the Wood Realm, a heavenly sovereign from the Jin clan used an emperor's weapon just to chase a 3-million-year-old king medicine root around. The ancestor ginseng before them was countless times more valuable than that other root. Wuxia leisurely responded, What do I get for taking you outside? Use you to make chicken soup? Using ginseng to make chicken soup is indeed a bit nutritious, hey. I am an ancestor ginseng. The ginseng jumped up and angrily shouted. Wuxia nodded seriously and said, I know you are an ancestor ginseng, but can you compare to this? Wuxia waved his 5 ginseng roots and said, If I can't cook you, then what is in it for me? Taking an ancestor ginseng around everywhere. If others find out, then I'll lose my life. The ancestor ginseng looked at the 5 old ginseng roots in Li Qiya's hand and became dejected like a deflated ball as it lost all of its confidence. Although it was also called an immortal medicine, that was only to other alchemists. These 5 old roots were from a real true immortal medicine. Thus, the ancestor ginseng quickly said, "All I need is to be near the lamp. If you take me along, every few days, I will give you a ginseng drop. This is my medicinal essence and its effect is no less than a drop of myriad star water." Its glistening eyes aimed to incite some pity from Li Qiya. "I can't die just yet." Li Qiya laughed and said, "Even the villainous old heavens wouldn't be able to." Lan Yunzhu helped him sit down while saying, "You are too weak, so you need to rest. Otherwise, it will have a negative consequence." Li Qiya put away the lamp and assumed a meditative pose. He then swallowed another drop of star water to recover. The medicinal effect started to make Li Qiya's body emit a shining light. This light became brighter and brighter until it reached a blinding level as Li Qiya became one with the light. Chapter 534, Immortal Medicines. Begging to be taken along. Lan Yunzhu couldn't believe her eyes. This was an ancestor ginseng, yet it was now begging for Li Qiya to take it along. Who would believe such a thing? Li Qiya laughed and said, "Look at your appearance." He then shook his head and continued on, "Although I haven't read that many books, I do know that your medicinal juice cannot compare to myriad star water. Also, I still have a bit of star water left." The ancestor ginseng became a little embarrassed and said, He, my ginseng juice is indeed a bit weaker than myriad star water. If you agree to take me along, then when you need it, I'll give you a bit of my ginseng roots. My ginseng roots can definitely save your life. As long as you agree, we'll both take a vow. When you are on the verge of death, I will agree to use my own life essence to save your life, okay? At this point, the ancestor ginseng spoke with a solemn air. To an immortal medicine like itself, its life essence was extremely important. It could be said that it was putting everything on the table with this offer. Lan Yunzhu couldn't stop her astonishment from showing. An ancestor ginseng willingly giving its life essence was much better than capturing one alive than cooking it. Li Qiya looked at the ancestor ginseng and smiled to say, "Very well, then we have a deal. How about using a true fate oath?" The ancestor ginseng and Li Qiya then used their true fates to complete this deal. From now on, it would follow Li Qiya. The silkworm dragon soulgrass ran towards him as well and asked, "Can you bring me along too?" It was a 10 transformation soulgrass loved by even alchemy emperors, but now it was begging Li Qiya with a bashful appearance. Lan Yunzhu didn't know what else to say. The ancestor ginseng begging Li Qiya already left her dumbstruck, but now even the soulgrass wanted to come along. Li Qiya gestured with his hand and acted as if he didn't know what to do. "You should know that I don't want to bring along things without use. Surely you don't want me to use you in pill refinement? What is the point of bringing you everywhere? Because you would also take up a spot to benefit from the lamp." The soulgrass quickly replied, "Bringing me along will be very beneficial for you. My medicinal energy alone can help your cultivation speed since I am the best soulgrass in this world." Lan Yunzhu agreed with these words. The silkworm dragon soulgrass was the main ingredient for fate pills, and a 10 transformation soulgrass was already at the limit. Such an existence might have never been seen before by outsiders. It was definitely beneficial to bring one along since, with its help, one would be able to cultivate as if they had wings. Even a fool would have an immediate benefit. "You are mistaken." Li Qiya shook his head and said, "If I can't use you for pill refinement and can only rely on your energy to strengthen my cultivation, then it would bring me more negatives than benefits. I have the lamp and can turn you into an 11 transformations, or even 12 or 13 transformations soulgrass. More importantly, I personally focus on stability and improving step by step for cultivation. I don't need to soar with a single step. Not to mention, I have absolute confidence with my own cultivation. Even without your help, I can still reach the apex and become the immortal emperor without an issue, don't you think? Li Qiye cheerfully smiled at the soul grass and added, your condition is not enough to tempt me. Lan Yunzhu didn't know what to say. Any outsiders that knew of its existence would treat it like an ancestor. Even if they did not refine it, just worshipping it would provide lifelong benefits due to its energy. Li Qiye was reversing this situation. The soul grass wanted to follow him, but he was unwilling. Lan Yunzhu could only sigh. This was the frustrating difference between people. People prayed for a 9-transformation soul grass to no avail, but Li Qiye was being nonchalant to a 10-transformation soul grass. I have a dragon soul. The soul grass paused for a moment before speaking in a formal manner. Li Qiye looked at it and repeated, dragon soul? He then shook his head and said, don't fool me. Although I haven't read enough books, I still know that it is not time for you to have a dragon soul. You should know that I was born and grew up in this place. After a period of incubation for many long years, I have obtained a dragon soul and am only one step away from reaching 11 transformations. The soulgrass seriously said, if you bring me along, then I will be willing to take on a true fate oath just like you and the ancestor ginseng. When necessary, I will let you use the dragon soul. I will be of many uses in the future. For example, as a lackey, Li Qiye nodded his head and spoke with all seriousness, well, it is a bit luxurious to use an 11-transformation soulgrass as a lackey. Lan Yunzhu could only wryly smile. Did Li Qiye even know what luxurious meant? Lan Yunzhu knew very little about the dragon soul, but seeing the soulgrass' serious demeanor, it must be an extraordinary item. Very well, then we'll seal the pact with our true fates. Li Qiye then said with a smile. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but chuckle after seeing Li Qiye's reluctant expression. If others knew that Li Qiye was being reluctant to sign a pact with a soulgrass nearing 11 transformations, they would all want to commit suicide from sheer outrage. Seeing the ancestor ginseng and the soulgrass taking a true fate oath with Li Qiye, another immortal medicine crawled out of the medicine field and quickly rushed closer to say, can you take me too? The reincarnation heavenly soulvine was afraid of falling behind, so it let go of all reservation and quickly said, me too, I'm absolutely not useless. Me too. Another immortal root hurriedly rushed over as well. Lan Yunzhu became dumbstruck after seeing 3 different immortal medicines running next to Li Qiye and begging for him to take them away. These were immortal medicines and normally, even the greatest characters wouldn't be able to get a single one. Any of these medicines would be considered a defining treasure for ordinary great powers. It was completely unimaginable how all of these immortal medicines were begging for Li Qiye to take them away. Li Qiye smiled and said, slowly, slowly now. Tell me your good points and what I will get from bringing you with me. If you are beneficial, then I will happily sign a pact. Everyone agree? Completely speechless, Lan Yunzhu thought that Li Qiye was treating these immortal medicines like radishes. However, she silently lamented the fact that it was no longer strange for Li Qiye to create miracles. He had the ability and plenty of heaven-defying items. Eventually, these immortal medicines took true fate oaths to seal a deal with Li Qiye. Now, only the soldier tree remained in the medicine field since it was still hesitating. Are you coming? Li Qiye smiled at it and asked. I'll go, I'll go. However, before the soldier tree could respond, a voice came from below the medicine field. A piece of mud jumped up. Lan Yunzhu rolled her eyes at this piece of mud that knew how to speak. What kind of monster was this? Oh. Li Qiye looked at it and inquired, you want to make a deal with me? What kind of advantage and benefits can you bring me? I am a part of the medicine field that had been basked in the worldly essence to eventually form my own conscience. The piece of mud spoke, since you are bringing along several immortal medicines, with me, they will have a place to stay. I will create an amazing medicinal field for you. Although it won't be as great as this one, it will be more than good enough for you to grow any medicine you want. Not bad, makes sense. Li Qiye nodded his head and agreed, really beneficial. I'll take you, then. The piece of mud joyfully signed a contract with Li Qiye. Now, only the soldier tree was left in the field. Are you coming? Li Qiye smiled and said, I'll think about taking you in. However, the soldier tree was still hesitating. The ancestor ginseng then tried to console it. Come, everyone is leaving now. Old soldier, do you still want to stay here? The lamp has already been excavated, so this is the best time for us to leave. The silkworm dragon soulgrass also added, yeah, we'll all leave together. Since we have been living together for so long, it is only natural that we leave together. The soldier tree eventually sighed and said, fine, how bad could it be? What else can I do now? Finally, the soldier tree also signed a pact with Li Qiye. At this moment, the best and highest-ranked immortal medicines in the field had all been taken in by him. The soldier tree, silkworm dragon soulgrass, and ancestor ginseng were the best, but they had been lured by Li Qiye. Come, let us go. The piece of mud then turned into a medicinal field. Although it was a bit lacking compared to this field with its billowing smoke, it was definitely still a good medicinal field. The ancestor ginseng's group then took root in this new field, and Li Qiye opened his fate palace, then placed the field inside. Li Qiye patted his hands afterward while looking at the empty field ahead. Okay, we'll go now. Not a bad trip at all. Li Qiye smiled and told Lan Yunzhu. At this point, Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but smile while shaking her head. It was not just a bad trip, he had such a huge harvest. Even the greatest of fortunes would not be able to match Li Qiye's gains on this trip. All of the good things in this lost garden had been taken by him in one fell swoop. Chapter 535, Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom's quest for treasure. Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu then left the lost garden of the immortals. They intended to leave the wood realm but only made it through several mountain ranges before a series of loud explosions shook the entire realm. What is that? Lan Yunzhu looked over at a certain direction. There was an unbelievable tree that seemed to be covering the entire wood realm. Li Qiye looked at the tree that was growing bigger and bigger to pierce the heavens and narrowed his eyes to say, the simple precious tree. It wants to risk it all? In the beginning, Lan Yunzhu didn't recognize the tree since, right now, it was even bigger than normal. It was as if this tree was unleashing all of its potential to become even stronger. What is it trying to do? Lan Yunzhu asked with surprise. Keep watching. Li Qiye responded with a smile. Lan Yunzhu and Li Qiye then rushed to the area of interest and found that more than thousands of experts were already there. All of them were the strongest masters of the great powers inside the wood realm, and there were even ancestors. All of them watched with a serious expression as the simple precious tree took root on top of a mountain range with its gigantic body as if it was a drill piercing the surface. It seemed to want to penetrate this mountain all the way down to the core. Bang, bang, bang. It attacked with one strike after another, causing the ground to shake and others to worry about whether it would collapse or not. Lan Yunzhu looked at the tree that was trying to reach down to the core and whispered, "What does the immortal kingdom wish to do?" Li Qiye replied, "They are trying to find a certain something, an item that the immortal kingdom had always desired." What is this item that they desire? She then remembered a certain legend had been spreading across the sacred netherworld for a very long time now. This prompted her startling exclamation, could it be the other half of the method for everlasting life? If there really was such a method in this world, then I would definitely be the first one to go and seize it. Li Qiye smiled and continued, it would still be worth it even if I had to kill gods and immortals in the process. Lan Yunju was taken aback for a moment before regaining her senses to ask, "What is it then, if not a method for everlasting life?" In the sacred nether-world, there had always been rumors of the immortal kingdom having one half of a method for eternal life. This is something that immortal Emperor Du had wanted for a very long time now. Li Qia answered, "I have to start from the beginning. In the past, the emperor obtained something really incredible from the prime ominous grave. Later on, he mulled over it and realized that this thing was not complete. Thus, he wanted to come back to the grave. However, as the emperor, he had lost his chance for another grave opening, so he couldn't complete it. Later on, the immortal kingdom had always been searching for it. Alas, it was to no avail." He smiled at this point and continued, "Before, they were mistaken, but now they became smarter and realized a couple of things." Lan Yunju looked at the tree drilling into the mountain and asked, "Can the tree find it?" Li Qia nodded and said, "They had searched all 5 realms and now they have gotten to the right spot in this wood realm." He then gazed over at the gigantic tree and said, "If the tree can break through the last fortified rock barrier of this vein, then it can take root in the deepest part of the earth. Without any unforeseeable circumstances, the immortal kingdom will be successful. The heavens did not let down those who tried after generations of searching, they will finally obtain it." Rumble. Explosions emerged one after another as the tree continued to attack the earth while the experts that were watching all held their breaths in anticipation. They understood that the immortal kingdom was looking for something incredible underground, so some of them had devious thoughts. Boom! After another deafening blast, the earth was penetrated with a trembling blow. Dense worldly energy rushed out from the ground like a waterfall. Did they do it? A group recognized something as they suggestively glanced at each other. Roar! At this time, while people were still lost in speculation, the roars of phoenixes and dragons appeared. The surging worldly energy from the ground had faint images of true dragons and immortal phoenixes. Although they were not the real deal, they did exude the divine aura of these mythical beasts. And at the same time, a golden light shot up as if countless specks of golden sand were spewing up high, painting the sky yellow. An immortal item is coming into being. Someone shouted after seeing this scene unravel. In this split second, several hundred shadowy figures rushed towards the penetrated earth with lightning speed. They were all great characters from sects and countries and took advantage of the tree breaking through the ground to steal this treasure then flee. Whoosh! However, before they could make it to the gigantic crater, the simple precious tree swung its branches that resembled divine rods at a swifter speed than them. Ah! Shrill screams emanated as blood spurted everywhere. The sudden onslaught from the tree took these experts by surprise as they couldn't evade the attack. Whoosh! Space suddenly fluctuated while these experts were being attacked. A shadow as fast as a flood dragon with incomparable speed rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum. The shadow's steps were impeccable as it evaded all the branches from the tree in order to rush underground for the treasure. Feeling this invincible aura, many people became discolored and some even uttered, "A great power's ancestor." The eruption of this invincible aura made people realize that even an old undying from a great power could no longer sit still and personally took action to seize the treasure. However, right when this person was near his goal, another blast resounded. A huge hand came down from the simple precious tree. This palm sealed the heaven and earth as a terrifying emperor's talisman came from it to stop everything within its grasp. Boom! The shadow that was rushing down the hole became aghast. It quickly raised its hands to block the gigantic palm. In just a flash, the world collapsed with ear-splitting blasts. The shadow was blown away as his blood spewed out like a rainbow. This shadow lost in just one move and slammed into a mountain, causing it to shatter. Because of the heavy injury, this person gave up on the treasure and quickly fled the scene. Meanwhile, the owner of the gigantic palm on top of the simple precious tree ignored the escapee and withdrew their hand as the tree infiltrated the earth. The immortal kingdom also has an ancestor with them. Although the crowd couldn't see the person on top of the tree, they quivered after feeling the presence of that hand. Earlier, a great power's ancestor couldn't even withstand one blow and had to escape in defeat, so everyone realized that an ancestor from the immortal kingdom had come into being and personally came. Thinking about a lineage at the level of the immortal kingdom left everyone shivering. Although no one knew why its ancestor personally came, it was a sect with 2 emperors. Its ancestor must be a terrifying existence much greater than ordinary ancestors from the great powers. The kingdom's ancestor was surely a legendary master or an eternal existence. The golden light became brighter and brighter as everyone just stared at the tree proceeding downward. No one dared to try anything sneaky at this moment, no one even went closer to watch. With the immortal kingdom's ancestor present, everyone felt a chill. Even experts from the other emperors' lineages didn't dare to make a sound. They are all scared now. Wuxia laughed at this spectacle. With an ancestor presiding over this excavation, it would be useless for anyone else to make a move unless a lineage like the Allira's ancient kingdom or Myriad Bones throne shreds all pretense of cordiality to start a war with the immortal kingdom. Lan Yunzhu agreed as well. Any great power would have to think it over carefully when there was an ancestor from the immortal kingdom at this place. Even emperors' lineages would not carelessly start a conflict with the kingdom. Wuxia smiled and shook his head to say, "Come, the show is over." Then, the 2 of them left the wood realm for the water realm. Lan Yunzhu wanted to meet up with the river sect's elders, but the moment they arrived at the water realm, a protector from the sect contacted the 2 of them then quickly ran over. Seeing Wuxia and Lan Yunzhu, the protector quickly reported, "Young noble, Yunzhu, the sect master and the elders are no longer in the water realm, they went to the fire realm." To the fire realm? Lan Yunzhu asked, "Sect master found the diamond carp's nest already?" "We didn't only find it," the protector was very excited when this matter was brought up, "we had a great harvest and obtained many treasures. This time, we obtained a great fortune for our river sect. Simple precious tree." Chapter 536, Jadewater Queen. Outside of the many treasures in the nest, did you guys find anything strange in there? Wuxia quickly asked. There was, indeed, something strange. We found this particular place, but the masters and elders couldn't figure out its mysteries. There was surely something strange going on there. The protector answered, but our Thousand Carp River took pretty much all the treasures in the nest, causing many great powers to become riled up, so the higher-ups decided to temporarily avoid any trouble. They went to the fire realm to figure out the situation, but if there is nothing there, then we'll leave the prime ominous grave. The sect master was afraid that you 2 would come to the water realm to find us, so he ordered me to stay behind to inform you. This was a great harvest for the Thousand Carp River, but this also attracted the envy and jealousy of many other great powers, so the sect decided to go to the fire realm to have one last adventure. If they didn't find anything there, then they would just leave the grave since they already had spectacular gains this time. Wuxia then asked the protector once more, what was this place like? The protector answered, it was a very big pond, and very strange looking at that. Walking into the pond would give birth to illusions as if the person had gone to a different location. The sect master said that it might not be an illusion. It was very hard to return after entering. The deeper one goes, the harder it is to come back. The sect master and elders couldn't see through it, so they decided to temporarily leave. Then I'll go take a look. Wuxia stroked his chin while pondering for a bit before making up his mind. The protector quickly advised, I'm afraid that won't be a good idea. There are many people from the great powers there at that place. Even imperial lineages like the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground and the Insect King imperial lineage were present. They felt that we didn't take the most important treasure and that there were more to find in that place. That is the reason why we should go. Wuxia responded with a grin. There was also another strange event. The protector added, "We didn't find the diamond carp. We followed it and took the majority of the treasures, but we didn't see any traces of it at all. After entering the nest, it suddenly disappeared, which is another reason why the great powers thought that we left behind the best treasure." The sect master and the elders also felt this way, but they still decided to retreat. The diamond carp was gone. This took Lan Yunju by surprise since it was not a small fish, it was the size of a mountain. For such a fish to escape would not be very easy. The protector shook his head and answered, "It was as if the carp disappeared into thin air. We searched the entire nest but we didn't see it. All the more reason for me to go," Li Qiye said as he narrowed his eyes while smiling. The protector was quite worried and tried to convince him, "I'm afraid that once young noble goes there, the great powers who already hate us, such as the Titanic Crescent sacred ground, won't treat you too well." Many great powers were annoyed with the Thousand Carp River taking all the treasures in the diamond carp's nest. Some of them actually wanted to steal these treasures but were beaten down by the river sect. This deterred some of those with malicious intent from acting any further. "So what?" Li Qiye nonchalantly said, "Those who block my path shall be killed without mercy." The protector could only smile wryly after hearing Li Qiye's domineering statement. But then, he remembered that back at the Snow Shadow tribe, Li Qiye killed tens of thousands of ghosts, so he believed that Li Qiye could actually do so. "Protector, go to the fire realm and inform my master that we are going to that place," Lan Yunju said. The protector then looked at them once more and didn't try to stop them any longer. He bid farewell and went to meet up with the sect master. Li Qiye then told Lan Yunju, "We'll go now. Maybe there will be something I need there." The diamond carp's nest could actually move. Now that one knew about it, it was strange since the nest was sealed by the Thousand Carp River. After being cleaned of all its treasures, the nest still stayed there at sea in the same spot even after the river sect had left. The nest was a huge gulf in the shape of two hands hugging each other, causing the ocean water to form a small pond. Its outer layer was formed by mountains and in the middle was a cloud-piercing peak that faced the pond. Many caves were right under this peak. The river sect's treasures came from these series of caverns. When the river sect took all the treasures was when the other great powers finally arrived. At this moment, although the river sect had left, many great powers still remained, including emperors' lineages such as the Titanic Crescent sacred ground and the Insect King immortal lineage. Many sects camped on the highest peaks for several days, but they still failed to unravel the mysteries within. Today, a great character came to the highest peak, rejuvenating the initially dejected great powers. "The Jade Water Queen is here," someone uttered. "Maybe the Jade Water Queen will be able to see through the mysteries inside." Everyone gazed at a golden palanquin slowly ascending the mountain. On the palanquin was a woman wearing a phoenix dress, regal and full of eminence. This woman possessed a kingdom-toppling beauty that did not diminish her royal prestige. Her dignified gaze commanded respect from all spectators. Someone sighed and spoke when she appeared, the queen of the charming spirit race. The transcendent and wonderful Jade Water Queen came from the charming spirit race. Providence itself had determined for her to be extraordinary. She was the ruler of the Jade Water country, the purest charming spirit country in the entire sacred nether world. It could be said that the majority of charming spirits all gathered in this particular country. Charming spirits had two places to go in the sacred nether world, the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom in the southern distant cloud or the Jade Water Country in the western Green River. Unlike the Immortal Kingdom, the Jade Water Country consisted of purely charming spirits while the kingdom had both humans and charming spirits living together. Among the four great domains of the sacred nether world, outside of the southern distant cloud, the other three domains were all ruled by ghosts. The Jade Water Country was in the Green River, a place still dominated by the ghost race. In this domain, not to mention the seclusive clans, there were monstrous existences like the Allira's ancient kingdom and the Insect King immortal lineage. As for the great powers, there was the kingdom of gods and the Zen ghost tribe among others. They were all part of the ghost race. How could one let a stranger sleep in their own bed? The entire Green River could be described as the ghost's world, but the Jade Water country was established there and stood strong for millions of years. Some said that this country was even older than the simple mountain immortal kingdom. Such a thing was difficult to imagine in this location, but after knowing that it was a country of charming spirits, people came to accept it easier. Although they might be few in number, the majority of these spirits were cultivating geniuses. They were the favored children of the heavens. In this world, when it came to talents, aptitude, and understanding of the Grand Tao, no race was comparable to the charming spirits. There was a belief in the 9 worlds. The charming spirits are natural geniuses and could cultivate much easier than the other races. While others require 10 years to reach a particular realm, the charming spirits only needed 5 years or less. Keep in mind that back in the Desolate Era, the first immortal emperor was Gu Chun, who came from the charming spirit race. This was such an ancient era, yet the charming spirits were already able to have an immortal emperor. One could easily imagine how heaven-defying this race must be. The Jade Water Queen's arrival caused the great powers next to the pond to become quite spirited. A sect master spoke. Perhaps the Queen's divine reflection will be able to explore this strange pool. Charming spirits were very similar to humans in appearance, but they had something that the human race was without, the divine reflection. The divine reflection was a natural gift of the charming spirit race. Some people said that this was bestowed to them by the heavens since they were the favored children. This saying made sense because, due to their divine reflections, they were more suitable for cultivation compared to other races. Although the divine reflection was inherent at birth, they needed to cultivate to a certain realm before it awakened. After the awakening, these spirits would become geniuses among geniuses in cultivation, similar to a tiger being given wings. The magical properties of these divine reflections contributed to their abilities to comprehend the Tao and understand the void. They were capable of examining the changes of nature and sensing the heaven and earth. Imagine that, when these spirits were cultivating, they didn't need to learn the profundities of the Tao since they had their divine reflection. With it, any complex and profound merit laws would suddenly become simple. This was the reason why it was so easy for charming spirits to cultivate any merit law. However, the benefit of divine reflections was more than just this. Due to the incredible nature of these divine reflections, the charming spirits were special. The crowd became excited, hoping that the Jade Water Queen's divine reflection could see through the void of this old pond. This old pond was very strange and no one could see through it. Several great characters had gone inside, but not a single one of them came out. I heard that the Jade Water Queen is unfathomable. When shined on by her divine reflection, even heaven's secret laws become very simple. Maybe her reflection will be able to see through this pond's mysteries. All the important people here began to focus after the Queen came down from her phoenix palanquin. Chapter 537, Mysterious Old Pond. The Jade Water Queen looked at the old pond before her and took a deep breath, then she finally stepped into it. After taking one step inside, she suddenly disappeared. I wonder how many steps the Queen will be able to take. A person saw this and murmured. A ghost cultivator responded, 2 days ago, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child took 8 steps and the Ghost Insect Evil Child took 9 steps. These were already the top young geniuses. An ancestor of a great power predicted that in order to reach the middle, one has to take at least 300 steps. At this time, all eyes were on the old pond. Even great characters from the emperor's lineages didn't blink once. They all had their heavenly gazes activated because without it, they wouldn't be able to see the Jade Water Queen. In the last several days, many powerful characters tried their best with their heavenly gazes, but they couldn't see through anything. An emperor's lineage even used a supreme treasure mirror to shine into this pond, but there was no result. At this time, geniuses like the Saint Child and Evil Child held their breaths as well. Unparalleled geniuses like them could only take 8 or 9 steps. A moment later, these two lost their colors because their heavenly gazes showed that the queen easily crossed the 9th step and onto her 10th. Amazing! She's indeed worthy of being a charming spirit. Rumor has it that she has become quite unfathomable, so maybe 15 steps wouldn't be an issue. A royal lord from a country spoke. In a short amount of time, the queen already took 15 steps into the pond and, moments later, she made it to the 20th step. 20 steps. Even an ancestor of a great power was shaken as he murmured, 2 days ago, an ancestor of the Bronze Tree Ghost tribe made it to the 20th step then disappeared without returning. Very few could see her trail after she made it to the 20th step. Even great characters who tried their best couldn't see her, only the hidden ancestors were able to. At this point, her expression showed that she was struggling. She finally stopped at the 30th step. Meanwhile, the hidden ancestors all stared at her intensely. She ultimately stopped at this point and came back. The crowd was very curious as they watched her safely leave the old pond. How many steps did the queen take? A person asked. An ancestor revealed that it was 30 steps, to the surprise of many. They shockingly exclaimed, "This is equal to an ancestor of a great power. 30 steps yet still managed to retreat safely. She's even better than an ancestor." Charming spirits. Their divine reflections are indeed capable of seeing through truths and mysteries. No matter how great her cultivation may be, it couldn't be at the virtuous paragon level. Her prestige was not as great as Di's was or Tian Luanhui's, but being able to take 30 steps was already very amazing. Many became envious and admired the divine reflection of the charming spirits. They were indeed favored by the heavens. The great powers who were camping near the old pond were very curious. They wanted to know her understanding of the pond. A great power with good relations began to ask her for some information. She then talked to its royal lord and said, "This pond is a mystery. Each step is an entire world. Taking one step further is the same as crossing into another world. If you can reach the middle of the pond, then it should be equivalent to walking across 3,000 worlds." All were moved after hearing this. What a scary thing it was to cross over 3,000 worlds. Who could easily accomplish such a task besides immortal emperors? Another sect master inquired, "Are there any treasures in the pond?" This was the sect master's biggest concern and also the question many wanted to ask the most. The 1,000-carp river chased after the diamond carp and took nearly all the treasures, leaving only this pond untouched. The river sect couldn't see through the pond, so it hastily withdrew. Everyone knew that the sect obtained many treasures, but they didn't obtain any unbelievable immortal treasures. They were also aware that there was a great fortune in each realm, but the issue was finding the right place. Many people searched the water realm without any results or meeting any great fortunes. Afterward, after the river sect chased the diamond carp to its nest, many people speculated that if there was indeed a great fortune at the water realm, then it should be at this place. This was why even emperors' lineages showed up and not only great powers. They hoped to obtain this supreme fortune. The Jadewater Queen answered with confidence, "Yes, there is surely a treasure." From 20 steps and beyond, there were treasures under the water. From 30 steps and up, there were incredible items as well. In order to find a supreme fortune, I think one has to go at least 100 steps. There must be an unparalleled item there, maybe even an earth-toppling immortal treasure, but I can't say for sure. An unparalleled item. The heart of this sect master trembled. For generations, those who obtained a great fortune in the prime ominous grave all became either immortal emperors or invincible existences. Her answer quickly spread to the outside. Many were here for this supreme fortune, but previously, it was only mere speculations. Now that it had been confirmed, how could a furor not break out among these cultivators and great powers? Previously, everyone couldn't enlighten themselves with the pond, so many were jolted into leaving. However, after hearing the first half of the Queen's findings, the group became excited and no one else wished to leave. However, this group also became dumbfounded after hearing the latter part. 100 steps. No matter how powerful their sects or tribes may be, these people all gasped as they became dejected. What kind of genius would be able to take 100 steps? This was a blow to many people. An ancestor of the Bronze Tree tribe disappeared after 20 steps, so what kind of existence would be able to take 100? A person calculated, perhaps a legendary master or an eternal existence would be able to take 100 steps. Maybe even an extremely ancient ancestor. Someone from the Myriad Bones throne might be able to do so. A great ghost also began to calculate and came up with this conclusion: only an eternal existence would be able to take 100 steps, not even a legendary master would be able to. The sudden burst of excitement was quickly deflated. 100 steps was an impossibility to the people present. In fact, many ancestors from the great powers all came to the prime ominous grave. These old undyings didn't mind paying a huge price to leave their blood-era stones for the great fortunes from the legends. Chapter 538, Long Xuantian. At this time, a sect master from a great power coldly sneered and said, "The Thousand Carp River still isn't satisfied after taking all the treasures in this nest. Such greed, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Watch out. You might not be able to handle eating everything and perish instead." Wuxia simply looked at the old pond and didn't care for the others. After a while, he revealed a smile. Lan Yunju asked, "How is this pond? Can one enter?" Lan Yunju had this question for a while because the diamond carp disappeared at its nest after being chased by the group of Taoist Baogui. How could a huge creature like the carp suddenly disappear? Could it be that the carp jumped into this pond? But judging from its size, this pond was not big enough to contain it. It is possible to enter, but that will depend on the person. Not just anyone can tread inside. Wuxia smiled and responded while looking at the pond. "Is it very dangerous?" Lan Yunju looked at the pond and asked. It looked very ordinary without any eye-catching features, but even a heavenly gaze couldn't see through it. For some, it would be easy, like taking a stroll, but for others, it would be impossible, like reaching the heavens. They wouldn't succeed even if they tried for the rest of their lives. Wuxia replied with a smile. These words made a lot of people unhappy. The first to voice his annoyance was the ghost insect evil child, such big tone. He then continued with an ominous smile, "I wonder how many steps the proclaimed genius of the human race can take." These provocative words made the crowd glance at each other. Many were happy to see this situation. They all knew the feud between Wuxia and the evil child, which had been going on since the Golden Sea event. Wuxia raised his brows and lazily asked, "How many steps did you take?" 9 steps. The evil child sneered and then spoke in a deep voice, "How about you try it? Let's see which of us is better." At this time, the evil child was full of confidence. 9 steps, Wuxia burst out in laughter and said, "Are you a little caterpillar? Such an easy trial, yet you only managed to take 9 steps. I can go further than that even with my eyes closed. You." The evil child became enraged by Wuxia's teasing as his body shivered with coldness. Frightening glints appeared in his eyes. Wuxia was too lazy to look at him. Instead, he waved his sleeve dismissively, "Only 9 steps, yet you still dare to provoke me? Go play in a corner and don't interfere with my grand matters." "Is that so? Li, how many steps do you think you can take?" Another cold laugh appeared. The speaker was the descendant of another emperor's lineage, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child. "How many steps?" Wuxia gave a yawn in response and added, "I'm not looking down on you guys, but to speak the truth, you already dare to challenge me just by walking a few steps? You don't know the limits of your own abilities. I'm too lazy to care to argue with people at such a low level. You challenged our ghost race and even the entire world. You don't think you are the one who doesn't know your own limits? An arrogant voice appeared at this time. A phoenix chariot slowly approached and stopped by the pond. A supreme beauty stepped down. It was the divine spark phoenix maiden who escaped last time. The atmosphere became heated with her arrival. The phoenix maiden is also here. Everyone then looked back and forth at Wuxia and the phoenix maiden. She fled during the last battle, but now she came back with great fanfare. Everyone wanted to see the conclusion between Wuxia and the maiden. Wuxia leisurely stared at her and quipped, "Oh, so it is the loser from before. Since when did your divine spark country become part of the ghost race? Are your ancestors ghosts? Being a daughter-in-law of the ghost race means that I'm part of the ghost race." The phoenix maiden was not angry at all, she calmly answered him with grace. Her excellence was part of why she could become the daughter-in-law of the throne of bones. Yes, you are quite right. Wuxia smiled and said, "So? The miserable loss last time was not enough, so you want to lose again?" It was as if the maiden came prepared. She was not angry or anxious and instead leisurely spoke. "Wuxia, you do have the ability to act arrogant, but do you think you are unbeatable in this world?" Wuxia lazily looked at her and said, "I myself don't know if I am unbeatable in this world, but I only have one answer to those who oppose me, and that is that they will all be killed without mercy. Even if it is everyone in this world." Young man. Such bold words. A middle-aged man who followed after the maiden spoke, "You have the same arrogant style as I did back in a simpler time, but your arrogance ends here." The middle-aged man had a special divine aura when he stepped out. A spirited bearing combined with a composed presence created a unique charm with a momentum as if he was the only one who could tread on the endless grand Tao. Long Zuantian. Many great ghosts exclaimed after seeing this middle-aged man. Even the ancestors put on a serious expression. Long Zuantian was a legendary character in the sacred nether world. He was a proud sun in the sky and his Tao journey was full of magical tales. Long Zuantian sought the Tao during the difficult Tao era as its most dazzling genius in the sacred nether world. At a young age, he proudly cultivated as if even this era could not impede his path towards the apex. He became a heavenly king at a very young age. At that time, he garnered a lot of attention from everywhere. Many even thought that he had the chance to defeat the difficult Tao era to reach the top. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong age and embarked on a journey during the difficult Tao era. He wanted to reach a higher realm using force, leading to a life reduction and an untimely disaster. Fate calamity was the demon of the heart and life reduction was the withering from the heavens. To cultivators, a life reduction was one of the hardest trials, and countless geniuses died because of this. What was even more unfortunate for him was that, during the difficult Tao era, life reduction was even more fatal. Many assumed that he wouldn't be able to surpass it, so his death was assured. However, before the deadly blow, Long Zuantian managed to counter-attack and powerfully surpassed his life reduction. This matter shocked the entire world. However, this left behind an incurable wound and his cultivation slowed down. Nevertheless, his fame still threatened the 8 directions. Many ancestors from the great powers viewed him highly. Many of them were even cautious when they talked about him. He was not only an amazing heavenly king but also was a grand completion saint physique, the Diamond Saint physique. The Diamond Saint physique was the one below the indestructible Diamond Immortal physique. This immortal physique was impenetrable by countless weapons and untouchable by myriad laws. A cultivator of this physique would neither be afraid of any weapons nor laws in this world. Although it was not an immortal physique, Long Zuantian still had this extremely powerful grand completion saint physique. A rumor stated that he once used his own body to block an attack from an immortal emperor life treasure. No one knew if this story was true or not, but this was enough to prove the toughness of his physique. I can't believe Sir Dizwa actually convinced Long Xuantian. An extremely talented genius like Long Xuantian views Sir Dizwa so highly. Surely Sir Dizwa will be able to shoulder the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor. A person emotionally uttered after seeing Long Yuntian protecting the maiden. In the past, during the difficult Tao era, Long Yuntian's fame thundered across the sacred nether world. It was not until his life reduction that his fame slowly receded before the public, giving rise to the three heroes. He started as a vagabond cultivator and many great powers and even emperors' lineages wanted to recruit him. Even the Myriad Bones throne wasn't an exception, but Long Yuntian was very arrogant, so he decisively refused. Who would expect that many years later, once Dizwa came to the light and became a great genius, would he be able to convince Long Xuantian? From then on, he became the Tao mentor of Dizwa. Although the Throne of Bones had some amazing ancestors at the level of legendary masters, a person like Long Xuantian was very rare to find. Dizwa surely benefited greatly from having him as a Tao mentor. The arrogant Long Xuantian agreeing to be Dizwa's mentor after rejecting the Myriad Bones throne in the past was indicative of Dizwa's brilliant talents and his future potential to become an immortal emperor. Wuxia was still nonchalant as he looked at Long Xuantian. Then, he said with a smile, "Oh? You want to teach me a lesson?" Long Xuantian stared back and shook his head, grinning, "I'm too old and do not feel like exercising. I only want to give you a piece of advice. There is always a better person and another heaven outside of this heaven. Today, there are many ancestors here. You are indeed a supreme genius, but if a virtuous paragon takes action, you won't be as lucky. Heed my words of advice and recede your arrogance. Otherwise, even if I don't do it, someone else will." Long Xuantian continued, "Of course, if you really want a shot at me, then I don't mind teaching a young one a lesson." Long Xuantian spoke aggressively and was full of confidence. Of course, he was qualified to act so domineeringly. Although he was only a heavenly king and cultivation-wise, he was not a match for a great power's ancestor. He also had a grand completion saint physique. Even these ancestors would have to think twice before acting against him. At this time, a sect master from a great power coldly sneered and said, "The 1,000-carp river still isn't satisfied after taking all the treasures in this nest? Humph, such greed, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Watch out, you might not be able to handle eating everything and instead perish." Wuxia simply looked at the old pond and didn't care for the others. After a while, he revealed a smile. Lan Yunju asked, "How is this pond? Can one enter?" Lan Yunju had this question for a while because the diamond carp disappeared at its nest after being chased by the group of Daoist Baogui. How could a huge creature like the carp suddenly disappear? Could it be that the carp jumped into this pond? But judging from its size, this pond was not big enough to contain it. It is possible to enter, but that will depend on the person. Not just anyone can tread inside. Wuxia smiled and responded while looking at the pond. Chapter 539, Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden Scheme. Wuxia didn't take note of Long Xuantian's words, he simply smilingly said, "If you want to teach me, then come anytime. I agree with the sentiment that there is always someone better and that there is a heaven vaster than this heaven, but as for the whatever ancestors here who want to kill me," Wuxia laughed and declared, "So what if they are ancestors from great powers? Try it and I'll slaughter all of them. Anyone who blocks my path will be killed without mercy." His words offended all the sects and lineages and even the entire ghost race. Of course, this was not his first time offending the ghost race. In just a split second, many great powers coldly glared at Wuxia. No one made a move right now, but their intentions were as clear as day. Sooner or later, they would annihilate this arrogant human. "Young one, it is not wrong to be arrogant, but words are like spilled water, once spoken, they cannot be taken back. An ethereal voice appeared. No one knew who the speaker was, but the tone was thunderous, causing everyone's hearts to thump. This surely was an ancestor of a great power. Many ancestors had come into being and entered the prime ominous grave, so of course they were annoyed when Wuxia provoked them publicly like this. However, for the time being, none of them made a move against Wuxia. These old sly foxes didn't want to be the first to oppose the Thousand-Carp River. Wuxia smiled and said in response to the ethereal voice, "I always take responsibility for my words. I don't care if you are ghosts or from another race, I do not show mercy to those who stand before me." Humph. You are acting as if people are blocking your path. That's simply not true, you can easily enter the pond. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child sneered. Wuxia looked at the Saint Child and spoke, "Oh. You don't believe me? If I can enter, then will your ghost race withdraw?" These words made even more people unhappy. A ghost sect master deepened his voice and uttered, "This pond does not belong to you, so why does our ghost race have to withdraw? I don't know much about the ghost race, but I do know one thing, if I obtain the fortune inside, then your ghost race will definitely sneak attack me and rob it just like you did with the Thousand-Carp River. Do you dare say that you haven't and will not commit such sly thievery?" Wuxia calmly asked. "Then do you want to settle this matter with our entire ghost race?" The Phoenix Maiden slowly spoke. Wuxia glanced at her and chuckled to say, "Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden, I know you are digging a hole for me to jump, aiming to maneuver the entire ghost race against me. Am I right? Very well, we'll do it your way. Everyone come so we can end this. Your ghost race does not like to look at humans like me, and I'm also annoyed at ghosts like you. Just make your move and I'll entertain all of you till the end." This answer left people looking at each other in confusion. Even non-ghost cultivators rolled their eyes. Such arrogance. Wuxia, alone, challenged all the ghosts. This brat must be crazy. However, older cultivators of the other races felt that this made sense after thinking it through. Back at the Snow Shadow tribe, Wuxia had already killed tens of thousands of ghosts in one breath. His relationship with the ghost race was already irreconcilable. It was clear that Wuxia would be a thorn for the three heroes in the future. The ghost race would definitely not accept him in the competition for the heavens will at this time, so there would be a war between the two sides. Those who backed the three heroes would not sit idly by and watch. The cultivators of the other races thought that if Wuxia didn't want to be bothered by ghosts for a long time, then the most direct way was to kill them until they were scared. This was not only to strengthen his domineering fame and test his own cultivation but also a way to sweep through his future obstacles. A few great characters from these races thought that defeating the ghost race before they became united was possible. However, the first requirement was that Wuxia needed to be strong enough. Thus, these other races chose to watch on the sideline as the ghosts glared at Wuxia. The group of the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child angrily glared at him with murderous stares after hearing his provocative statement. These geniuses truly hated Wuxia. The two sides had a long-running feud and moreover, they had the ambition to kill him for their own future. They would become famous after killing Wuxia. Wuxia could be the paving pebble for their path towards becoming the immortal emperor. As opposed to last time, the two geniuses were full of ambition right now. Their expression alone clearly indicated their wish to kill Wuxia. This shouldn't come as a surprise. Since they carried secret cards, they were confident in killing Wuxia. The Phoenix Maiden only smiled with a smile that could be described as kingdom-toppling. This was the result she wanted. She then slowly spoke, "Wuxia, you are the one who said this. I am only a little girl and does not dare to speak for the entire ghost race. However, since you provoked our ghost race, I will be the first to oppose you. Even a little girl like me will not tolerate a human ant like you challenging our ghost's supreme prestige." Amazing. Women are no less capable than men at all. Wuxia clapped his hands and smiled. He saw through her aim but was too lazy to retort. Lan Yunzhu only smiled. She understood the Phoenix Maiden's scheme, but she also knew that Wuxia didn't care for these little tricks since he was not afraid at all. While the young geniuses wished to kill Wuxia to pave their path, the majority of the older crowd remained relatively calm. Although Wuxia and the ghost race had drawn daggers, there was no direct conflict of interest between him and the majority of great powers. At least, for now. These sly foxes all knew that the Phoenix Maiden was trying to pave the way for Dizhua. Anyone could see that Wuxia would be a huge threat for him in the future. As his fiancée, she wanted to borrow others to kill Wuxia for her husband. There has been too much killing recently, and the downpour of blood only brings about weariness. The Phoenix Maiden acted as if she didn't hear Wuxia's praise. She then gracefully continued on, "If you challenge our ghost race, we of course cannot stand down. How about we have a non-violent competition? For example, this pond. If Wuxia can go deeper into the pond than us ghosts. Although I cannot represent the entire ghost race, at the very least, the myriad bones thrown and many other ghost tribes will not make it difficult for you from now on. If you lose, then hand over the prime ominous key. Whoever beats you will get the key." She put out an irresistible bait and said, "The fortune inside the heavenly cemetery should belong to us ghosts. What say you, everyone?" Her words prior were not enough for the other ghost tribes to act as her blade, outside of the ambitious young ones like the Saint Child and Evil Child. Everyone with eyes had seen the battle outside of the Snow Shadow tribe, and being the Phoenix Maiden's henchman did not end well. But now, her words tempted the minds of many. "I heard that there was no treasure inside the heavenly cemetery. However, if one is lucky, they might be able to get a unique fortune. This harvest would not be any less than the diamond carp's nest." The Phoenix Maiden lightly said, "For such a fortune, no matter what, I still want to challenge you, Wuxia." Her words caused many hearts to beat faster alongside many swift glances. Lan Yunzhu lamented after being exposed to the maiden's scheme, what a formidable ability to concoct such mind games. The Phoenix Maiden was quite devious. She pushed Wuxia up to the front of the waves and winds. At this time, anyone would want to challenge him. Is that true? A young person couldn't help but ask his senior after hearing the maiden's words. Everyone knew that the heavenly cemetery was inside the earth realm. Rumor has it that after killing into the cemetery and making it out alive, one would be able to obtain a great fortune. However, not just anyone dared to try. Even the ancestors were hesitant, let alone the younger generation. But right now, Dizhua was making his way into the cemetery. It is true. A great character answered his junior, the prime ominous key can be exchanged for a great fortune inside the heavenly cemetery. The magnitude of this fortune depends on the person, but in short, the exchange is real. Prior to this, during the Snow Shadow battle, many people wanted to take the key from Wuxia, but many gave up right after. Now, the maiden's words raising this issue again provoked a lot of people. At this point, many held their breaths while looking at Wuxia since everyone knew that he had the key. Wuxia simply smiled at the maiden's scheme. She employed numerous methods to kill Wuxia. This, right now, was only a spark and the goal was to cause Wuxia to fight against the entire ghost race. "Wuxia, do you dare to accept our ghost race's challenge?" The Phoenix Maiden slowly enunciated each word. Although she did not represent all the ghosts, the expressions of many proved that they were lusting after the key in Wuxia's possession. Wuxia is not necessarily at a disadvantage in such a challenge. The Jadewater Queen spoke, "It is not about cultivation but enlightenment when it comes to walking deeper into the pond. One step, one world, but the main essence is that it is still a pond. If one could see through its profundities, then there would still be a promising chance. Having a higher cultivation actually brings about more restrictions. Chapter 540, Competition. The Jade Water Queen was the person who went the furthest for the time being, so her credibility was very high. After hearing her words, a person excitedly spoke while slapping their thigh, just like what I speculated, how far one walks into the pond has nothing to do with cultivation. Meanwhile, Wuxia only smiled at the Phoenix Maiden's challenge and said, "No big deal. Taking dozens of steps would still be easy. All challengers, come forth. The losers will disappear, and if I lose, I will hand the prime ominous key to the winner." How could Wuxia refuse a challenge when the enemy came to his doorstep? Wuxia's words caused the ghost cultivators to clamor and stare at him. He was like a fat piece of meat that everyone wanted a bite of. Who's first? Wuxia looked at the Phoenix Maiden and slowly asked, "You? Let me challenge you." However, a sneer suddenly came about as the ghost insect evil child walked forward and smiled ominously. "If you lose, then hand over the key and get the hell out of here. The treasures of this place belongs to us, members of the ghost race. Count me in." Another person stood out and went together with the evil child. Of course, this was the Titanic Crescent Saint Child. "You guys only managed to take 8 and 9 steps, yet you still want to challenge me?" Wuxia was too lazy to look at them as he commented, "Your confidence is too unreasonable. The winner has yet to be decided, so don't act this arrogant so quickly." The Saint Child said as he sneered. He was full of confidence. Everyone knew that the Saint Child and Evil Child only took 8 and 9 steps respectively, but now, everyone was shaken to see them so full of confidence. They realized that these two didn't try their best earlier. Wuxia glanced at the two of them and smirked. "Are you two representing your sects or the ghost race? If I lose, then my sect will withdraw." The Titanic Crescent Saint Child answered slowly, "If any sects or tribes wish to follow my sect, then we will share the treasures that are obtained." The ghost insect evil child also added, "Yes. Same goes for our insect king lineage." Their actions had been approved by the seniors of the two lineages, which was why they were able to speak so freely. Geniuses like the Saint Child and Evil Child were unlucky to be born in the same era as the three heroes. Especially because of Dizwa, who was greatly valued by many great powers, most of these great powers tended to support him. Right now, these two wanted to borrow Wuxia to increase their own prestige as well as re-establishing their sect's position in the Misty Field and Green River. Some great powers from the ghost race decided to reveal their position. "We are willing to stand together with the Insect King lineage. We are willing to stand together with the Titanic Crescent Saint Child." Many of them voiced their support for the two emperors' lineages. The Insect King lineage had a very prestigious position in the western Green River, and the Titanic Crescent sacred ground was also famous in the northern Misty Field. Recently, Dizwa and Wuxia were like kites who met the right wind, so many forgot about geniuses like the Evil Child and Saint Child. But now, if these two managed to rise up and gain the support of these great powers, then it would be killing two birds with one stone for the two emperors' lineages. Not only did their actions have a chance to seize the prime ominous key from Wuxia, this was also an attempt to gauge their supporters in their regions. The sect masters and royal lords present were not stupid. They knew that this battle had no place for them. Eventually, the final victor to obtain the key would most likely be an emperor's lineage, so they knew that they had to show their support towards these lineages first. Interesting. The Jadewater Queen murmured to herself after seeing this scene. Right now, the challenge was no longer a feud between Wuxia and the ghost race, it was also a political contest among the ghost race. The one who created this situation was, of course, the divine spark Phoenix Maiden. At this point, many looked at Wuxia and the two descendants. The Evil Child and Saint Child had always been referred to as geniuses by people. They had extremely high talents but were still far from supreme geniuses like Dizwa. Nevertheless, some ghost tribes were still optimistic with their chance against Wuxia in this challenge. If you want to challenge me, then come at the same time. Don't waste time going one by one. Wuxia looked at them and said, "You guys go first. I'm afraid that if I go first, I'll just discourage both of you." Such hubris! A ghost loudly exclaimed with a sneer. The two descendants also scowled. They looked at each other and took the first step into the pond, instantly disappearing. Everyone quickly opened their heavenly gazes to watch each of their actions. They leisurely took the first 5 steps before their speed slowed down. Now, 8 steps have been taken. At this point, it was as if they were shouldering empty tie on their backs, as each step was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Everyone stared at the two with bated breaths because these two could only go 8 and 9 steps earlier. The influential ghosts were secretly worried for the two descendants. If they could only go this far, then they wouldn't have any significant advantage over Wuxia. However, the Titanic Crescent's sacred lord still had a relaxed expression, as if he was still very confident in his disciple. He smiled and said, "My disciple shouldn't have any problems going past 20 or 30 steps." Just as he said, from the 8th step onward, the initial weight was lifted off their backs and the two became much more relaxed. A universal law as thin as a silk string faintly appeared around the ghost insect evil child's body and led the way for him, allowing his steps to be as light as a feather. It was the same for the Titanic Crescent Saint Child. In just a split second, a wave of light was being emitted from his body as if it was the protection of the gods. When this wave of light appeared, his steps became light. It seemed as if each step was not crossing one world but just walking casually across water. 11. 12. 13. A ghost began to count their steps as they quickened their pace. More and more began to count as well, especially the disciples who came from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground and the Insect King lineage. They were becoming louder with their cheers, causing the atmosphere to be much more lively. How come they suddenly became so strong? Everyone became surprised when those two made it to the 15th step. Before, they already struggled at 8 and 9 steps, a single extra step was prohibitively difficult. But now, their steps were as light as the wind, so how could people not become astounded by this sudden change? A predecessor expert figured something out and said, "There are heaven-defying treasures on their bodies, most likely immortal emperor life treasures." Not only 1 or 2 people realized this. A group began to understand that those two were carrying some amazing treasures. Many great powers of the sacred nether world were here, and not just 1 or 2 emperors' lineages brought emperors' weapons. If these two had emperors' weapons, then it meant that the sacred ground and the Insect King lineage brought more than just one weapon. This speculation caused many characters from the great powers to palpitate. These emperors' lineages would be carrying immense firepower if they brought more than just one emperor's weapon each. These weapons were dreadful items, and they were the bane of those countries without one themselves. When two had the same cultivation and battle prowess, the person with the emperor's weapon had an absolute advantage. In just a blink of an eye, the evil child and Saint Child made it to the 20th step. From this point, their pace slowed down since they were still affected by the pond despite carrying emperor's weapons. The Jadewater Queen spoke while watching on the sideline. Unfortunately, they couldn't understand even a little bit of the profound mysteries. Otherwise, with the powerful emperor's weapons and some knowledge, they could go more than 40 steps. 20. 21. 22. Clear and sonorous counting appeared when the two of them reached the 20th step. The sacred ground and Insect King lineage, along with some great powers, were cheering for the two of them while creating pressure for Wuxia. This was especially the case when the big characters were speaking. Their thunderous roars caused others to be affected. These ghost powers wanted to create a suppressive atmosphere to assail Wuxia's psyche. It is about time. Chapter 541, Leisurely Stroll. However, even these great characters and their imposing words couldn't affect Li Qie. His Tao heart was as strong as a rock. He couldn't be shaken by the words of these heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings. Li Qie remained calm and leisurely without a care. Lan Yunju noticed these great characters using this opportunity to spew out mantras to shake Li Qie's emotions, so she snorted loudly, truly shameless. The unperturbed Li Qie only smiled and said, "Ignore them. In a little while, they will know that their bag of tricks is useless." After reaching the 25th step, the evil child couldn't handle it anymore. His face was beet red from the pond's pressure. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and mustered one last step for a total of 26 steps. At this point, he couldn't handle another one, so he had to give up and step out from the pond. 26 is already very amazing. The bronze tree ancestor disappeared after the 20th step. The great ghosts were very proud of his achievement after seeing him retreat safely. Meanwhile, the saint child continued on with many eyes fixated on him in anticipation. They wanted to see how many steps he could take. Seeing the withdrawal of the evil child while the saint child was holding on, Lan Yunju asked, "The saint child is going further than the evil child, could it be that he has an immortal emperor true treasure with him?" Li Qie took a look at the saint child and shook his head in response, "No, it is not a true treasure. He can go further because he has something that is connected to the prime ominous grave." After hearing this, Lan Yunju suddenly remembered a tale that had been passed on for a long time, so immortal Emperor Zhu Tian got a heaven-defying treasure from Necropolis. Li Qie nodded and said, "Right, it is that thing from the Ghost River." Alas, the saint child does not understand its profoundness. The world all knew that immortal Emperor Zhu Tian obtained a great treasure from the Ghost River. This was half the reason why future generations went to the Ghost River. They were tempted by the tale of immortal Emperor Zhu Tian. 30. He finally reached the 30th step. This was the same as the Jade Water Queen from the charming spirit race. At this time, the saint child was drenched in sweat, but he still bit his teeth and exerted all of his potential to strugglingly take another step. 31. The ghost experts roared powerful mantras when they saw him take another hard step. These cheers served both to encourage the saint child and to demoralize Li Qie. 32. He took another step, but it was near impossible for him to go any further. If he kept on forcing the issue, then he would disappear just like the bronze tree ancestor. The Jade Water Queen shook her head and commented, "What a shame. He still couldn't understand the mysteries of the pond. There is a limit to using an emperor's weapon to force it." The saint child safely left the pond and was met with many cheers from the ghost cultivators. A royal lord praised, "Being able to take 30 steps is an achievement higher than an ordinary ancestor. So promising. This youth will surpass us in time. The saint child's victory is certain. An ordinary ancestor, I'm afraid, could only go 30 to 40 steps. I do not believe that this Li fella is better than an ordinary ancestor. There's no way he could go more than 30 steps in." The ghost cultivators were at ease, especially the great powers that chose to side with the sacred ground. They were certain of their victory and of Li Qie's defeat. They didn't think that Li Qie could take 30 steps since it was difficult for even an ancestor. For him, it was not worth mentioning. The saint child stepped out of the pond. The evil child immediately came to congratulate him. "Brother Titanic Crescent is quite amazing, you took 6 more steps than me." The moment Li Qie got in the pond, everyone quickly looked at how far he could go with their heavenly gazes. However, he was too fast. Once their gazes were ready, Lan Yunju had already counted to 30. Impossible, the entire ghost race was astounded by his pace. The moment their senses came back to them, Li Qie already made his way back as if he had never entered at all. It was as if he had simply taken a leisurely stroll. 60 steps. Lan Yunju reported the number while being completely astonished. Li Qie was way too fast even for her to count. If it wasn't for seeing how the two descendants had struggled even with Emperor's weapon to take their final steps, she would have thought that this was only an ordinary pond after watching Li Qie's stroll. Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet while everyone was sent into a daze. Li Qie's casual walking made people think that this was not a magical pond at all. However, those who had entered before knew that it was not simple since one step was equivalent to one world. Even an ancestor or a legendary master wouldn't be able to walk 60 steps as easily as Li Qie. Taking 60 steps in just the blink of an eye silenced all the ghosts and rendered them responseless. Before, when the saint child managed to take 32 steps, the ghost race was certain of his victory since even an ancestor could only do so much. Such an achievement was already too amazing. Li Qie's leisurely 60 steps was a slap to the ghost race. They didn't know where to put their faces, especially the saint child and evil child. The Titanic Crescent sacred ground felt the painful slap after thinking that their descendant won and that the prime ominous key would belong to them. The hidden undyings in the ground became dejected since they themselves weren't confident in taking 60 steps. And even if they could, it wouldn't have been easy. Li Qie took this stroll in just a second, then he safely withdrew. This was too heaven-defying. However, even these great characters and their imposing words couldn't affect Li Qie. His Tao heart was as strong as a rock. He couldn't be shaken by the words of these heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings. Li Qie remained calm and leisurely without a care. Lan Yunju noticed these great characters using this opportunity to spew out mantras to shake Li Qie's emotions, so she snorted loudly, truly shameless. The unperturbed Li Qie only smiled and said, "Ignore them. In a little while, they will know that their bag of tricks is useless." Chapter 542, Tian Luanhui. At this moment, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, the Ghost Insect Evil Child, and the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden were all stunned on the spot. Earlier, the three of them were bragging with great pride, but now, Li Qie's achievement was a violent slap to their faces. The two descendants could no longer smile, only an ugly expression remained. The Phoenix Maiden had a countenance as cold as ice. She thought differently than the two descendants. With Li Qie easily taking 60 steps, she was even more certain that he would be a powerful enemy of her husband. No matter what, she must destroy Li Qie and remove this huge threat to her beloved. "How did you do it?" Lan Yunju emotionally asked. She was no stranger to the miracle creator, but these casual 60 steps still amazed her. One step for one world. Li Qie smiled and said, "I can create 3,000 worlds, so one step for one world can't trouble me." Lan Yunju was speechless after hearing this. Li Qie's 12th palace had already taken shape, meaning that he would have access to the heavens created from the palaces. Once it reached grand completion, he would have his own firmament, so one could only imagine the possibilities from it. Meanwhile, the Jadewater Queen recovered her senses after seeing Li Qie's result and gently sighed. It is not the cultivation but rather the insight. She was quite moved after this spectacle. Even as a charming spirit with strong cultivation as well as a divine reflection, taking 30 steps without the help of an external item was a big challenge to her. However, even if her divine reflection could help her gain more insights, she still wouldn't be able to take 60 leisurely steps like Li Qie did. At this point, Li Qie gave the two descendant an uncaring look and said, "I initially wanted to go further, but since you guys only took 30 steps, it would be a waste if I took 80 or 90, so never mind, 60 is enough for now." Of course, this was met with an ugly expression from the two descendants. The two initially wanted to use this opportunity to build their fame and, once again, become respected. They planned to use Li Qie as a stepping stone. Who would have thought that even with the help of their emperor's weapons, they would still lose to Li Qie completely? Li Qie then ignored these two and looked towards the Phoenix Maiden. "Maiden, is it your turn to challenge me? The Phoenix Maiden's eyes narrowed as they suddenly flashed with cold glimmers. She did not answer. Long Xuantian came out to speak instead. How about I challenge you in her stead? Long Xuantian making a move was not without reason. He was an unparalleled genius and had been watching for a while, so he knew that the maiden was absolutely not a match for Wuxia. Even with an assisting treasure, she still wouldn't be able to take 60 steps, so he had to take her place. Wuxia looked at him and smilingly said, as long as she doesn't mind, I don't either. Take 60 steps first, then you can come challenge me. Long Xuantian looked at the Phoenix Maiden for a response. At this moment, she felt a sense of dread and uncertainty since Wuxia's devilishness was far beyond her expectations. Even a supreme genius like Long Xuantian couldn't say for sure that he could beat Wuxia. Mistress, let me give it a try. Maybe there is a chance. He said this to remind her that if she went, there would be no hope at all. The maiden sighed and told Long Xuantian, then I would have to impose on Senior Long. The pride of the ghost race is now on your shoulders. Long Xuantian shook his head without saying anything while lamenting his situation in his mind. The maiden was too calculating. She said that to force him to use all of his strength. In his eyes, someone with so many schemes and such frightening calculation abilities like the maiden was not fit for cultivation. It would become a chain slowing one's cultivation down. But at this time, a mysterious voice suddenly appeared. If it relates to the prestige of the ghost race, then how could I be missing? A person flew forward, creating wonderful images that spanned for miles as a mysterious aura covered the world. It was as if the stars were flying with him as he exuded an inexplicable mysterious aura, causing others to feel that he had many eternal and unfathomable secrets. Tian Luanhui. The ghost race cheerfully shouted after seeing this new arrival. One of the three heroes of the sacred netherworld and the descendant of the Alira's ancient kingdom, Tian Luanhui, had arrived. Rumor has it that he went inside the fire god's palace, so no one expected him to come out so quickly. A great character saw him and emotionally uttered, it seems that he obtained quite a great fortune inside the palace. A supreme genius is indeed extraordinary. The ghost race became jubilated after seeing him. One person happily stated, since Tian Luanhui can enter the fire god's palace, this pawn shouldn't be an issue for him. If this pawn doesn't care for cultivation, then with his aptitude, Tian Luanhui will definitely be able to see through it and enter. In just a second, many ghost members placed high expectations on Tian Luanhui since he gave them a glimmer of hope. Even the ancestors didn't want to bet with Wuxia, which elevated his current momentum. The fury of the ghost race couldn't be quelled until they defeated Wuxia. The Saint Child and Evil Child had already lost and no one else in the younger generation could challenge him until Tian Luanhui's appearance. Sir Tian Luanhui, you must beat him and teach this human ant a lesson. Let him learn that we of the ghost race have plenty of geniuses capable of suppressing the human race. A ghost exclaimed. That's right. Push him down to see if he will still act so arrogantly. Countless ghost cultivators added. Even a few great characters were screaming. The ghost race had been oppressed too hard recently. After the humiliating massacre and the events that played out here. Even imperial descendants had lost miserably to him. The ghosts couldn't handle this anger since countless ghost geniuses were produced, yet none were able to beat an insignificant human. However, Tian Luanhui was a cause for revival and his prestige instilled absolute confidence into the ghosts. Tian Luanhui came forward while carrying a boundless mysterious aura and spoke, "Forgive my presumptuousness and allow me to learn from fellow Daoist Li before Senior Long." His words carried a strange rhythm. In terms of fame, Tian Luanhui was a bit less known compared to Dizhua, but when it came to style and momentum, he was not lacking in any way. He was on the same level as Dizhua and not just in title. Long Xuantian looked at Tian Luanhui and said with emotions, "The new waves will overturn the old waves." I am old and will not compete with you youngins. This is your stage. He then slowly went back to the maiden's side. The maiden then heaved a sigh of relief. Facing Wuxia was giving her significant pressure. She was always confident, but she was not certain of victory at this moment. However, Tian Luanhui was pushing this board game towards a better position. She became much more spirited to see Tian Luanhui challenging Wuxia since she wanted to use this chance to gauge Tian Luanhui's abilities for her husband. Tian Luanhui looked at Wuxia and calmly spoke, "Fellow Taoist, Li's fame is like thunder next to one's ear. Today, seeing your great style has left me convinced." Wuxia looked at him and lazily spoke, "I'm afraid this is not our first meeting." This was true since the two had met each other prior without a formal greeting. Tian Luanhui was not angry. He only smiled with an unparalleled style and mysteriously unfathomable aura. Indeed, but that was just a glance without an opportunity to meet fellow Taoist Li. Tian Luanhui spoke, "Today's meeting and competition is my honor." Wuxia didn't care for the formalities and calmly said, "Begin. If you want to challenge me, then walk 60 steps first. Then excuse me." Tian Luanhui didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He took a deep breath next to the pond with his eyes shooting out divine glimmers while staring at it. At this time, all the ghost cultivators couldn't help but hold their breaths, all their eyes were on Tian Luanhui. They pinned all their hopes of defeating Wuxia and regaining the ghost's glory on Tian Luanhui. Tian Luanhui's eyes were flashing wisps of light. At times, they were as bright as the sun, yet sometimes, they were as dark as a black hole. Waves of universal law chains inside his eyes wove together to form a supreme article. He was using this supreme article to communicate with the profound Grand Tao inside the pond, wishing to understand it. The Jade Water Queen exclaimed with surprise when she saw what was unraveling inside his eyes, "Amazing, truly worthy of being one of the three heroes. He has reached this level of understanding in such a short amount of time. This puts my divine reflection to shame." Even Wuxia nodded his head and said after seeing this, "A supreme genius is indeed different, he knows how to communicate with the strange Tao and reach the strangest peaks. Treading the pond is not simply about power unless it is an existence at the top, like a true god or an immortal emperor." At this moment, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, the Ghost Insect Evil Child, and the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden were all stunned on the spot. Earlier, the three of them were bragging with great pride, but now, Wuxia's achievement was a violent slap to their faces. The two descendants could no longer smile, only an ugly expression remained. The Phoenix Maiden had a countenance as cold as ice. She thought differently than the two descendants. With Wuxia easily taking 60 steps, she was even more certain that he would be a powerful enemy of her husband. No matter what, she must destroy Wuxia and remove this huge threat to her beloved. "How did you do it?" Lan Yunzhu emotionally asked. She was no stranger to the miracle creator, but these casual 60 steps still amazed her. Chapter 543, Tian Luanhui's Strength. The younger generation will surpass us with their free thoughts, they're not like us conservative old men stuck in one place. Talent is one thing, but wisdom and understanding are a different matter. The group of undyings hiding in the darkness gently lamented. They were all praising him non-stop. The old undyings could enter the pond easily because they had sufficient strength. They were confident in their own cultivation and might, especially the ones from the emperor's lineages. With emperor's weapons along with their cultivation, if they risked it all in one shot, they would have a chance to enter. However, Tian Luanhui's actions gave them a new perspective. He was not like the Saint Child and Evil Child who merely used external help to enter. Instead, he used his own abilities and aptitude to understand the mysteries. "Worthy of being a supreme genius of our ghost race." An ancestor commented while being moved, even if he can't become an immortal emperor in the future, he can still reach the top. If he chooses the path of the Grand Era, then with his talents, he will absolutely become a virtuous ancestor. His future accomplishments will be much greater than ours. The majority of ancestors from the great powers who were called Old Undyings were virtuous paragons, but ordinary virtuous paragons had a huge gap compared to paragons who trod on the path of the Grand Era. Those who walked on this path were existences that could form their own countries and be bestowed divine titles. They were comparable to immortal emperors. Tian Luanhui's flashing eyes continued to gaze at the pond as he tried to unravel its profundities. More and more universal laws formed in his eyes. Li Qiye didn't bother Tian Luanhui as he stood there, waiting. Even against someone who was called an unparalleled genius, Li Qiye still remained calm without any anxiety. A while later, Tian Luanhui finally withdrew his gaze. His eyes returned to have the same old mysterious and indiscernible look. "Fellow Taoist Li, I'll go first then." Tian Luanhui smiled and then took one step before disappearing into the pond. "Hurry and look." Heavenly gazes were activated to watch his attempt. A ghost was counting his steps: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the blink of an eye, he already took 10 steps with ease. He was very different from the saint child and evil child who struggled despite relying on Emperor's weapons. He was not as fast as Li Qiye, but he appeared to still be very comfortable. 30. The ghosts anxiously watched all of his actions. Tian Luanhui was the embodiment of their hope. In a short amount of time, he managed to take 30 steps. The ghost race's spirit was rejuvenated at this moment since Tian Luanhui still had a peaceful appearance as if he was taking a scenic walk. Incredible! An ancestor hiding in the shadows gently sighed and said after witnessing this scene, "Back in our youth, our talents were far weaker than Tian Luanhui's. Maybe even the Titanic Crescent Saint Child was superior to us." At this point, Tian Luanhui's performance had convinced the Old Undyings and confirmed the fact that being powerful was not the most important aspect to entering the pond. 40 steps. Another short span of time had passed, and Tian Luanhui had managed to take 40 steps. His pace had slowed, but he was still relatively comfortable. The ghosts tightened their fists in excitement and hoped that he would be able to surpass Li Qiye to win the ghost race some glory. Meanwhile, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child were dejected. They constantly sighed and were no longer able to be arrogant. If Li Qiye's actions were humiliating like a slap to one's face, then Tian Luanhui, as another genius of the ghost race, left them with their proud heads hung low. Despite having lesser fame than the 3 heroes among the ghost geniuses, the Saint Child and Evil Child still had some hope. If they tried their best, then maybe they would have a chance to compete against the 3 heroes in the future. But now, Tian Luanhui had shattered their arrogance. The uncrossable gap between them was too great, it was just like the heaven and earth. On the other hand, the divine spark Phoenix Maiden was silent. Tian Luanhui had the same status as her husband, but she previously wished and believed that her husband was a bit stronger than the other 2 heroes. Now, it seemed that Tian Luanhui was no weaker than Dizhua. There was no doubt now that her husband's archrival was not just Li Qiye, there was also a supreme genius like Tian Luanhui. However, Li Qiye was different because he was a human. This allowed the maiden to create many schemes against him. On the contrary, Tian Luanhui left her powerless. He came from the All-Era's ancient kingdom and was referred to as the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. It could be said that he had no weaknesses. Methods that the maiden could apply to Li Qiye would not work on Tian Luanhui. 60 steps. Finally, Tian Luanhui had reached the 60th step, the same as Li Qiye. Well done. A thunderous applause came from the ghost race. They were in high spirits and waited for Tian Luanhui to defeat Li Qiye. Long Xuantian, with brilliant talents as a heaven's favorite for a generation, couldn't help but lament, amazing. He nodded his head and continued on, such talents and aptitude make him no less than Dizhua. At this moment, he was the Tao mentor of Dizhua. Although his cultivation was weaker than the great power's ancestors and legendary masters, his vision and talents were much greater than theirs. Now, he himself personally praised Tian Luanhui, so one could imagine how frightening Tian Luanhui's aptitudes must be. At the boundary of the 60th step, Tian Luanhui was no longer full of himself. Instead, he became even more serious. Taking 60 steps to a genius like him was not worthy of pride. Right now, this only meant that he was at the same starting point as Wuxia. His mysterious aura became even thicker as he immersed himself within, and his image became faint. This aura condensed and created a grand path that slowly paved itself before his feet, allowing him to walk deeper into the pond. The path below him was extremely enigmatic, as if the universal laws forming it came from the origin of the Grand Tao. These universal laws originated from the beginning of the ghost race, full of primordial aura. What is that? Is it a treasure? Many great characters from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground emotionally asked. Another ancestor responded in shock, that is his Grand Tao. He is already building a Grand Tao for himself at such a young age. Such a bright future. If not an immortal emperor, he shall still become a virtuous ancestor. An ancestor from the insect king lineage was even more perceptive, so he murmured with a changed expression, Tian Luanhui's Grand Tao is so similar to our ghost race's origin Tao, it's not just simply great. Could it be that the prime ominous grave has something to do with the ghost race? With the grand path laid out below him, Tian Luanhui began his slowly walk forward. His pace was not fast but was full of confidence, surprising all the spectators. This kid's talents are indeed matchless. After seeing the Grand Tao paving the way for Tian Luanhui, even Wuxia nodded his head approvingly and commented, he seems to have grasped a great enlightenment on the other side of the Golden Sea, resulting in great benefits. This was indeed the case. The enlightenment on the other shore had helped Tian Luanhui a lot. The ghost experts counted his steps from his steady pace. Once he reached the 70th step, the ghost race cheered, Step 70. At this point, the grand path below him still continued forward. It seemed like taking more than 80 steps was not an issue. All the old undyings made their judgment known. He has a chance to reach 100 steps. In fact, even the old undyings were not confident of reaching 100 steps, unless a legendary master personally went out. Ordinary virtuous paragons like them would not be able to reach this boundary. However, their eyes dropped to the floor when a young genius like Tian Luanhui possessed this ability. The gap between talents was as clear as day. Step 80. In just a moment, the ghost race screamed excitedly. Some ghosts even raised their chins while sneering at Wuxia. Right now, they had assumed that Tian Luanhui's victory over Wuxia was guaranteed and that they could finally quench their anger. After Tian Luanhui reached the 80th step, the group of geniuses like the Evil Child and Saint Child were completely overshadowed. They didn't dare to think about it too much since the distance between them and Tian Luanhui was too big. Right now, they were heavenly sovereigns. Even if Tian Luanhui was at the same realm, his enlightenment and talents, to them, made an uncrossable divide. Cultivation was no longer a metric of measurement when it came to supreme geniuses like Tian Luanhui. One extra palace within the same level of cultivation was already a huge gap, let alone the ability to grasp the Grand Tao. Chapter 544, Disappearance, 90 Steps. In the midst of the two imperial descendants' moment of sadness, Tian Luanhui had already taken the 90th step. Breaking 100 is not a problem. Tian Luanhui was not struggling at all with his pace, so the ghosts were extremely excited. Even the titanic crescent sacred ground secretly bemoaned his talents. Their descendant was too far from reaching Tian Luanhui's level, especially when it came to their Dao insight. Li Qiye saw Tian Luanhui take 90 steps and smiled before declaring, "Interesting, my turn to catch up." He then placed his foot into the pond. After Li Qiye entered, Lan Yunju began counting right away, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fortunately, she was ready this time and was able to keep up with his pace. Li Qiye has entered. His entrance into the pond quickly attracted the attention from the ghosts. Can he catch Sir Tian Luanhui? Seeing his quick pace left a ghost expert nervous. Humph. Sir Tian Luanhui is the strongest genius of our race. Even if Li Qiye catches up, he still might not be able to beat Sir Tian Luanhui. The last person to persevere is the winner. There is nothing great about being able to walk so fast. This ghost cultivator only made it halfway before shutting his mouth. 90th step. Amidst the anxiety building up within these ghost cultivators, Li Qiye had already taken 90 steps, shutting up the ghost cultivators who held him in disdain. They couldn't even swallow their words in time. Is this brat still a human? Even an old undying from the ghost race cursed in his mind. In an instant, Li Qiye had caught up to Tian Luanhui. Inside the pond, Li Qiye looked at him in the distance. Li Qiye then commented, "Incredible talents. To be able to study the origin Grand Tao of the ghost race means that you are qualified to become an immortal emperor. Alas, it is a misfortune that you were born in the same era as me. I have seen your Grand Tao, now it is your turn to watch." Having said that, a bright light suddenly flashed as if it was the Grand Tao blooming, like a caterpillar metamorphosing into a butterfly. Li Qiye then went deeper into the pond as if he was blessed by a god. His speed was as fast as if he were flying. Li Qiye was too fast, so Tian Luanhui couldn't stop himself from looking with his heavenly gaze. After seeing the expansion of Li Qiye's Grand Tao, his expression greatly changed, for he had lost his composure. On the other shore, Tian Luanhui studied the Grand Tao and had an initial form in his mind. He didn't know that Li Qiye had also learned a unique Grand Tao and had created its initial form as well. This Grand Tao was much further along than Tian Luanhui's own. 111, 112, 113, Lan Yunju was falling behind with her counting since Li Qiye became faster and faster to the point of no comparison. At this time, it was no longer one step surpassing one world in the pond, each of his steps brought about his own world. The pond's water no longer obstructed his steps, he was dragging the pond along. Each of his steps created a new world in the pond. Now, he was the creator of worlds instead of the pond. He had reversed the primary and secondary relationship below his feet, since he had now dominated the evolving transformations of the pond. At this moment, even Tian Luanhui stood still. A mysterious aura encompassed his body so one couldn't see his expression, but he was silent without the all-grasping style he previously displayed. Meanwhile, the ghost race fell into complete despair. Li Qiye had shattered the pride of the ghosts as he drifted like he was flying inside the pond, completely leaving Tian Luanhui behind. Before, they still had some hope of Tian Luanhui beating Li Qiye, but now, even if Tian Luanhui could take the 100th step, he would still be unable to defeat Li Qiye. The eventual victor was too apparent. At the same time, a murderous glint as cold as mist appeared in the Phoenix Maiden's eyes. She recognized the dangerous existence that is Li Qiye and placed him as the #1 enemy of her husband. Li Qiye was no longer a simple, budding threat. She felt that without eradicating Li Qiye, her husband definitely would not have the chance to shoulder the heaven's will. It was not because of a lack of confidence in her husband, but because Li Qiye was too frightening and devilish. She realized that there would be no peace unless Li Qiye was annihilated. She trusted her intuition since it had always been on point. At this moment, she thought of many different plans to destroy Li Qie no matter the price. She had to eliminate her husband's number one enemy. 150. At the 150th step, Lan Yunju suddenly paused and hesitated since she couldn't count any longer. This was because Li Qie had disappeared. Even when she utilized her heavenly gaze to its limit, she still couldn't see his figure. Gone, why can't I see through it? It wasn't only Lan Yunju, others also lost sight of Li Qie. The heavenly gaze lost its effect after the 150th step. What happened? The limit of the heavenly gaze is 150 steps. At this time, the gazes of ancient saints, heavenly sovereigns, and even the old undyings failed. There is also another possibility. A ghost expert thought of the worst-case scenario and said, maybe Li Qie has failed just like the bronze tree ancestor that had disappeared. If one forces their way in without having sufficient capabilities, then they will disappear and die without a corpse. With this reminder, many felt that this was very possible. Li Qie's sudden disappearance could be attributed to his failure just like several great characters earlier. A fate of dying without a body remaining. This was him seeking his own death and for thinking that he was really invincible. Walking like flying? Now it is over, he even lost his own life. The ghost race thought of this possibility and gloated from others' misfortune. Meanwhile, the great characters remained silent. They didn't know what was going on but were secretly hoping for this to be the case. In their eyes, Li Qie was too devilish. In the future, once Li Qie's wings hardened, he would be a huge threat for the ghost race unless they made peace with him. However, in the sacred nether world, the ghost race was the master, so how could they bow down to a little human? This was why all the great characters and ancestors hoped for Li Qie's true disappearance. This was perhaps the best outcome. What a shame, the prime ominous key has been lost. We will just have to wait for the next generation for the key to appear again. A ghost cultivator lamented, but it was still said with a gloating tone. Or there is another possibility. At this point, the Jade Water Queen used her divine reflection and calculated. The divine reflection of the charming spirits was extremely heaven-defying, especially one of an unfathomable spirit like the Queen. No one knew the level of her divine reflection. She pondered for a while and said, perhaps Li Qie doesn't want others to see the profundities of his grand Tao, so he is hiding in the pond. Perhaps it is no longer the pond ruling over Li Qie, but it is he who has control over the pond. Li Qie's steps were creating worlds, they were no longer the pond's worlds. Compared to the other ghosts, Tian Luanhui appeared to be calm, not happy or proud. He kept on using his heavenly gaze to scan the water's surface, hoping to find traces of Li Qie. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood for competition because Li Qie's grand Tao had shaken his mind. Tian Luanhui had studied the origin grand Tao of the ghost race, but it seemed as if Li Qie's grand Tao was even more heaven-defying, so much so that it escaped the boundaries of grand Tao. This was why Tian Luanhui wished to see Li Qie's grand Tao once more, aiming to see through its mysteries in hopes that he might learn something from it. Unfortunately, regardless of his efforts, he couldn't see Li Qie's shadow. In fact, on the other shore, the grand Tao Li Qie learned from observing the 9 ants had escaped the boundaries of grand Tao. Because of this, it was understandable that Tian Luanhui would be dumbstruck. It had to be said that Tian Luanhui was an amazing and discerning genius. With just a glance, he instantly understood that Li Qie's grand Tao was marvelous. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Maiden sighed in relief with Li Qie's disappearance. Similar to the great characters, she also hoped for Li Qie's disappearance and death. It would save her a lot of trouble if he met his demise in the pond. This brat is the most devilish person I have ever seen. Long Xuantian said as he stared intensely at the pond. As the most brilliant genius of the previous generation, he was not like the other ghosts who believed that Li Qie had died. Lan Yunju couldn't help but hold her breath. In this place, she was the only person who cared for Li Qia's safety. She had seen him create many miracles, but his sudden disappearance still made her worry. Despite her confidence in him, this emotion was unsuppressible. Chapter 545, Treasure Inside the Pond. Boom. A loud blast resounded amidst the celebrating ghosts. An endless immortal light suddenly illuminated the entire pond with its source at the center. Look over there, it's Li Qia. Inside the blinding immortal light, a figure appeared in the center of the pond, Li Qia. He made it to the deepest part of the pool. Everyone was aghast to see him appearing in the center of the pond because all speculations hinted that the biggest fortune of the water realm was at the center of this pond. The ghost experts looked like they had just swallowed a fly, especially those who were gloating earlier. Now, they all had frozen expressions. Their smugness earlier was slapped harshly by Li Qia's appearance. He scooped out a treasure. Inside the immortal light, Li Qia got something from the water. It was a stone that looked like a long trunk, and the endless immortal light came from it. At times, the light took the form of a fiery light, then it would transform into an icy shape and then back into a pure wooden shade. All of these immortal lights kept on transforming to prove its identity as an immortal stone. All were envious and jealous of this sight. The ghost race was reddened and crazed. They had been guarding here for so long, but they didn't even get a blade of grass while Li Qia managed to find an immortal stone at this moment. Many were unwilling to see it in Li Qia's possession, so they angrily uttered, "Is this the big fortune of the water realm?" The old undyings hiding in the shadows with ice-cold glares stared at the stone in his hand. Those from the emperor's lineages stared with especially frightening glints in their eyes. They could hold back their greed if it was any other treasure, but an immortal stone that could prolong one's lifespan was irresistible no matter Li Qia's origin and background. The Phoenix Maiden, who had been relaxed, suddenly changed her expression after seeing the immortal light shrouding Li Qia. She called for a disciple nearby and commanded, "Tell the Bronze Carapace King to help me with a matter and that the Myriad Bones Throne will not ill-treat their insect tribe from now on." Long Xuantian only shook his head while watching her since he knew what she wanted to do. In the eyes of a supreme genius like himself, he didn't support her course of action and felt that using lowly schemes against experts was a dishonorable thing. Nevertheless, he didn't try to stop her. To the jealous members of the ghost race, this issue was not just about an immortal stone, it was because the one who got it was Li Qia who shamed them before. Meanwhile, Tian Luanhui only sighed to see Li Qia's harvest. He didn't continue on any further and return instead. Even if he could go further, it would be meaningless since the victor had already been decided. So what if he could take another 100 steps? If he couldn't surpass Li Qia, then it was only a counting game with himself. In the case that he managed to reach the middle of the pond and went towards the deepest parts of the water, it was still trivial since Li Qia was there first and arrived there in a much shorter amount of time. However, what Tian Luanhui dreaded the most was not Li Qia's speed, but that he had command over the grand momentum of the pond. Tian Luanhui was very confident in his own grand Tao, and with his created path, he would be able to go very far in the pond, 1 world per step. But Li Qia was different. The situation had reversed and the pond was no longer in control. Li Qia was the one who mastered the spatial transformations within. It was not a world per step from the pond, and instead was Li Qia creating a world with each step. This meant that nothing could stop Li Qia's pace within the pond and that he was free to come and go on his whim. Tian Luanhui's heart was gloomy. As a cautious and meticulous person, Li Qia had now become his #1 opponent, someone even greater than Dizhua. His absolute confidence in his grand Tao even reached the level that he was certain that the heavens would accept it as long as he continued on this path. His grand Tao would become the heavenly Tao, and his secret law would become the heavens' secret law. However, Li Qia's grand Tao suffocated him today. If Tian Luanhui's grand Tao could become a heavenly Tao in the future, then Li Qia's Grand Tao was above even a heavenly Tao. This was the reason for Tian Luanhui's fear. Li Qia was too terrifying. If Tian Luanhui wanted to become an immortal emperor, Li Qia would be his biggest obstacle. All the ghost cultivators were quiet after seeing Tian Luanhui leave the pond. At this time, no one blamed him, and of course, no one was qualified to do so. Even ancestors personally taking action wouldn't have as great as an accomplishment as Tian Luanhui. It was not due to his personal lacking, but only because his enemy was too devilish and unbelievable. The ghost race felt powerless since they were humiliated by Li Qia time after time and only met failure despite retaliating numerous times. First was the Phoenix Maiden in a battle where Li Qia ended up massacring tens of thousands of ghosts. Now, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, Ghost Insect Evil Child, and Tian Luanhui all had suffered utter defeat. The ghost race wanted to cry, but even tears wouldn't come out after a supreme genius like Tian Luanhui lost to Li Qia. They wanted to fight back but had no means to do so. No one was more qualified than Tian Luanhui, and even Dizhuo was not necessarily much better. Regarding talents and insights, even within the group of ancestors of the previous generation, it would be hard to find one or two who were more heaven-defying than Tian Luanhui. How about we have a great powers ancestor personally kill Li Qia? A ghost expert's anger wouldn't subside, so he had this thought. A cruel intention began to appear among the ghosts. They agreed that Li Qia was indeed heaven-defying, but if a virtuous paragon took action, this paragon would definitely be able to suppress and kill him. The issue was that they must find an ancestor who would agree to this. Normally, these ancestors wouldn't want to touch the bee's nest that is the Thousand Carp River without a pre-established clash of conflict. Moreover, ancestors that could actually fight against the Thousand Carp River, such as those from the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground, were not stupid enough to come out to fight a junior. If it is a contest of strength, then Sir Tian Luanhui would surely be able to kill Li Qia. Although Li Qia understood the mysteries of the pond, this doesn't mean that his cultivation is stronger than Sir Tian Luanhui's. A ghost expert had this thought: Sir Tian Luanhui is a reincarnated immortal emperor, someone who trains two different supreme emperors' laws from two emperors. Li Qia definitely is not a match for him. A ghost royal lord had the same train of thought: if Tian Luanhui takes action, then he can kill this human junior. In my opinion, his cultivation at best is only a heavenly sovereign, he cannot handle heavenly kings. Of course, Tian Luanhui was not someone that they could control. If he didn't want to, then even if they talked till their teeth wore out, it would all be meaningless. In short, the indignant ghosts only wanted to kill Li Qia at this moment. As long as he lived, the ghost race would never be able to wash away this shame. Li Qia also came back out not long after Tian Luanhui returned. Lan Yunzhu was relieved to see his safe return and quickly rushed over to see him. While being secretly glad, she said, "Did you get a great fortune?" "Not really, entering the center of the pond doesn't guarantee a great fortune since it also depends on their luck." Li Qia continued with a smile, "But I did find out something." "What did you find out?" Lan Yunzhu hastily asked, unable to quench her curiosity. However, Li Qia did not answer because Tian Luanhui came closer while shrouded in his mysterious aura. He then spoke, "Fellow Taoist Li, I accept my defeat completely. Your Grand Tao is truly unequaled and has escaped the boundary of the Grand Tao." Although he lost, Tian Luanhui was still very graceful as he looked at Li Qia with his profound eyes. Li Qia didn't want to talk about his Grand Tao, so he interrupted Tian Luanhui and steadily spoke, "Then our deal should be carried out." Tian Luanhui took a deep breath and said in a serious manner, "You can rest assured about this. I can represent the Aulira's ancient kingdom to say that we will leave this conflict. We will not touch any treasures at this place." After all, Tian Luanhui was Tian Luanhui, the descendant of the Aulira's ancient kingdom. His words were powerful and had true substance. He then looked at the group of great powers from the ghost race and carefully declared, "This was the deal, I lost to fellow Daoist Li due to my own lack of abilities. I hope that the Alira's ancient kingdom's allies and friends will leave this conflict. Of course, if you are unwilling, then I won't force you, feel free to comply with the wishes of your countries." Tian Luanhui's declaration caused the great powers from the ghost race to look at each other, especially those from the western Green River. The ancient kingdom was a powerful monster in this region, a force that was looked up to by many countries. Eventually, these great powers declared their intentions, "We are willing to follow you and stand by your decision. The Three Graves country is willing to follow your decision. The Bamboo Corpse sect is willing to leave this conflict with you and will follow your order of not taking any treasures from this place." Boom! A loud blast detonated amidst the celebrating ghosts. An endless immortal light suddenly illuminated the entire pond with its source at the center. "Look over there, it's Wuxia." Inside the blinding immortal light, a figure appeared in the center of the pond, Wuxia. He made it to the deepest part of the pool. Everyone was aghast to see him appearing in the center of the pond because all speculations hinted that the biggest fortune of the water realm was at the center of this pond. The ghost experts looked like they had just swallowed a fly, especially those who were gloating earlier. Now, they all had frozen expressions. Their smugness earlier was slapped harshly by Wuxia's appearance. Chapter 546, Bronze Carapace King. In just a moment, many great powers from the western Green River revealed their stance. Although the treasures might be tempting, a long-lasting relationship with the Alira's ancient kingdom was more important. Moreover, it was not certain that they could even obtain these treasures in the pond. There were many emperors' lineages here, so the big fortune had no parts for great powers like them. Instead of drinking leftover soup from these lineages, it would be better to climb up the ladder to please the Alira's ancient kingdom at this moment. If they didn't give Tian Luanhui face at this moment, then once he ruled over the ancient kingdom, it would be too late to try to make positive relations. "This is the deal between fellow Daoist Li and our ghost race, are you satisfied?" Tian Luanhui asked Wuxia. Hailing from the Alira's ancient kingdom, Tian Luanhui had never lacked treasures and could obtain all that he wanted. To him, not obtaining the big fortune from the pond was not a big deal. He needed status and fame as well as the support of these great powers. This would solidify his position in the ghost race for when he eventually contends for supremacy. He was very satisfied by the Western Green River's great powers' attitude. In the future, he would rule over the ancient kingdom, then reign over the Green River without an issue. Once his wings became stronger, he would then aim for the top of the sacred nether world and eventually maneuver his army into the 9 worlds to compete for the heaven's will. "Good move," Wuxia smilingly said as he nodded approvingly. Tian Luanhui didn't continue to chat and quietly left. He didn't go too far since he wanted to watch from the distance to see the developing situation. His eyes were profound, and no one could see through his thoughts while he was shrouded in that mysterious aura. He wanted to see Wuxia's grand Dao once more. After Tian Luanhui's departure, Wuxia looked towards the Phoenix Maiden. This turmoil was initiated by her, but she was clever enough to make others fight first as cannon fodder. Wuxia didn't intend to let her go since she continuously antagonized him. He stared at her and nonchalantly said, "Do you want to try again by using the pond, or do you want to use force? Our matter has not yet concluded. What do you think?" The maiden said as she coldly glared at him. Her eyes were burning with a palpable murderous intent towards Wuxia. "Whatever, it's up to you." Wuxia smiled and said, "Using the pond or directly fighting, both of these choices are good. Today, we should resolve this grievance. Like I said, death is the only path for my enemies, so you should mentally prepare to meet your demise today." Ha ha ha. Human ants, do you really think our ghost race has no one that can stand up to you? How could we allow a cruel and immoral butcher like you to slay our ghost juniors? An immense voice suddenly appeared. Loud buzzes appeared as the sky became dark with the arrival of countless insects that eventually gathered into a gigantic person. Bronze Carapace Insect Tribe, the Bronze Carapace King. The group gasped and uttered after seeing this insect giant. This insect tribe was not the strongest ghost tribe in the sacred nether world, but it was definitely the most troublesome and scary tribe. They were like locusts and unkillable cockroaches. It was nearly impossible to kill them all. The tribe brought along a group of disciples, causing many great powers to secretly dread their presence. These insects all came together to form the Bronze Carapace King that stood before Wuxia. With the heavens as his crown, it stared down at Wuxia. Wuxia was too lazy to look at this giant as he said, "Oh? Your Bronze Carapace insect tribe wants to get involved too?" This king looked very real, as if it was cast from bronze. No one would think that it was made from countless insects squeezed together. Yes. The voice of the insect king was clear yet loud like thunder. It coldly spoke, "Human Junior, we will not allow you to carry out your devious scheme." "My scheme?" Wuxia asked with amusement. "Time and time again, you kill our ghost geniuses in order to carry out your plan." "My plan? What kind of plan?" Wuxia laughed and asked. "You killed Ghost Monk, Golden Child, and also several tens of thousands of young talents and experts of the ghost race. Now, you reach your hands towards the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child. Then in the future, you will also conspire against our three heroes. For what? This is all because you want to kill our ghost race's youngins, our seeds as well as our future and hope. This is your scheme. After you do so, you will then lead the humans to ruthlessly massacre our ghost race and chase us out of the sacred nether world, even if it means to the point of extinction. Then, your human race will rule the entire sacred nether world alone." At this point, the Insect King was extremely angry. With indignation, he spoke in a righteous manner, "But as a member and child of the ghost race, we of the Bronze Carapace Insect Tribe will not let you get away with it. If you want to scheme against our youth, you will have to confront us first." The Insect King's rhetoric was full of devotion to righteousness that deserved reverence. His presentation against Wuxia caused everyone to become dumbfounded, including the great powers of the ghost race. Many great characters from these powers looked at each other. Whether it were ghosts or people from the other races, anyone with a sliver of sobriety could tell that the Insect King was exaggerating. Wuxia alone wanted to destroy the ghost race? This was just daydreaming. Long Xuantian, who was standing to the side, shook his head. He knew the goal of the Phoenix Maiden's scheme. Shameless. Lan Yunju snorted and exclaimed upon hearing this. She knew that the Insect King was trying to frame Wuxia and cause all the ghosts to attack him. At the very least, this would give the old undyings of the ghost race a reason to attack, a reason for the great powers to actually maneuver their true forces. With this kind of righteous excuse, the ghost race could easily tear apart the verbal agreement from before. Even if they had lost, they didn't need to leave this place and could maintain their occupation of this pond. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh after hearing this dignified Insect King. He then looked up at the Phoenix Maiden on her chariot. How could such a scheme elude Wuxia? After hearing the Insect King, he immediately knew who was leading him on. A person like the Insect King wouldn't be able to articulate this kind of logic. Well said and cleverly put. Wuxia applauded and said with a grin, "With such effective eloquence and lip service, it is a shame that you are not a storyteller." Wuxia then smirked at the maiden and continued, "However, your words are useless. Today, the maiden will definitely not leave this place alive." "Humph. Wuxia, your scheme is truly evil. You want to murder our entire ghost race." A ghost cultivator harshly shouted. "You want to kill our future generation?" We shall absolutely not let you succeed. A ghost royal lord boldly declared. That's right. Do not let the human race's scheme come to fruition. In just a moment, many important characters from the ghost race stood out against Wuxia. A few were moved by the words of the insect king, but if these sect masters and royal lords were so easily moved by speech, then they wouldn't be worthy of their current position. They were pretending to be stupid as they marched against Wuxia. Their minds were still very clear. This was the best chance for them to kill Wuxia, and the insect king's words gave them a legitimate reason. Only a fool would not take advantage of such a good excuse. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. First, they could kill Wuxia. Second, there would be no need to honor the deal. They could stay at the pond so that the ghost race could have exclusive access to the treasures. Third, they could pave the way for the ghost's younger generation, especially the 3 heroes. How could the sect masters and royal lords of the great powers choose to let this opportunity go? In an instant, the fervent mob stimulated by these big shots had even more ghost cultivators verbally attacking Wuxia. In the meantime, the old undyings were only sneering in the shadows. Before this, these old undyings didn't want to attack a junior, but it was different now since the insect king gave them the perfect excuse. If necessary, these old men would be happy to give the human junior Wuxia a fatal blow. While so many ghost cultivators and great powers were provoking Wuxia, the cultivators from the other races didn't want to join this mess, so they only watched silently by the side. Good trick. No words are spared when accusing someone of a crime. The Jadewater Queen commented as she was startled by the sudden reversal of the situation. Chapter 547, The United Crowd. The divine Spark Phoenix Maiden sighed in relief and revealed a smile after seeing many great powers criticizing Wuxia. At this time, she was certain of victory and did not believe that Wuxia could walk away alive. There were many ghost experts here today, including heavenly sovereigns, heavenly kings, and even a few hidden ancestors from the great powers. The ancestors from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground or the Insect King lineage could definitely give him a fatal blow. As long as these old men who were hiding behind the curtains took action, there would be no chance for him to escape. The situation was escalating towards her desired outcome, giving her great confidence. She wouldn't let him escape today. She had to destroy the number 1 enemy for her husband, Dizwa. Wuxia, on the other hand, didn't care for this excited and united crowd. He simply stood there at his leisure. He only chuckled at the barrage of attacks from these great characters. After a while, he dryly coughed and deliberately spoke to these excited great characters. Forget about the excuse. You can say that I'm plotting to destroy the ghost race or whatever, but I'll play to your heart's content. I do not mind killing a few more tens of thousands, so leave alive or stay here and die without a grave, it's your choice. Wuxia paused here and gazed intensely at the Phoenix Maiden. Then, he declared with a smile, however, even if you had your greatest army here, you still wouldn't be able to stop me. Today, she must die. The maiden felt a chill from Wuxia's stare. His attitude was outside of her expectations. Anyone who withstood this constant barrage from the great powers would surely be in shambles. Even a genius with great courage and decisiveness, when facing the entire ghost race, would know of their harsh situation. They might even choose to compromise. However, Wuxia didn't seem to care at all. Despite the hundreds of ghost tribes crying for his punishment, Wuxia was still unperturbed. Perhaps, he didn't care for the ghost race despite their considerable forces at this location. The maiden felt a dreadful sense of foreboding. She didn't know where his confidence was coming from, but she understood that no one could hinder his path. She gathered her strength and met his gaze while feeling a cold sensation inside. She could tell by the look in his eyes that he was looking at a dead person. However, she didn't care for her own life. Rather, she was worried about Dizwa having such a frightening enemy like Wuxia. She then calmly spoke, "If my death can wake up the ghost race's vigilance, then my death would not be without meaning." She was prepared for the worst as she declared in a solemn demeanor, "You wish to destroy the ghost race's future and hope, but your scheme will fail. Even if I die, I must stop your plan and destroy your scheme against the ghost race." This woman's mind is sharp. With her support, Dizwa could have swept through the sacred nether world in the future. Lan Yunju lamented while looking at the Phoenix Maiden's calm expression of self-sacrifice. She was also a genius, so she understood how effective this move was. The maiden was ready to die, but not for the ghosts, it was for Dizwa instead. "You must ask me before killing the young lady." The gigantic bronze carapace king gravely spoke, he was full of justice. "That's right. Do not let this human scheme come to fruition. You must walk through our corpses if you want to kill the Phoenix Maiden." The young ghost cultivators' blood were boiling due to the Phoenix Maiden's calm attitude. They shouted, "For the ghost race. Do not let this human brute hurt the Phoenix Maiden. Yeah. Do not let the human race's devious plans succeed. Our ghost race will not allow Wuxia to massacre our disciples as he pleases." Taking advantage of the aroused crowd, many great characters decided to add wind to the fire. They wanted to use others to kill Wuxia no matter the reason. "Good, then I'll do as I please." Wuxia smiled and said, "Who wants to go first? I'll give you a hand by stomping on your corpse. You'll have to ask for my permission first." The bronze carapace king roared. The giant with 2 hands capable of sealing the sky slammed the ground hard with surging blood energy. This was a strike that shook the heaven and earth. This attack was not only the strongest blow from the insect king, it was also a move exerted by countless disciples from the insect tribe at the same time. "I'll fulfill your death wish." Wuxia did not retreat against the gigantic hands that smashed down from the insect king. Instead, he met it with full force. The 1,000 hands technique appeared as a grand world was lifted by them. In this second, all of his hands suddenly transformed into a pair of hands as it was utilized to its strongest point. At this moment, the force of this pair of hands could shatter the earth and break the stars. Bang! With a loud noise, their hands collided violently. Both sides had to take several steps back as their feet dug deep into the ground. After seeing the full frontal assault by both sides where they both took steps backward, the ghost experts gasped, "Does this brat really only have the power of a heavenly sovereign?" The insect king's cultivation was at the heavenly sovereign realm and, right now, with numerous disciples taking the form of a giant, all the disciples' blood energy and power became his. Nevertheless, the insect king only managed to duke it out evenly with Wuxia. How heaven-defying was this? Crack! The insect king's gigantic hand fragmented into pieces after another full-on collision with Wuxia. As these pieces fell down, people finally saw the insects made from bronze being smashed apart. This meant that, with that one blow, many insect disciples were killed. However, the worst had yet to come. From the bodies of these insects came little larvae in fainter bronze colors. These little larvae crawled out from the corpses and instantly came together again to form a new hand. The dead and broken bodies that fell to the ground looked just like flakes of skin. This scene terrified those who had never seen these insects in action before. They were clearly killed, yet new insects still crawled out from their corpses. What a frightening ghost tribe. Rumor has it that each disciple of the bronze carapace insect tribe all have 3 lives. Could this rumor be true? A person quivered and asked after seeing this scene. Anyone would feel a terrorizing sensation in the face of such an opponent. What a wicked thing to be able to be reborn from one's own corpse. Human Jr., I cannot be killed. I have the protection of my disciples and you will never be able to kill us all. The insect king coldly shouted, "Now, it is time for you to die." With a great roar, his gigantic body suddenly became a huge mountain that carried a powerful weight and majestic force descending onto Wuxia. Such a huge mountain was more than enough to flatten him into meat paste. This sudden transformation shocked the spectators. The techniques of this insect tribe were so bizarre. Is that so? Wuxia remained still without batting an eyelash against the huge mountain crashing down at an unbelievable speed. Clank! At this moment, a giant lock emerged from his body as countless refined flame universal laws covered his body. In the blink of an eye, 9 suns rose from behind his back like 9 sealed suns, and these gigantic chains made out of laws were dragging them out. Boom! The 9 suns suddenly exploded. The location where Wuxia stood had turned into a sea of flames. Endless refined sun fire incinerated the sky and all creations. No! Screams resounded the moment this endless refined sun fire encompassed the gigantic mountain. The huge mountain was burnt into countless sand particles as they fell down and no longer had the power to suppress Wuxia. Under the 9 suns locking heaven's refined flames, even these insects that were shielded with their bronze carapaces were killed. Little larvae crawled out from the burnt corpses, but they were also incinerated before being able to escape. Buzz! Many powerful insects were not killed by this fire and managed to escape to the 4 directions like dispersed bees without a nest. However, inside the endless refined sun fire, countless chains as thin as silk shot out and instantly penetrated these insects, killing each escaping insect one by one. Chapter 548, Diamond Saint Physique XSH. The rushing torrent of flames suddenly shot out a universal law in the form of a divine chain into the fiery ocean. Ah! A miserable scream came out. A bronze carapace insect the size of a fist with a shining husk was penetrated, and the law chain instantly burned its body. "Young lady, save me!" The insect king cried out for help. This insect was the king and it wanted to use its powerful cultivation to withstand the refined sun fire for a moment where it would then get closer to Wuxia and deliver a fatal blow. However, it never had the chance. The insect was pierced by the divine chain in an instant as its body burst into flames. No! The insect king pitifully bellowed. At this moment, it was feeling its life essence melting away as it truly felt fear. It was very difficult to kill the bronze carapace insect tribe because they could change bodies. But now, since its body was pierced by the divine chain, it couldn't break out. The chain that pierced through its body swiftly burned the insect's life force as it struggled on the verge of death. "Wuxia, halt your assault!" The Phoenix Maiden shouted after seeing this scene and went on to attack. With a screech, a phoenix spread its wings and covered the 9 heavens, then it flew towards the sea of flames to attack Wuxia. "You won't do!" Wuxia's voice rang from inside the sea of flames. With a roar that pierced the heaven and earth, a gigantic primordial Kunpeng rushed out of the sea of flames. It soared in the sky as its wings were capable of slapping down the stars, with a slash as if it came from a divine blade. These wings cut into the fiery phoenix. This was not the first time these two had exchanged blows. The maiden's fire phoenix was not a match for Wuxia's primordial Kunpeng. Boom! The fire phoenix was blown away by the Kunpeng's gigantic wings and disappeared, leaving behind a phoenix maiden that was smacked far away into the distance while spewing out blood. Wuxia didn't stop there. The Kunpeng let out a long roar and, with an incomparable speed, it chased after the wounded phoenix maiden. Its claws tore apart the world as it once again slashed at the maiden. The maiden was scared out of her mind since she couldn't escape these claws with her speed. As her life hung on a thread, a dragon roar suddenly appeared. A dragon claw swiftly rushed forward and grabbed the maiden away right under the Kunpeng's claw. The person who suddenly joined the fray was Long Zuantian. He moved at an extreme speed to save the maiden's life. Meanwhile, in the sea of flames, a pitiful and unwilling scream was still ringing out, "Ah!" The bronze carapace insect king was burnt to ashes. With that, the sea of flames covering the sky converged back into 9 suns behind Wuxia. The primordial Kunpeng also flew back to Wuxia and hovered above his head for a moment before slowly disappearing. Wuxia watched the Phoenix Maiden being rescued by Long Xuantian, but he was not in a rush to kill her. He slowly walked forward as ashes fluttered in the sky, ashes of the countless dead bronze carapace insects. "So you finally want to take action?" Wuxia asked and looked at Long Xuantian with a smile. Wuxia didn't care for ordinary sovereigns or even ordinary heavenly kings, but his current attitude showed that he held relative respect for Long Xuantian. Of course, Long Xuantian wasn't someone that ordinary heavenly kings could compare to. Although his cultivation halted at the heavenly king realm, he was also a grand completion saint physique. Long Xuantian gazed back at Wuxia as his spirit surged along with his blood energy. All the rings around him expanded as they poured down a primordial essence that immersed him within. It was as if these rings were opening a new world for Long Xuantian. In just a split second, he exuded a terrifying aura like an awakened dragon. He was silent, but people could hear the intermittent roars of dragons, causing them to be startled. Afterward, the moment his blood energy all came out, waves of Buddhist lights began to emanate from his body as if he was a sacred Buddha protected by a gigantic dragon. The moment when his will to battle came to life, he suddenly became younger by several dozen years and had a spirited style capable of proudly walking across this world. He had returned to a younger age. Grand completion saint physique on top of being a heaven-defying heavenly king. Many shivered at the sight of Long Xuantian's terrifying aura. Not to mention trivial sovereigns and kings, even ancestors from the great powers had to be cautious. A supreme genius like him, with the power of a heavenly king along with his physique, surely could kill all heavenly kings. He even had the ability to fight against ordinary virtuous paragons. The paragon genius of an entire generation. What a shame, seeing Long Xuantian's proud style that could reign over this world, the ancestors hiding in the darkness lamented with regret. If he hadn't been born in the difficult Tao era, then today, he would have loomed over many ancestors of the great powers and might even have become an existence of the legendary master level. Unfortunately, his birth was inopportune and the life reduction left a fatal wound, stopping him from reaching the peak. Diamond Saint Physique. Seeing the gigantic dragon protecting the sacred Buddha left Wuxia with a smirk as he said, "A bit interesting. A grand completion Diamond Saint Physique could stop an attack from an emperor's weapon. I do want to give it a try." Wuxia smiled and said while looking at Long Xuantian's Diamond Saint Physique, "How about we have a match with our physiques?" "Whatever you want." Long Xuantian confidently replied. He was confident in fighting against even legendary minor completion immortal physiques with his grand completion saint physique. Alas, he had never seen one since he began his Tao path. "Then let us start." Wuxia's gaze became serious. His chest shot out a wave of light as bright as the explosion of the sun while the space around him suddenly shook twice. Long Xuantian was astonished. A divine Buddhist light surrounded his body. In this second, he exerted the Diamond Saint Physique to its maximum potential. At this moment, both of them took action and slammed into each other at an unbelievable speed. Long Xuantian's speed was fast as he utilized his heavenly king cultivation to the limit. Wuxia was even faster and he inched closer in just a flash. Their speed was too fast. Not to mention the other experts who couldn't see anything, even the ancestors couldn't grasp this split-second acceleration. Boom! The two collided, resulting in a deafening blast. It was as if the world had exploded. A blinding light illuminated the heavens for many miles. That one blow seemed to have destroyed dozens of suns, creating a dazzling spectacle. Once this blinding light disappeared, everyone saw Wuxia and Long Xuantian in a standoff position. The two of them were unscathed as they stared at each other like two bulls in an arena. Crank crack. At this time, the spatial fabric broke like glass and a terrifying black hole appeared. Because of the earlier blinding flash of light, the ancestors from the great powers couldn't see the moment of collision between Wuxia and Long Xuantian, so they had missed a good scene. However, after seeing the broken space, everyone understood that the earlier blow from the two was very frightening. The later waves will surpass us. Long Xuantian gently sighed and said while withdrawing his proud attitude. It seemed that he had become dozens of years older again. He then lamented once more, I am old, this world belongs to the younger generation. His words caused many people to feel down. Could it be that Long Xuantian had lost? If this was the case, then it was truly bizarre. Wuxia calmly said, already lamenting before the outcome is decided, isn't that too early? Many became lively again. Earlier, they thought Long Xuantian had lost, but this didn't seem to be the case. Long Xuantian shook his head and said, no, I am now old and no longer have the courage and boldness from back in my youth. He then continued on while gazing at Wuxia, you really have the qualification to become Dizua's top rival. People's minds quivered after hearing this. Long Xuantian was Dizua's Dao mentor, yet he recognized Wuxia's ability. One could imagine just how heaven-defying he must be. Wuxia actually had the strength to fight against Dizua? But Wuxia simply smiled and didn't respond to Long Xuantian's evaluation. Chapter 549, Change of Mind. At this point, Long Xuantian went back to the Phoenix Maiden's side and said in a serious tone, young miss, it is not too late if you want to leave now. I will escort you out. His sudden words caused the maiden's heart to sink. She asked, what is Senior trying to say? Long Xuantian didn't look at her but rather stared intensely at Wuxia and said, I am old and wish to live in seclusion. I'm afraid I won't be able to help virtuous nephew Dizua any longer. But before leaving, I can escort you safely away from here. Long Xuantian was extremely cautious of Wuxia. After the exchange, he immediately knew he had met a terrifying opponent because he couldn't tell which physique Wuxia had. Long Xuantian retreating caused the maiden to change her expression. She quickly tried to retain him, Senior Long is too humble, you are a supreme genius of a generation. Long Xuantian hastily interrupted her and said, young miss, you should leave. His attitude perplexed many. The victor had yet to be decided between him and Wuxia. Many were more optimistic about him and felt that he would surely defeat Wuxia. But now, Long Xuantian chose to withdraw. He no longer showed his usual proud attitude, causing everyone to feel that something was amiss. No one thought that he was afraid of Wuxia. In the past, he had even declined the myriad bones thrown right away. A proud person like Long Xuantian would not be afraid of Wuxia. Moreover, he had a great advantage by having a higher cultivation than Wuxia. However, to the astonishment of others, he still wanted to pull out. This was akin to lowering his own prestige and leaving a stain on his illustrious reputation. Why was he determined to leave despite the marring on his reputation? No one understood why, not even the Phoenix Maiden. He was Dizua's Dao mentor and she knew that he was not afraid of anyone, but now he wanted to leave. She took a deep breath and shook her head in response, Senior Long, if you want to leave, then I won't hold you back, but I will not retreat. No matter how strong this human might be, I will not let the human race's scheme come into fruition. I will not let Wuxia massacre our young ones not just because I am from the myriad bones thrown, but also for the sake of the ghost race. Long Xuantian shook his head as he listened to her righteous words. He understood what she was trying to do. He sighed in response and repeated the same phrase, I am old. This is the world of the young people now. What admirable courage! No one knew what he was lamenting about. Was it her courage or something else? He then left behind his last words, "Take care, young Mississippi." He then flew away and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. A lot of the crowd couldn't help themselves from becoming dumbstruck as they watched him fly away. From start to finish, no one understood why he left. He was absolutely not weaker than Wuxia, so he couldn't be afraid of him. Then for what reason did he leave? All were lost at the reason why, including the maiden. In fact, it was a thought at the spur of the moment, resulting in him no longer being optimistic about Dizhua. He was a peerless talent of his own generation. When he was young, he was not much weaker than Dizhua or Tian Luanhui. He agreed to leave his seclusion to help Dizhua because he valued Dizhua's talents. Seeing Dizhua's confidence reminded him of his past self. He regretted the fact that he was born during the difficult Tao era where one couldn't become an immortal emperor, so he placed his hopes on Dizhua. When facing an opponent like Tian Luanhui or Chen Yang, he trusted that Dizhua would come out victorious all the way until he reached the imperial throne. But today, his trust was shaken, especially after his one blow with Wuxia. He understood one thing immediately: Wuxia was more terrifying than he imagined. Although he couldn't discern Wuxia's physique at that moment, his intuition told him that it was more than just a simple immortal physique. He felt an illusion as if Wuxia had two immortal physiques, but anyone with a sliver of common sense knew that this was impossible. Nevertheless, this striking intuition resonated powerfully in his mind. What if Wuxia had two immortal physiques? Long Xuantian didn't dare to think about this any longer. Wuxia was already heaven-defying enough to the point where he could compete against any of the three heroes. However, what if his ace card was not the 9 stars and 10 palaces, not an invincible merit law, but something else? For example, an impossible thing like one body with two immortal physiques? He began to believe that this was the most plausible explanation, and he knew that Dizhua would suffer a terrible defeat, thus resulting in his retreat. He didn't want to see the moment of Dizhua's utter defeat. After he left, Wuxia looked straight at the Phoenix Maiden and said, "Now, who else is willing to fight for you? Even if I am alone, I will neither retreat nor compromise." The maiden took a deep breath and spoke in a dignified manner, "Even if my own power is insignificant, I will still stand before you to stop your evil plan from stretching its cruel grasp towards the ghost race. If my death can wake up the ghost race, then my death is a cheap price to pay." The maiden spoke with dignity. She slowly uttered each word with a heroic attitude that resonated with the crowd. She spoke as if Wuxia was an unpardonable and sinful devil, and her current actions won the admiration and support of many spectators. Wuxia shook his head while looking at her dignified appearance and smilingly said, "To tell the truth, I do admire your courage a little bit. You know that it is impossible, yet you still try. Truly excellent. For the ghost race, my own life is nothing." The maiden proudly proclaimed, "Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will never let you get away with." Wuxia interrupted her and said, "Yes, I know, I am the most heinous villain. Whether it is for Dizhua or the ghost race, I will give you a meaningful death." The maiden watched Wuxia approach. She took a deep breath and showed no signs of escaping before dryly speaking, "I know you are very strong, but I will still try despite my weakness. Let the rise of the ghost race start with me." Many ghost cultivators watched this scene. Once Wuxia got even closer, many people couldn't help but take a step forward. One ghost cultivator with his blood boiling exclaimed with emotion, "Li, if you want to touch even a hair of the maiden, you will have to walk over our corpses first. The disciples of the ghost race will not let you kill as you please." Many royal lords and sect masters were moved and wanted to group up to kill Wuxia. At this point, 2 men suddenly descended from the sky and went in front of the maiden to shield her. Their blood energies were like divine tsunamis, much stronger than the group of ghost cultivators who were in front of her just now. Although the sect masters and royal lords were moved, none of them, at this moment, wanted to step out. On the other hand, the younger cultivators were standing by her side. These two men from the sky, with their surging energies, were like two young true gods. They were the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child. Although the Saint Child's stature was humble, with his spewing blood energy, he appeared incredibly tall and powerful. We are all responsible for the rise and fall of the ghost race. As a man, how could we let a weak girl take the vanguard? The Saint Child spoke with gravity. Wuxia, don't think that you can display your brutality here. Wuxia looked at the Saint Child and Evil Child and laughed. Oh? The two of you still haven't left? Does the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground and Insect King lineage want to renege on the deal? These two imperial lineages still hadn't left. They were like tigers eyeing their prey, wishing to push Wuxia to his demise. However, because of the deal, these lineages had yet to make a move. The deal is one thing. The Evil Child smiled with a dark shade and continued, we will not touch the treasures at this place and can leave at any moment. However, if anyone wishes to kill ghost disciples and the seeds of the ghosts, then I, as a member of the ghost race, and the Insect King lineage, as a great power of the ghost race, have the responsibility to protect the ghost race's safety. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child also spoke in an awe-inspiring manner. Our Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground will also not let anyone harm the ghost race. The Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden is a woman with a heroic heart. She doesn't even mind sacrificing herself for the sake of the ghost race. Men like us should contribute to the ghost race. In my eyes, the honor of oneself is a trivial matter, the well-being of the ghost race is a much bigger matter. Wuxia, you wish to harm the ghost disciples. Although we had a deal, so what if I lose my own honor for the ghost race? For the ghost race's safety, I will not leave this place and allow you to massacre more ghost disciples. I will stop your brutality. The Saint Child continued on in a resounding manner. You can say that I have reneged my promise, and the world can curse me for going back on the deal. I am willing to bear this eternal infamy all to kill you today to rid the ghost race of your evil and bring back peace. Chapter 550, Fighting Against the World. The Saint Child's well-spoken and righteous rhetoric was quite moving. His appearance of protecting the ghost tribe above all else stirred many ghost cultivators, especially the younger ones. We shall support the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child. If it is for the benefit of the ghost race, so what if we die? A ghost cultivator immediately shouted, we will not let the human race's plan succeed. A royal lord fueled the fire, yes. We of the ghost race cannot bow down before the wicked. Another sect master knew just what to say, we of the ghost race only keep our word with honorable people, there is no need to do so against a brute. This deal is also part of Wuxia's evil plan. Because it is harmful to the ghost race, it should be voided. Yes. Following the agreement with this brute will only hurt the ghost race. In just a short moment, countless ghosts agreed with this sentiment and rapidly spoke, if the deal is a conspiracy against the ghost race, then it is immediately void. Of course, many great powers happily agreed with this new development. Who would be willing to let go of the great fortune inside the pond? This was even more true for the imperial lineages, they were certain of their ability to seize it, especially the Insect King lineage. A clamor broke out as the agreement between the Saint Child and Evil Child with Wuxia was voided. Because of this, the Sacred Ground and Insect lineage were the largest beneficiaries. Lan Yunzhu only sighed after seeing this. The Phoenix Maiden's plan finally succeeded. However, Wuxia didn't give a damn. To him, the bet was only for fun. If the ghost race wished to bring its face closer, then he would happily slap them a couple times. He simply didn't care whether he was facing the entire ghost race or not. In fact, opposing an entire race was a path each immortal emperor must take. For example, if a human genius wished to become an immortal emperor, at the very last minute of the competition, the other races would risk their lives to stop them. The other races would exert all of their strength to back up their own geniuses so that their race could have an immortal emperor. If one wasn't determined to face the entire world, then don't even dream about becoming an immortal emperor. An emperor candidate not only needed talents and a strong Tao heart, they also required the courage to face the rest of the world. One trod the path towards the grand Tao alone. Becoming an immortal emperor was already a heaven-defying thing, and this required great courage. Facing the world was a crucial element before ascension. Li Qiye only laughed to see the ghost race so stirred up. He looked at them and said, "Very well, I actually like the feeling of being called the evil schemer against your ghost race. I am waiting here for all of you ghosts to come. If 100,000 of you come, then I'll slay 100,000, if 1,000,000 comes, then I'll end 1,000,000. Come now, I want to see the true strength of your ghost race." He roared against the ghosts, "I want to trample on your corpses as I walk further along the path of invincibility. Come. Even if your virtuous paragons show up, I'll still massacre them." Lan Yunzhu forced a smile at Li Qiye's domineering roar. She was already used to his aggressiveness and him not putting anyone in his sight. The ghost cultivators that were criticizing Li Qiye suddenly became silent and their eyes opened wide. The royal lords and sect masters who were urging on the crowd didn't know what to do. This response was different from their expectations. Under the pressure from the entire ghost race, anyone else would have chosen to acquiesce or compromise then walk away. There were hundreds of great powers from the ghost race here and also many emperors' lineages, especially the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground and the Insect King lineage that wanted to kill Li Qiye. In this situation, even an expert from the previous generation wouldn't want to directly confront and offend the ghost race, let alone a young person. By doing so, they would no longer have a place to stay in this world. However, Li Qiye didn't concede or compromise and, of course, he didn't run away. He shouted at the entire ghost race and declared his wish to massacre them all. This aggressive and tyrannical attitude left the ghosts dumbfounded. Even great characters like royal lords and sect masters didn't know what to do. Declaring such a thing before so many ghost powers. Such a person was either crazy or unbeatable in this world. However, Li Qiye was not insane and definitely not invincible either. Tian Luanhui, who was standing in the distance, took a deep breath and murmured, "He's fighting against the world." His eyes focused as a dreadful sensation appeared in his heart. He asked himself whether he had this type of courage or not. Would he be able to scream and declare his challenge against the rest of the world? Talents, comprehension, Tao heart, courage. All of these were essential for becoming an immortal emperor. However, more often than not, courage was more important than anything else. Without courage, there was no chance to have a Tao heart. Without courage, although talents and comprehension might allow one to become an expert, they couldn't raise one to the apex. Ever since the long archaic ages, which emperor didn't kill millions? Which emperor didn't experience countless bloody battles in the 9 worlds? At this minute, Tian Luanhui was quivering with anxiety. He began to question his determination and courage, and whether he would retreat and compromise against an enemy stronger than himself. At this step, the strength of the enemy was no longer important, the fear that was the devil of the heart would become one's biggest foe for the rest of their lives. The truth was that the majority of immortal emperors had lost at least once in their lives. At a young age, they faltered in the face of stronger enemies. However, this was not a matter worthy of embarrassment. A challenge was only a challenge if it was difficult. The only humiliation was to not have the courage to face the challenge. Fight against the world. Tian Luanhui's eyes carried a serious gleam. Do I dare to do so? A supreme genius like Tian Luanhui was having an introspective moment. On the other side, it was a scene of silence. Li Qiye's declaration was followed by snorts and jeers. The ancestors of the great powers were unhappy with Li Qiye's arrogant declaration, so some of them suddenly wanted to kill him. Such a big tone. There's no need for the ancestors to kill you, we are enough. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child said as he scowled. With glaring eyes, the Saint Child's blood energy filled the sky as the earth shook back and forth. The energy around his body seemed to be a flood dragon. The big boil on the ghost insect Evil Child squirmed as he spoke with a dark glare. Wuxia, you think too highly of yourself. We are enough to kill you. With only 2 losers like you? Wuxia looked at the two and sneered. However, the strange part was that the Saint Child and Evil Child did not become angry. The Saint Child coldly smiled and replied, Wuxia, having superb comprehension doesn't represent everything. Even if you can reach the end of the pond, it doesn't mean that you are invincible. Li, it is not too late to surrender to our ghost race. The Evil Child added with a snort. His blood energy drowned out the sky. The Nether King insect inside the protrusion on his forehead was excitedly squirming like a bloodthirsty monster. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child looked just fine, but the Evil Child caused people to shiver due to the insect on his forehead. The two of them surrounded Wuxia, one in front and one in the back to cut off his path of retreat. Their soaring blood energies were issuing howls of tigers and wolves, instilling fear into all spectators. The two lost to Wuxia in the pond contest, but no one underestimated their strength because they were imperial descendants. They were stronger than the majority of big characters from the great powers. With a sharp glare, the Saint Child declared, Cooperate and let us take you in. We of the ghost race are benevolent and will give you a fair trial. Despite saying this, his eyes still gave off a frightening and murderous sensation. You massacred our ghost race, yet we are still giving you a way out. This is the most generous and merciful offer. The Evil Child added with an ominous smile. When the ghost cultivators stood out to attack Wuxia, the first to fuel the fire was not the group of royal lords and sect masters, but these two. They had 2 reasons for attacking Wuxia. First, they had an ace card and were confident that they could kill Wuxia by joining forces. Second, they wanted Wuxia to be their stepping stone. Long Xuantian's evaluation of Wuxia made them uncomfortable. Since Long Xuantian believed that Wuxia was the #1 rival of Dizhua, what if the Evil Child and Saint Child managed to kill Wuxia? Not only would it establish a renewed prestige for them, it would also wash away their previous humiliation. So much nonsense. Just come, I am here waiting to see what you two can do. Wuxia said as he raised his eyelids. Buzz. The Evil Child's and Saint Child's power erupted. At this moment, divine rings emanated from their bodies. The Saint Child had 30 divine rings and the Evil Child had 31. In less than a year, both of them will be grand completion grand sovereigns. The ghost cultivators were shaken with admiration when they saw the number of rings around their bodies. The Saint Child's well-spoken and righteous rhetoric was quite moving. His appearance of protecting the ghost tribe above all else stirred many ghost cultivators, especially the younger ones. We shall support the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child. So what if we die if it is for the benefit of the ghost race? A ghost cultivator shouted immediately, we will not let the human race's plan succeed. A royal lord fueled the fire, yes. We ghost race cannot bow down before the wicked. Another sect master knew just what to say, we ghost race only keep our words with honorable people, no need to do so against a brute. This deal is also part of Wuxia's evil plan. Because it is harmful to the ghost race, it should be voided. Yes. Following the agreement with this brute only hurts the ghost race. In just a short time, countless ghosts agreed with this sentiment and rapidly spoke, if the deal is a conspiracy against the ghost race, then it is immediately void. Chapter 551, Declivity Mountain Bell. The Saint Child and Evil Child were very strong, even stronger than sect masters and royal lords from ordinary great powers. It was a shame that they were born in the same era as the three heroes and were eclipsed by them. People usually talked about Dizhua, and this tended to make them forget about these two. Die! The two of them shouted together. A light reached the sky and, in just a split second, the worldly energy was completely sucked in by them. The power of the world's myriad Tao was borrowed at this moment. A grand Tao as bright as a galaxy surrounded the two of them. Their blood energies surged like a storm as all the Tao hovered around them, giving them a majestic energy. Heaven's will secret laws. Seeing their states left the crowd astonished. The two of them directly used Heaven's will secret laws. They clearly wanted to kill Li Qiye right away. Open! In response to the approaching Heaven's will secret laws, Li Qiye roared. Boom! With a loud boom, his life wheel spun quickly as the yin-yang sea of blood opened up. An endless amount of blood energy poured into Li Qiye's body. It seemed as if his body was capable of holding 1,000 seas. This blood energy shot all the way up to the high firmament and dispelled the clouds for thousands of miles. At this time, it was as if Li Qiye's back was carrying a blue sky. Places that his shadow touched had a never-setting sun. The 9 worlds became bright and darkness had no place to hide. All the grand Tao circled around his body. That's a Heaven's will secret law as well. A group was shocked to see Li Qiye reveal his own Heaven's will secret law. A great character looked at it and startlingly exclaimed, "No. This isn't immortal Emperor Qian Li's secret law. Which one is this?" Everyone knew that Li Qiye was the river sect's guardian. If he was going to use a secret law, then it should be immortal Emperor Qian Li's. However, he was using a different one, so how could others not be shocked? 3 people were using Heaven's will secret laws at this moment. Li Qiye's back carried a never-setting sun, and his body was the embodiment of day. Behind the titanic crescent Saint Child was a gigantic deity while the ghost insect Evil Child poured out a ghastly energy. The nether insect king flew out of his boil and sucked up all the energy of the grand Tao to turn into an extremely frightening evil insect. In just a flash, the 3 of them decided to battle it out using their secret laws, causing many spectators to be dumbstruck with envy and jealousy. Only descendants of imperial lineages would have such luxurious means. Boom! The Evil Child and Saint Child finally initiated a pincer attack on Li Qiye. The deity of the Saint Child came crashing down while the Evil Child's insect devoured the world and even the universal laws within. It opened its mouth, aiming to bite Li Qiye. Meanwhile, with the never-setting sun on his back and an endless amount of energy, Li Qiye's sun grew bigger and bigger. In just a moment, this sun changed the world completely. Rumble. The suppressing deity and devouring insect along with the never-setting sun clashed together and tore open the sky. The 3 of them then jumped up to the higher firmaments and used their strongest momentum to attack the enemy. Bang! The 3 secret laws shot out their ultimate might. Li Qiye's never-setting sun had the advantage as the new world created by it immediately repelled the deity and the evil insect. Boom! 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 In the air, the Saint Child and Evil Child were forced to take several steps back as their expressions greatly changed. 9 stars and 10 palaces. It seems that with this power, even an ancient saint could fight against grand sovereigns. All the ghost cultivators and even the big shots were jealous after seeing this scene. Everyone knew that Li Qiye had 9 stars and 10 palaces and were already jealous after watching him massacre thousands on that day. But now, Li Qiye alone blocked the Saint Child and Evil Child, not to mention that he even had the upper hand. Everyone then realized the horrifying properties of the 9 stars and 10 palaces. The Saint Child and Evil Child gritted their teeth after being reminded by the crowd. Their eyes were reddened with jealousy by Li Qiye's achievement. They would trade their grand sovereign cultivation for 9 stars and 10 palaces right away if they could. They were both incredible talents, but it was not easy to achieve 9 stars and 10 palaces. Even a supreme genius like Dizhuo wouldn't be able to have 9 stars and 10 palaces. While watching this scene, Lan Yunzhu didn't know what to say. The surprise of the masses was within her expectations. She even knew that having 9 stars and 10 palaces was a matter of the past since Wuxia was about to have 9 stars and 12 palaces. She understood that upon reaching this level, geniuses became nothing and were not worth putting in one's sight. At that realm, Dizhuo would only be an insect, not to mention these other 2. 9 stars and 10 palaces. The Titanic Crescent Sacred Lord secretly cursed. If such a brilliant talent was his disciple, then there would be no fear of him not being able to compete with Dizhuo. The Saint Child and Evil Child were full of hate. This was a hatred towards both the 9 stars and 10 palaces and the people who brought it up. They were driven crazy by this achievement. They took a deep breath and took one step closer to stop Wuxia. The Saint Child coldly spoke, "Wuxia, there is still time to surrender. Don't waste words, take out your killing moves. Otherwise, there will not be a chance later on." Wuxia lazily said as he glanced at them. "Ha ha ha, brother Titanic Crescent, if he wants to die, then we can give him a hand." The evil child laughed ominously. Clank. With a clear sonorous sound, the evil child took out a treasure. This was a huge bell, and it floated above his head with ghastly head-like apparitions that covered the sky with a nether energy. These heads seemed very miserable as they screamed out in despair as if this bell had refined countless lives. Evil bell. The ghost cultivators were alarmed at the sight of this bell. A royal lord gasped then said, "This is Immortal Emperor Chong Huang's strongest life treasure. It is only weaker than his true fate treasure." Another expert from a different race knew the origin of this bell and said with dread, "It was once called the Emperor's weapon with the evilest tendencies. It once annihilated an entire tribe and devoured hundreds of thousands of lives." This bell was one of Immortal Emperor Chong Huang's favorite weapons. Legend states that it was refined from the skull of a myriad evil insect. This insect was the cruelest and most bloodthirsty poisonous insect. The emperor killed one of them and used it to refine this evil bell. The tale further told of how he used this bell to kill many of his enemies, and how he used their souls to further augment this bell. It was the reason why there was so much energy of hatred and resentment in the sky. Other people were certain that the evil child had an emperor's weapon, but they didn't expect it to be the strongest life treasure of the insect king lineage. Whoosh! Space and time fluctuated. The Saint Child no longer hid anything and took out his secret move. A treasure appeared as well. His treasure was also a huge, black bell. It seemed to be cast from a dark metal. With a glance, its heavy weight was very apparent. There were not too many outlines nor runes on it, there was only a picture of a majestic mountain surrounded by clouds and fog. Although there were very few carvings on the bell, it didn't diminish the mountain's majesty. It was as if this bell could suppress the 9 worlds. That is the Declivity Mountain Bell. The sacred ground is going all out and gave the bell to the Saint Child. The spectators were lost in both surprise and admiration after seeing this huge bell. Someone who had never seen this bell before rolled their eyes and asked, "Is this the heaven-defying treasure that Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian obtained from Necropolis?" Another great character answered while looking at the bell, "This is it." Legend states that Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian greatly benefited from this bell. Although it didn't directly help him become the emperor, I heard that the value of this bell is no less than an Immortal Emperor true treasure. The crowd didn't quite expect for him to bring along the Declivity Mountain Bell as opposed to another emperor's weapon. The tales of Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian obtaining this supreme treasure from the Ghost River back at Necropolis were told for generations. Later on, many went to the Ghost River just because of this tale since they wanted to become the second Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian. Although a treasure couldn't turn someone into an emperor, Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian indeed gained a lot from this particular bell. It was told that he put a countless amount of effort into this bell, and some people even believed that the emperor didn't think of it as a mere weapon. Of course, this was just gossip. Outsiders never had the chance to interact with the Declivity Mountain Bell, so no one knew of its magicalness. To this day, the sacred ground had always treasured this bell. And now, it actually gave it to the current Saint Child. They hoped that the Saint Child would be like the young immortal Emperor Zhu Tian and comprehend some of the bell's profundities. The sacred ground believed that only when the Saint Child could completely control the bell would he be qualified to compete with a supreme prodigy like Dizwa. The Saint Child carried the same belief. He yearned to control the bell just like his emperor ancestor so that he could have the ability to compete with the three heroes. Wuxia looked at the Saint Child's treasure and narrowed his eyes while revealing a smile. He couldn't help but lick his lips and say, "Declivity Mountain Bell." Chapter 552, Bare Hand Blocking Emperor's Weapon. This treasure, the Declivity Mountain Bell, made Wuxia bat his eyelashes. He focused his gaze on the bell that hovered above the Saint Child's head. Lan Yunju understood Wuxia the best and immediately had a hunch that someone was about to suffer misfortune. Everyone held their breaths while watching the scene in the sky. At this point, Wuxia, the ghost insect evil child, and the titanic crescent Saint Child were confronting each other up above with a horrifying atmosphere. It felt like the unstoppable waves caused others to quiver. The Saint Child's Declivity Mountain Bell and the evil child's evil bell exuded a suppressive aura that caused everyone's legs to become weak. The Declivity Mountain Bell was a supreme treasure and the evil bell was an emperor's weapon. Despite the evil energy fluttering around it, the emperor's aura that came from it was still part of the true imposing Grand Tao. Under the suppression of the unparalleled divine and immortal aura, those with a weak cultivation quivered and some just sat powerlessly on the ground. Even heavenly kings were astonished when faced with the pressure from two emperors' weapons. Their combined force was not a joke, since even a virtuous paragon life treasure wouldn't be able to stop one blow. Take out your weapon now, because there will be no chance later on. The Saint Child was sure of his victory as he coldly spoke. Regarding being able to smash Wuxia into smithereens, the evil child and Saint Child were extremely confident with their unbeatable weapons. Even if Wuxia had his own, it would still be useless against two. This applied even if Wuxia had an emperor's true treasure, because the Declivity Mountain Bell was a supreme treasure no weaker than a true treasure. At this point, many looked at Wuxia. Very few had seen him use any treasures in the past. In the battle outside the Snow Shadow tribe, he only used his bare hands. Even his saber and sword were only made from ordinary metal. People began to guess whether he had any heaven-defying weapons or not. If not, then he had no chance of winning against someone like Dizwa or Tian Luanhui. Others felt that Wuxia was much stronger than the Saint Child and Evil Child, but without an emperor's weapon, he would be suppressed and destroyed by the Declivity Mountain Bell and the Evil Bell. Weapon? Wuxia looked at the two of them and slowly spoke, "Do I need treasures to fight against you two? My bare hands are enough." With that, he waved his hands. This answer caused the crowd to clamor. So cocky. Everyone had seen his arrogance before, but using bare hands to block two unbeatable weapons was simply too much. Not to mention Wuxia, even Long Zuantian, with his grand completion diamond saint physique, wouldn't dare to say that he could fight against these two weapons barehanded. The evil child burst out in laughter as he shouted, "Ignorant fool, die." He then poured all of his energy into the evil bell, causing it to flash with a blinding glare. Innumerable deafening buzzing noises appeared as a myriad evil insect flew out from inside. It was extremely ugly and was decorated with thick bony outgrowths, causing others to shiver. Its two wings flapped out with an endless amount of energy as if it wanted to turn the water realm into a realm of evil. Although this evil energy covered the sky, the evil bell still had the pure presence of an immortal emperor's grand Tao grinding against the sky. These two different auras mixing together turned even heavenly kings pale, as if their skins were being flayed and their souls were being siphoned by this gigantic insect. Nearly all the cultivators lost their strength once this evil bell erupted. The flying myriad evil insect above everyone's heads had an unstoppable pressure that even heavenly sovereigns couldn't ward off. The lights that reflected from the myriad evil insect's thorny bones seemed to pierce the souls of spectators, giving birth to an instinctive fear. The terrorizing divine presence of the evil bell was irresistible in the same realm unless the opponent also had an emperor's weapon. Boom! After the evil child empowered his evil bell, the saint child also hurriedly activated the declivity mountain bell with his vast blood energy. Ding! The bell's ringing could even destroy the souls of gods. With a loud roar, the saint child and evil child attacked Wuxia together with their unbeatable weapons. The declivity mountain bell rushed across the sky. Although the declivity mountain bell didn't have the same creepy aura as the evil bell, no one could interrupt its trajectory. Meet gods, slay gods, meet devils, slay devils. Wuxia finally took action as the two weapons approached. Space fluctuated as Wuxia rushed towards the declivity mountain bell with great speed. Even Lan Yunzhu was astonished at this sight, so it was needless to say about the rest of the crowd. Others would run before such an attack, let alone meeting it face forward. Moreover, the first choice of attack should be towards the evil bell and not the declivity mountain bell, since the latter was much stronger than the former. Wuxia ignored the weak to face the strong as he confronted this mountain-decorated bell. His hand met it head-on at an unbelievable angle. Everyone was sent into a daze. They all expected that Wuxia's hand would be tattered with blood, or maybe even his body would be smashed into a pulp by the bell. However, the unbelievable happened. Wuxia met it with his hand and the bell spun a full circle around Wuxia. He kept on using the bell's momentum and manipulated it to spin around instead of directly hitting his body. His actions were perfect. Even an attack from a true dragon would be redirected by his hand. This simple yet flawless change of force and trajectory was decisive and without any wasted movements. The saint child was completely aghast as his expression greatly changed. Because of Wuxia's forceful yet gentle redirection, the declivity mountain bell didn't listen to his commands to change its trajectory. This was the dragon subduing palm, an extremely ancient technique with a shocking origin that was given to Wuxia by Huang Jiaofu. It had two astonishing effects. The first was to stop a weapon and the second was to use softness to redirect any amount of force. If one wished to block an attacking weapon, this move could weaken the offensive power layer by layer until it becomes blockable. However, as for using softness to redirect the force, one could tell that Wuxia's natural movement of his hand contained many mysterious transformations and allowed for one to take control of the weapon. Space broke apart as the myriad evil insect rushed forward. Even before its frightening thorny bones reached its target, they would already strike fear into the enemy, rendering them unable to have the strength to fight back. Even a heavenly king couldn't stop this great attack from the evil bell, this attack that carried an evil aura as well as the force of an emperor. However, Wuxia didn't even bother looking at the evil bell. His hand then pushed the declivity mountain bell towards the evil bell. When it flew out, Wuxia's blood energy soared to the sky. He then used the resplendent break to push the bell, causing it to light up. This bell suddenly disappeared. In the endless sea realm, a majestic mountain appeared as if it was the tallest guardian mountain in the 9 worlds. With the resplendent break, the mountain unleashed its strongest attack as if an immortal emperor himself was using it. This attack could break the 9 worlds, and even a virtuous paragon would become ashes if they tried to stop it. This sudden change stunned everyone, including the ancestors from the great powers. In this second, the ancestors had an illusion that an immortal emperor had personally arrived, causing these old men to shiver. No one in their right mind would try to stop this attack from the declivity mountain bell. Bang! At this moment, a deafening blast could be heard. The Saint Child had lost control of his own weapon as it used its strongest attack to smash the evil bell. This attack illuminated the world, and even the cultivators from the other realms became shocked and trembled in fear. A shrill scream emanated from the myriad evil insect as it was blown into pieces. Then, the Declivity Mountain bell continued to hit the evil bell. The explosion was so loud that it was as if the entire sacred nether world was being torn apart. Even the ancestors couldn't stand straight from this impact. The two unbeatable weapons slammed into each other, but the Declivity Mountain bell used its strongest and most heaven-defying attack, so even the evil bell, as an immortal emperor life treasure, was at a great disadvantage. The evil bell was knocked backward as the shocked evil child was hit by it. This attack from the emperor's weapon caused him to become a rain of blood. He didn't even have the chance to scream. This treasure, the Declivity Mountain bell, made Wuxia bat his eyelashes. He focused his gaze on the bell that hovered above the Saint Child's head. Lan Yunju understood Wuxia the best and immediately had a hunch that someone was about to suffer misfortune. Everyone held their breaths while watching the scene in the sky. At this point, Wuxia, the ghost insect evil child, and the titanic crescent Saint Child were confronting each other up above with a horrifying atmosphere. It felt like the unstoppable waves that caused others to quiver. The Saint Child's Declivity Mountain bell and the evil child's evil bell exuded a suppressing aura that caused everyone's legs to become weak. The Declivity Mountain bell was a supreme treasure and the evil bell was an emperor's weapon. Despite the evil energy fluttering around it, the emperor's aura that came from it was still part of the true imposing Grand Tao. Chapter 553, Myriad Enemies Annihilated. With a wave of the hand, the evil bell was powerless even if it wanted to protect its master. The Declivity Mountain bell was already stronger than it, and now, that stronger bell even shot out its most powerful attack. The evil bell already had a difficult time saving itself, let alone saving the evil child. It was blown far away and disappeared in the endless sea. During its uncontrollable descent, cracking sounds could be heard. It had definitely been cracked by the Declivity Mountain bell. It didn't stop even after falling into the ocean, it kept on flying at an extremely fast speed. Once it regained control, it decided to fly away since it didn't dare to stay any longer. Another strike from the other bell would completely shatter it despite it being an emperor's weapon. After the long years, the evil bell had its own consciousness, so at this moment of life and death, it chose to run away as far as possible from the Declivity Mountain bell. From Wuxia leisurely changing the trajectory with his hand to the resplendent break and the impact between the two bells, everything happened too quickly. In a minute, the evil child died a pitiful death and the evil bell had escaped. The Insect King lineage and the Titanic Crescent sacred ground didn't have the chance to react. Afterward, the Saint Child regained his senses and once again tried to establish a connection with the Declivity Mountain bell. After sensing its existence again, he quickly reacted to regain control, return. However, before he could take back the reins, a beam of light shot forward, causing him to scream miserably, "Ah!" With no chance to fight back, he was struck by this beam of light as his blood spurted everywhere, resulting in his immediate death. The yin-yang refining immortal mirror was hovering above Wuxia's head since who knows when. It was a foreign Tao treasure at the same level as an immortal emperor true treasure. Without the Declivity Mountain bell protecting him, the Saint Child was not able to withstand even one blow. With the death of the Saint Child, the Declivity Mountain bell had lost its master, so Wuxia reached out to grab it. The group from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground regained their composure after seeing the bell with its new master. A group of experts then screamed out, "You dare?" They then all rushed forward. Boom! A gigantic hand reached out, aiming to take the bell away from Wuxia's hand. Universal laws accompanied this gigantic hand like a waterfall, giving this hand the power to crush all things. Not to mention sovereigns, even a heavenly king wouldn't be able to stop this one blow. A virtuous paragon. People shivered when they saw this gigantic hand. The strength of this hand clearly showed that an ancestor of the Titanic Crescent sacred ground had taken action. This was an ancestor of an emperor's lineage, extremely terrifying and heaven-defying. Even an ordinary virtuous paragon could crush a heavenly king like crushing an ant. The Declivity Mountain Bell heard the call of the sacred ground, so it rattled, wanting to leave Li Qiya's hand. Li Qiya ignored the group of experts soaring forward from the sacred ground as well as the approaching gigantic hand. He threw out 5 bronze doors and shouted, "Seal!" Bang! The 5 bronze doors came down from the sky and turned into 5 gigantic corners, sealing all the experts and even the ancestor of the sacred ground. Heaven sealing Pentagate. The 5 doors became one with 5 corners and trapped all the experts inside. Rumble. From inside the newly erected walls formed by the 5 doors in 5 different corners came banging noises. The experts and the ancestor of the sacred ground wanted to break out. Their impact created blaring noises, causing pain to the listeners. Boom! Another huge blast occurred as an emperor's aura emanated all around these bronze walls. From the outside, one could sense this aura. Everyone was immediately filled with dread. An immortal emperor life treasure. The Titanic Crescent ancestor is using an emperor's weapon. A person quivered and shouted with a blanched expression. A virtuous paragon wielding an emperor's weapon was a terrifying thing. Their power could sweep through all things in this world. But despite this, the ancestor still couldn't escape the heaven-sealing Pentagate in a short period of time, since this was an item that had once sealed a world. Chase it! Amidst this development, another emperor's lineage, the Insect King lineage, ignored the sacred ground's offensive and chose to chase the evil bell instead. The sacred ground's problem had nothing to do with them. The Insect King lineage was willing to give up the big fortune inside the pond because if they lost the evil bell, it would be an irrecoverable loss. To them, nothing was more important than the bell. Li Qiya ignored the commotion in the heaven-sealing Pentagate and used the yin-yang refining immortal mirror to pour down an endless stream of silk-like immortal light to wrap around the Declivity Mountain Bell. The bell kept on rattling and wanted to escape Li Qiya's control. It was a heaven-defying item, but it was neither an emperor's weapon nor a true treasure personally refined by immortal Emperor Zhu Tian. It was not like the other life weapons that had imperial seals or a true weapon with a heavens will seal. Nevertheless, immortal Emperor Zhu Tian still left behind a mark on the bell so that it would have a connection to the sacred ground. Because of this, despite being suppressed by the immortal mirror, it still tried to escape. Without the mirror, Li Qiya had no way of controlling the bell, let alone suppressing it. He didn't have too much time left since the heaven-sealing Pentagate would not be able to imprison the Titanic Crescent ancestor for much longer. Li Qiya then used a drop of longevity blood that also contained a drop of myriad star water. When this blood drop permeated the bell, it began to quiet down. Li Qiya had used this method to unlock the imperial seal on immortal emperor life treasures before, so it was even easier to deal with the mark on this mountain bell. Deep inside the Titanic Crescent ancestral ground, another ancestor lost his connection with the Declivity Mountain Bell. He was startled and knew something terrible had happened as he exclaimed with shock, "Not good, the Declivity Mountain Bell has been stolen." Li Qiya didn't have much time, so he needed to finish this quickly. He took in the bell, then rushed towards the Phoenix Maiden. A bunch of ghost cultivators with boiling blood wanted to stop him. They shouted, "You have to ask us first before harming the Phoenix Maiden." The majority of them were young, since the sly foxes didn't want to die in her place. "As you wish." Li Qiya was too lazy to look at them since he wanted to end everything quickly. With the hell-suppressing godly physique activated, space shook once again. Bang, bang, bang. All the ghost cultivators that were protecting the maiden were blown away. All of this happened in just 1 second. They all turned into blossoming flowers of blood that had a strange and dazzling beauty. With the cry of a phoenix, the maiden also rushed forward. She mustered all of her strength for an attack. Boom! However, before she could get close, she was already sent flying away, spilling blood. She was not a match for Wuxia before, let alone now when his two immortal physiques were activated. Before she could fall to the ground, Wuxia already had her by the neck. This scene shocked everyone, especially the ghost cultivators. Everyone gasped, but no one dared to take action at this moment. The Insect King lineage had left and the Titanic Crescent sacred ground was temporarily entrapped, so no other great powers dared to act recklessly. Just thinking about the Declivity Mountain Bell in Wuxia's possession already left them shivering. Moreover, the royal lords and wily ancestors would not risk their lives against Wuxia for the Phoenix Maiden. These big shots only showed their agreement with the maiden to incite the crowd for a chance to kill Wuxia. Only ordinary cultivators and young geniuses would trust the words of the maiden and become willing to heroically die for her. The old and experienced cultivators knew when to move forward and when to let go. Right now, Wuxia had an emperor's weapon. No one wanted to fight Wuxia to save the maiden. It was a shame that the experts from the Myriad Bones throne weren't here to save her. Wuxia gripped her neck and slowly spoke, "Now it is time for last words if you have any." The Phoenix Maiden took a deep breath. She became even calmer when death approached. She closed her eyes and inadvertently shed a tear. Finally, she ended with this sentence, "Please, everyone, tell Diswa to not avenge me." At this moment, she understood that she had taken one wrong step and lost the whole board. If she left with Long Xuantian earlier, then she would still have had a chance. Or, if she chose to acquiesce completely even earlier, then she could have changed this feud with Wuxia into friendship. This battle just now enlightened her of Wuxia's means, and she also understood why Long Xuantian chose to leave. But now, it was all too late. Therefore, she left such last words because she knew that if her husband tried to fight Wuxia, it would not end well. After having come this far, the maiden only wanted Diswa to live on. It was fine if he couldn't become an immortal emperor. Becoming a top virtuous paragon was enough. There was no need to compete with Wuxia to become an immortal emperor. Chapter 554, Phoenix Maiden's death. Even during her last moments, she was still in love with Diswa and acted for his sake. Everything she did was, in fact, for him. Lan Yunju couldn't help being moved by her. Although she was not sympathetic towards the maiden's chosen course of actions, the maiden's courage was still admirable. What a wonderful woman. It is a shame, you shouldn't have chosen to oppose me. Wuxia shook his head and slowly said, "End yourself, I will give you a dignified death." With that, he put down the Phoenix Maiden. After standing upright again, the maiden looked in the direction of the distant Earth realm. She was full of reluctance to part. She then took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Bang! Her body quivered dramatically as blood dripped down from the corners of her lips as she slowly fell down. In the end, a heaven's proud daughter of an entire generation had to commit suicide. She was a strong woman, but one wrong move had cost her the entire board. Despite her numerous schemes, she couldn't stop Wuxia's unbeatable path. The ghost experts also sighed after seeing her commit suicide. She deserved what happened today. This wouldn't have happened if she didn't continuously oppose Wuxia. However, they did admit that she was a wonderful woman and had no fear of death even at the very last second. Or perhaps, she had prepared herself for death a very long time ago. Once the maiden used the well-being of the ghost race as an excuse to suppress Wuxia, this ending was destined. She had righteously appealed for Wuxia's death for the sake of the ghost race. If she had tried to escape, all of her scheming would have been for naught. Her reputation would be damaged along with her husband's and the Myriad Bones thrones. Death was the only option after losing, thus she was prepared and had no intention of escaping. In this struggle, either Wuxia had to die or she had to perish. At the very least, to the eyes of outsiders, she had used her death to protect justice and the ghost race. After she committed suicide, an unequaled man in the heavenly cemetery in the earth realm felt a prick in his heart and immediately knew what had happened. He then screamed out, "No!" Along with his rage, the sky darkened as if a storm was approaching. Meanwhile, Wuxia looked at the maiden's corpse and shook his head, saying, "What a shame." He then shifted his gaze towards the 5 bronze walls and headed for the Pentagate. Rumble. The 5 walls were shaking as if they were about to break apart from the continuous explosions and crackles. There was no doubt that the Pentagate's seal couldn't withstand the titanic crescent ancestor attacking with an emperor's weapon. It was only a matter of time before he broke out. This was why Wuxia immediately ran over to use this chance to kill all the experts and the ancestor from the sacred ground. He still had a method to kill them, even if the ancestor was a powerful virtuous paragon. What is this treasure? An ancestor from a great power anxiously thought to himself. Although the Pentagate was being torn apart, the crowd was still moved by it. The sacred ground brought along many experts, including heavenly kings and heavenly sovereigns. What was even more terrifying was that their ancestor was locked inside with an emperor's weapon in hand. An ancestor with an emperor's weapon had horrifying destructive capabilities, yet he couldn't break through the walls in a short period of time. The fortified might of the walls was evident since an invincible weapon that belonged to an emperor couldn't even destroy it. Right when Wuxia wanted to take care of the sealed experts inside the walls, a series of immortal hymns suddenly appeared as an endless stream of lights drowned the sky. These lights came from the middle of the pond and were akin to a divine sword piercing the firmament. These beams then intertwined together in the sky in a spiral pattern. What is going on? This sudden change startled everyone as they looked deeper into the pond. Wuxia also became serious after seeing this towering, immortal light. The light that spiraled into the sky was also accompanied by a whirlpool in the pond that emitted continuous splashing sounds. Wuxia then decided to forego suppressing the sacred ground's experts and instead looked at the center of the whirlpool. He turned around and dragged Lan Yunzhu along as he spoke, "We're going now." With that, they rushed towards the pond. Boom! With a deafening blast that collapsed the sky, the titanic crescent ancestor finally broke through the 5 bronze walls. A huge hole could be seen in one of its sides. The ancestor, with his emperor's weapon and terrifying aura, looked like an angry god. His anger was understandable since although he was an imperial ancestor with an emperor's weapon, he was still sealed by a junior. How humiliating was this? Buzz! The Pentagate couldn't trap the experts from the sacred ground any longer, so it disappeared as it flew back into Wuxia's fate palace. "Little animal, I won't forgive you." The titanic crescent ancestor roared with a furious might that shattered the void. Wuxia ignored his threat then shouted at Lan Yunzhu, "Hug me tightly." He then rushed even faster towards the pond. During their quick journey to the center of the pond, the scenery changed continuously. Sometimes they were in a world with countless erupting volcanoes. At times, they were in a mortal world full of prosperous humans. At other times, it was a dead world that had suffered endless destruction. One step was one world. In the blink of an eye as worlds shifted past her gaze, they had traveled past 3,000 worlds. This pond could not be so easily trespassed since one wrong step would result in their disappearance, but Wuxia made it look so easy, it seemed like a mere stroll. This was not strange at all. With one enlightened Grand Dao from the other shore, Tian Luanhui could take 100 steps or even more. His Grand Dao, compared to Wuxia's Grand Dao, was far too lacking. "Little animal, even if you escape to the farthest reaches of the earth, I will still kill you." The titanic crescent ancestor also rushed into the pond while shouting at Wuxia. He wanted to take revenge and take back their declivity mountain bell. They would become the biggest sinners of the sacred ground if they permanently lost the mountain bell. In an instant, the two reached the deepest part of the pond. This place had turned into a rowdy whirlpool as it spun around with a particular rhythm. Li Qie looked at the whirlpool with a grave expression. "What is it?" Lan Yunzhu noticed his serious demeanor and asked while being worried. She seldom saw this expression from him. "Perhaps the biggest fortune will appear right here." Li Qie answered, then added, "But that isn't important. The important part is that the grave secret among secrets is about to appear." "Grave secret among secrets?" Lan Yunzhu asked in astonishment. She knew how great the biggest secret was in these realms. "That's not all. It is no longer important whether the biggest fortune will appear here anymore. A bit later, there will be a flower blooming right here. When it appears, you need to take action right away." Li Qie answered while still gazing at the whirlpool. "That flower is the secret among secrets?" Lan Yunzhu asked in shock, "Just like the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng?" "It is not a true immortal medicine or an immortal medicine. It is a very special and unique flower, not to mention that it is especially suitable for you." Li Qie continued, "I didn't expect for it to appear in this generation. You are too lucky to meet this chance. Can I actually do it?" Her heart beat faster as she wondered. The reason for her hesitation was due to the phoenix ginseng. Despite being a medicine, it was unbelievably powerful. "Rest assured, you can definitely do it. Your cyclical river of fate is the most appropriate merit law." In the past, immortal Emperor Qianli had quite a deep and fateful connection with this flower. Although Qianli created this secret law, the emperor was not able to take it due to a slight absence of luck. Nevertheless, the emperor still benefited from it. Li Qie said, "When it appears, it will be fine if you directly use your secret law." "How do you know all of this?" Lan Yunzhu was startled since Li Qie knew the past of her ancestor, immortal Emperor Qianli, too well. The river sect had no written records of this event, yet Li Qie knew it like the back of his palm. Li Qie remained tight-lipped about this issue. He couldn't tell her that he was the one who took immortal Emperor Qianli to this pool in the past. At that time, the emperor met this blooming flower and used a great method to lock it down. Alas, the emperor was a bit unfortunate and couldn't seize it. Nevertheless, because of this flower, the emperor was able to study a grand Tao that resulted in great benefits. What is happening here? A group of cultivators came closer to the edge of the pond while looking at Li Qie, who was gazing at the whirlpool in the center. They wanted to enter but were afraid of disappearing without a trace. Humph. The first to rush in was the Titanic Crescent ancestor. He not only wanted the great mythical fortune, but also to capture Li Qie to take back the mountain bell. Like always, teasers are not 100% accurate. Chapter 555, Night Era Flower. However, entering this pool did not only require strength, a level of enlightenment was also a must. The Titanic Crescent ancestor was indeed very powerful and traveled 40 steps in just the blink of an eye, but afterward, it became very difficult. He took out the Emperor's weapon and used its wondrous aura to forcefully push the pond water away. He was very strong, but regarding talents and comprehension, he was not a match for a supreme genius like Tian Luanhui. A group of experts also followed right after the ancestor. They didn't mean to chase after Li Qie, they only wanted the fortune. Another group decided to watch the situation before making a decision. Splash! A fat fish jumped up from the whirlpool. It was clear as if it was made from the pond water itself. Splash! More of them leapt up then dove back into the water. They could be seen everywhere. After many of them played around in the water, a big turtle rose from the whirlpool. Its body was also clear like the other fish and the pond water. On its back was a big tablet that was also sparkling clear. The fish then circled around it. This water turtle with the tablet became one with the pond. When it rose, the water also rose. The tablet was one with it, and the pond was also one with it. Lan Yunju was shaken while looking at this tablet made from water on top of the turtle. The style of this tablet was just like the ancient tablet that opened the path to the lost garden of the immortals. Can that open the way to the secret ground of the grave? Lan Yunju quickly asked him. The pond itself is part of the secret ground of the water realm, but in order to reach the center, we have to open this tablet. However, just ignore it, it is no longer important right now. We are about to enter the secret among secrets instead. When this water turtle floated up and was surrounded by all the fish led the way as the water turtle slowly left the whirlpool and swam through the pond. Not long after it left, a tiny black hole appeared below the whirlpool. Splash! A flower rose from this black hole and situated itself in the middle of the whirlpool. Poof! The sound of a blossoming flower appeared. Although it was very faint, everyone in the water realm heard it. This gentle blossoming noise caused the hearts of many cultivators to beat uncontrollably with anxiety and fear. The petals slowly spread and the flower turned into a lotus. It was a black lotus as dark as the night. Once it bloomed, the sky suddenly darkened. Each of its petals represented a different night as a shadow began to replace the daylight. How is this happening? The sudden darkening of the sky left everyone startled. The blooming of a flower caused the sky to darken. How strange was this? It was like reversing black and white and yin and yang. This must be an unbelievable flower, the most powerful flower in this world. An ancestor from a great power exclaimed in shock. At this moment, more than 10 figures rushed out from the shadows, including some ancestors from imperial lineages. They had let go of all caution. As long as they could seize this flower, then even betting with their lives on the line was worth it. The only thing on their minds at this moment was to reach the center of the pond and be the first to pluck the flower. How could other cultivators sit still after seeing all of these ancestors come out? A supreme treasure is here. This is the fortune. Someone yelled out. Waves of cultivators intruded into the pond right away. Do it now. When all the petals had bloomed, Wuxia shouted at Lan Yunju. Lan Yunju was already prepared. She immediately rushed forward at Wuxia's command. In just a second, the reincarnation of the heavens will appear as a galaxy stretched over the world. With the galaxy powering the reincarnation cycle, the sun and moon began to alternate. At this moment, no one could tell whether it was day or night. In this instant, the water realm changed back and forth between day and night. The cyclical river of fate was created by immortal Emperor Qianli, allowing Lan Yunju to change the world and the endless reincarnation cycle. She quickly plucked the black lotus and put it into her hand in a trice. This bloomed flower seemed fragile and small, but it contained a terrifying power. Its petals seemed to be able to tear apart the 9 heavens and were capable of rending the reincarnation cycle. In just a minute, a shadow appeared, gathering all the heavens in its entirety. Immortal Emperor Qianli had personally arrived and exerted their brilliant grand Tao that was like the river of the galaxy. This power sucked the flower into their hand. The blossomed flower suddenly folded back into a bud. This bud eventually fell into Lan Yunju's fate palace. She was successful in obtaining this flower by using her ancestor's secret law. Success! She happily cried out since she could feel the formidable might of this terrifying flower. This was an amazing fortune. Only a heavens will secret law that originated from this flower would allow one to pluck it. This is called the returning of the heavens will. Wuxia was very happy for her. In the past, he hoped that immortal Emperor Qianli would be able to grab it. Unfortunately, the emperor was a bit unlucky, so they failed. But now, the emperor's descendant had obtained the flower, which was the will of the heavens. No! Many people became crazy after seeing Lan Yunju stealing the supreme flower away. Their only thought was to seize it from her. This was especially so for the ancestors from the great powers. They risked it all but didn't get an opportunity to take the flower, so how could they not go berserk? What is the name of this powerful flower? Lan Yunju asked. She had yet to try to use the power of the flower, but she knew that it was frightening the moment she took it. Night Era flower, there is only one in this world. Wuxia answered, it is not just simply powerful. It will have amazing effects when you cultivate the cyclical river of fate. It would be quite a disappointment otherwise. Even without the flower, your ancestor still became an immortal emperor, so now you have an even better chance with it. Lan Yunju gave him a look and said, Uncle, with you here, do you think I have a chance to become the emperor? This was not to say that she lacked confidence since she would go all out even against the three heroes without fear. However, she had no confidence going against Wuxia. She knew that there was a chance of obtaining the heavens will against the three heroes, but against Wuxia? She felt that there was no chance at all. One must have confidence in themselves. Wuxia said as he flicked her forehead. He then looked at the black hole in the whirlpool and said, I have to go in, there will no longer be any opportunities if I miss this one. I'll go with you. Lan Yunju hurriedly said. Wuxia opened his fate palace. The dried stump flew into the black hole to open a black portal. Wuxia then shouted and the portal sucked the two inside. When the two managed to stand up straight, Lan Yunju looked forward and saw a vast void. In contrast to the secret realm back in the wood realm, this place was just an empty space. It was as if the two had been teleported to a different world. There was no life or any existences in this place, only an endless expanse was present. Where do we go now? Lan Yunju asked while gazing at the empty space before her. Wuxia looked around and then pointed towards the horizon where there was a shining star. He then said, we'll go in this direction. If I am not mistaken, there is something I need over there. What is it? Lan Yunju curiously asked. A single Night Era flower was already enough to move her since it was a great fortune, but it wasn't anything special to Wuxia. He didn't want the ultimate treasure from the grave secret but something else. I don't know. Wuxia smiled and said, the prime ominous grave has 5 great realms with 5 secrets among secrets. Even I cannot be certain of what are behind these secrets, but there is surely something karmic behind them. Chapter 556, Another meeting with the diamond carp. Wuxia and Lan Yunju stepped into this vast emptiness. Their current cultivation allowed for them to easily cross this space. Moreover, this was not the space above the regular 9 heavens. They traveled for an unknown amount of distance before seeing a brilliant and silver light that was blinding yet alluring. Lan Yunju was shocked at the scene unraveling before her eyes. Different galaxies were pouring down like waterfalls. They then came together to form an endless cosmos with no end in sight. These celestial rivers had rippling silver waves that created an ethereal yet tangible image of a silver sea. The boundless starlight congregated together and created a dreamlike sensation. What is this place? Lan Yunju looked at the silver sea of stars ahead and asked in astonishment. It was hard to believe that there was such a location in this world. I don't know either. Wuxia replied. His eyes had a profound glimmer as he looked at the rippling waves in the sea of stars ahead. This endless star sea was either created by nature or by some individual. Of course, one wouldn't know which it was. Where do we go now? She didn't know where to go since this galaxy was so vast that it seemed as if it was an entire universe without an end. Splash! Right after her question, they suddenly heard a splashing sound as a huge carp jumped up. It caused waves to ripple throughout the galaxy as stars started to fall. One could hear their crisp sounds. The diamond carp. Lan Yunju shockingly exclaimed after seeing this jumping carp. She didn't expect to see it here. It disappeared back in the water realm after the river Sex elders chased it back to its nest. The elders couldn't find a trace of it. So it was actually inside the secret among secrets realm. Splash! The diamond carp happily swam in the sea of stars. It jumped up then dived back down into the water at an extreme speed and moved far away. Chase after it. Wuxia summoned the tetrawar bronze chariot as he and Lan Yunju rode it to give chase. The diamond carp swam swiftly among the stars, but Wuxia's chariot did not fall behind, catching up to it in an instant. Wuxia then issued a command, "Keep on tailing it." The 4 bronze stallions continued to follow right behind the fish. No matter whether it dived far below or jumped up high, it couldn't elude the chariot. Is the diamond carp able to take us to our desired destination? Lan Yunju looked at the fish and asked. Wuxia nodded in response, "Definitely. It is not just a simple carp. Although it rarely attacks others first, don't underestimate it." In this sea of stars, the stomping of the hooves continued on as the bronze chariot gave the carp no chance to break free. Although the fish had an amazing speed and painted a beautiful and spectacular scene as it traversed into the depths of the stars or jumped up high, it couldn't escape the chariot. While the two were following the carp, countless people were enraged outside by the pond. A scream emanated from inside the pond, "Little animal, unless you never come out, I'll never let you go." The Titanic Crescent ancestor gave up. Even with an emperor's weapon, he couldn't reach the center of the pond. However, he was not the only one. The other experts also had to give up after failing to make it to the center. Very few were able to reach the 100-step boundary. The number of people who could reach this boundary could be counted on one's fingers. Even the ancestors who let go of all caution couldn't make it to this boundary. Being able to take 50 or 60 steps was already amazing enough. This not only showed Wuxia's devilishness, but also Tian Luanhui's unparalleled talents. A genius was indeed a genius, especially such fiendish ones. The ancestors had no choice but to be convinced. A person gently sighed while looking at the whirlpool in the pond. No one has a chance unless they are a legendary master. However, these characters did not take action so easily. Even the ancestors didn't want to come into being, let alone those legendary masters that had reigned over an era. People began to shift their attention to the fish made out of water that surrounded the turtle with the tablet. This group of fish and the water turtle surely have a big secret as well. Although they couldn't reach the center of the pond, the water turtle with the water tablet was going everywhere. Because of this, once it came closer, a person used a great art to suck it up in an attempt to capture it. However, since it was made from water, anyone who tried to catch it would be left with a splashing sound as it became liquid and fell back into the pond. A bit later, the water turtle would appear once more in a different direction and would then continue on with its business as if it was not perturbed at all. A clan master from a reclusive family looked at this turtle and remembered a tale written back in his clan. This is not a living existence at all. They are part of the pond itself. Perhaps they are the key to opening the pond, but one requires the prime ominous key to catch them. Although these were only speculations, many great powers agreed with this theory. The even more knowledgeable emperors' lineages felt that this theory was very plausible. However, even if they were right, it would be useless since the key was in Wuxia's hands. After being reminded of this, the people gritted their teeth in anger, especially the Titanic Crescent sacred ground and the Insect King lineage. Their teeth were about to break from the exasperated grinding as they declared, "Li, it is not over between us." The sacred ground lost more than they bargained for. They struggled to train a descendant that had now died at the hands of Wuxia. However, what made them bleed even more was the matter with the Declivity Mountain Bell. This shouldn't have happened in the first place because even a virtuous paragon wouldn't be able to sever the connection between the treasure and the mountain. And yet, Wuxia was able to do so, which made the sacred ground's crazed anger quite reasonable. Everyone knew that there was a treasure inside the pond, but it was not obtainable unless one could go deeper inside. This was something even ancestors couldn't do, let alone other people. One person could come close, and it was Tian Luanhui who competed against Li Qia before. Everyone had seen his performance, so despite his loss, they all knew that he could go deeper than anyone else here. Coincidentally, he was still here and was watching from afar. A few great characters from the ghost race wanted to encourage him. "My virtuous nephew, you are unparalleled, so why not try to go into the pond to see if you can open it?" A great character from the previous generation spoke. Tian Luanhui, who was shrouded in his mysterious aura, only smiled after hearing this great character and said, "Brother Li and I had made a deal, so I have nothing to do with this pond." Virtuous nephew is mistaken about this. The great character quickly persuaded, this agreement had been voided because of the maiden. Li Qia has evil intentions and wants to destroy the entire ghost race. Virtuous nephew is a hero of the ghost race, a leader of the younger generation. With your abilities, my apologies. Tian Luanhui interrupted him and said, "Whether the agreement is voided or not has nothing to do with me. My words, once said, will not be able to be dragged back, not even by a team of horses. I will not renege." He spoke in an emphatic and precise manner, so the great character no longer tried to persuade him. However, while these great characters were disappointed, Tian Luanhui revealed a mysterious smile and added, "But Dizhua has left the heavenly cemetery, so maybe the ancestral mountain of the throne of bones will come here very shortly." Upon hearing this, the great characters regained their spirits, especially the ghost cultivators who carried a bone-deep hatred of Li Qia. Li Qia had shamed them to an unbearable level. If Dizhua and the myriad bones throne came, then they believed that Li Qia's death would be assured no matter how strong he was. The great characters then left as Tian Luanhui continued to stare at the pond from far away with a mysterious smile. He didn't want to oppose Li Qia at this moment, but he very much enjoyed watching others deal with him. Moreover, Dizhua and Li Qia had a feud irreconcilable until death. The tallest tree in a forest will be ravaged by the most wind. Tian Luanhui murmured. However, his expression darkened after remembering Li Qia's grand Dao back at the pond. He could no longer smile or have peace of mind because of that Dao despite his confidence in his own grand Dao. If the future heavens will only accept one grand Dao, then Tian Luanhui was absolutely sure that it would not be his, it would be Li Qia's. Waves of cultivators began to leave since even ancestors had no chance, let alone them. However, some still stayed behind, waiting for someone to open the pond. Maybe they could then also ride on the person's coattails. Many cultivators rushed into the pond, and once they returned, the rest found that many of them had disappeared. The result was just like before, many died without leaving behind a corpse. Li Qia and Lan Yunju stepped into this vast emptiness. Their current cultivation allowed for them to easily cross this space. Moreover, this was not the space above the regular 9 heavens. They traveled for an unknown amount of distance before seeing a brilliant and silver light, both blinding yet alluring. Lan Yunju was shocked at the scene unraveling before her eyes. Different galaxies were pouring down like waterfalls. They then came together to form an endless cosmos with no end in sight. These celestial rivers had rippling silver waves that created an ethereal yet tangible image of a silver sea. The boundless starlight congregated together and created a dreamlike sensation. What is this place? Chapter 557, 100 Saints Imperial Formation. While the group helplessly looked at the water fish and turtle in the pond, a huge carp approached. It jumped out of the sea's surface and quickly reached the pond. The 1,000 Carp Rivers people are here. Everyone knew who was coming after seeing this huge carp. In a flash, all eyes were on this carp's back. The arrival of the river sect made many people unhappy, especially those of the ghost race. Humph. Does the Thousand Carp River not know when to be satisfied and when enough is enough? After taking all the treasures in the nest, you actually came back to take a part of the great fortune in the pond as well? A ghost clan master snorted and said. The Titanic Crescent ancestor quickly left his blood era stone the moment the river sect arrived. Boom! This ancestor stood next to the huge carp like a giant. Although this ancestor was not the #1 ace of the sacred ground, of course he was still very powerful. Junior Baogui, tell your disciple to give back the Declivity Mountain Bell to our sacred ground or else we will declare war. This roar caused the mountains and rivers to collapse. The Thousand Carp disciples fell down with weakened knees. However, even when facing an ancestor from the sacred ground, Daoist Baogui was not afraid at all and was brimming with confidence. The Thousand Carp River came to the prime ominous grave not just with protectors, elders, and high elders. If the sacred ground had an ancestor, then the river sect also had one as well. As the strongest powers, which emperor's sect didn't have one or two ancestors to protect their sects? Senior, you are mistaken. Daoist Baogui shook his head and explained, 1. Young Noble Li is not our disciple, he is our guardian. 2. I have heard about our guardian taking your bell. If he stole it, then he should give it back. But in a war, there is life and death and a victor and a loser. Our guardian fought against your descendant, and the result was decided by their abilities. If you want the mountain bell back, then you should ask our guardian. As for whether he agrees or not is a different issue. Daoist Baogui continued, the loser can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. I trust that the Titanic Crescent sacred ground, an emperor's lineage, can handle losing gracefully. Baogui child, don't try to mince words. The Titanic Crescent ancestor coldly responded, we can let it go if it was another treasure, but not the Declivity Mountain Bell. I don't care what your river sect says, you must give us an answer or we will declare war. I cannot guarantee anything in this matter. Daoist Baogui shook his head once more and said, Senior is talking about war? If your sacred ground wants to fight, our river sect is not afraid of anyone. You can pick the time and place. Daoist Baogui spoke with confidence and was undeterred by the sacred ground's threat. This was not strange at all since the river sect was also an emperor's lineage and was definitely no weaker than the sacred ground. Moreover, immortal Emperor Qianli was the last emperor of the sacred nether world, so the river sect's true power was quite formidable. The great powers held their breaths while watching the posturing of the two sides. Both sides were monstrous imperial existences. A war between the two would not be simple, there would be rivers that ran with blood. Good. The ancestor looked at the Daoist for a long time before declaring, then wait and see. He then decisively walked back to his camp. Even if the sacred ground wanted to fight against the river sect, this was not the right time. Without sufficient hidden cards, one side would lose completely. Rumble. At around this time, the heavens shook and the Grand Tao shivered. In just a moment, a heavenly flame incinerated the surrounding area in an incomparably dominating fashion. Boom! A gigantic foot slammed down on the pond, causing a loud blast to resound. The heavenly flame crazily withdrew and disappeared before a Qilin appeared in the sky. Wuxia, get the hell out here and accept your death. A roar that collapsed the 9 heavens cried out. Many royal nobles and enlightened beings all kneeled on the ground. This roar caused their hearts to quiver, the weak couldn't handle this fury. A great character from the previous generation uttered after seeing the crimson flame Qilin in the sky, Dizwa. Dizwa had arrived like a maddened god with his aura rampaging in the sky, creating powerful rain storms. The sky became dark with his arrival as his furious flame burned the firmament. Even the heaven and earth shook before his rage. At this minute, everyone's hearts started to beat faster since his wild rage had caused them to become frightened out of their minds. They feared this inevitable storm. Dizwa had rushed out of the heavenly cemetery. He initially went in there not for treasures, but to train. However, the Phoenix Maiden's death caused him to abandon the cemetery. He had actually made it quite deep inside, so it was very unfortunate that he gave it all up. However, Wuxia was nowhere in sight upon his arrival. Dizwa directly demanded from the Taoist Baogui, hand over Wuxia. Taoist Baogui shook his head and responded, "My apologies, but the guardian is not with us." "Good. If he is not here, then I'll take care of all of you first." Dizwa spoke as his murderous fury covered the sky. He then threw out an item to imprison the huge carp. Boom! With a loud explosion, it was as if a huge grave had opened and hundreds of skeletons crawled up. These skeletons exuded a terrifying presence, and they covered the sky with the reach of their hands. Before anyone could react, these skeletons came together to form a huge mountain of bones. Rumble! When the Grand Tao poured down from this bony mountain, both it and the huge carp disappeared. At this second, a boundless imperial aura shot to the sky. At this moment, it drowned out everything and only left behind a great ceiling formation. This great array opened a new space that hovered in the sky with 100 giants sitting in a meditative pose. Each of them wore a divine armor and exuded a breath just like an immortal emperor. It was like a kingdom of the heavens, and these 100 giants were the supreme deities. There was no trace of the river sect any longer. The huge carp, Taoist Baogui, and its disciples had all disappeared. The aura exuded by this great formation and its 100 deities was quite terrifying. Even the previous generation felt apprehensive while their legs quivered. They looked up to the sky and a heavenly sovereign stuttered. "What is that thing?" An ancestor from a great power spoke with a greatly changed expression. "It is the 100 Saints Imperial Formation. Rumor has it that this formation is one of the strongest emperor's weapons of the Myriad Bones Throne. It is a fusion between an emperor's weapon and an emperor's formation. The legendary formation created personally by immortal Emperor Wangu." After hearing this, everyone felt a chilling sensation. Even the undyings from the other great powers took in cold breaths. This was both an emperor's weapon as well as a formation. Legend states that after immortal Emperor Wangu shouldered the heaven's will, he found 100 of the strongest wise sage skeletons and personally refined them into an emperor's weapon. Afterward, he fused a heaven-defying formation inside using an extremely great method. The tales went on to say that even as an emperor, he still exerted countless efforts to create this emperor's weapon. Later on, he left it behind in the sect and it continued to be the #1 ace of the Throne of Bones. Since time immemorial, many virtuous paragons with hidden agendas had snuck into the throne, but all of them died miserably to this formation. Rumor had it that this formation could suppress a virtuous paragon to death with ease since they couldn't escape from the power of the 100 wise sages. Dizwa was allowed to bring such a terrifying killing card wherever he went, so it was very apparent how much the Throne of Bones valued him. Dizwa immediately unleashed the formation to kill the river sect. He didn't mind starting a war with them, perhaps the river sect never entered his sight. Such a domineering style and decisiveness caused everyone to draw cold breaths. It is over for the river sect. Seeing that there was no activity inside the formation with the suppression of the 100 deities, a ghost cultivator excitedly said, "With the suppression of the 100 saints, the elders of the river sect won't be able to do anything about it no matter how strong they might be." After entrapping the river sect inside the formation, Dizwa didn't bother to give it another glance. He stood by the pond like a supreme god, causing others to quiver. His voice then emanated throughout the water realm, "Wuxia, if I don't personally slay you, then I will cease to be a person and will never leave this place." These words were firm and decisive like a javelin pierced into the ground. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.